Well, a very good morning to you all from the World Center of Racing, Daytona International Speedway. You join DriversEye Live from about 150 feet above the start-finish line here, just across from the famed Victory Lane, above this 2.5-mile tri-oval and 3.5-mile infield road course that plays host today to the Paul Revere 14-hour. The first time this event has been hosted in some 15-plus years. This time, for the first time, part of the World Racing League calendar, taking on the history of the Paul Revere 250. Summertime sports car racing is back at Daytona. World Racing League is back at Daytona after a one-year hiatus. And we are excited to be with you to take you through 14 hours of nonstop action from the green flag at 8 o'clock this morning to the checkered flag at 10 o'clock tonight. My name is Brendan Kazmarek. I am joined this morning by JT Tammy. Good morning, JT.
Good morning.
Dustin Ollis is our producer from his home studio. Joseph Mudrak will be along a little bit later to take part in the festivities as well. Layla Kazmarek is with us on site this weekend with DriversEye Live, covering all things social media at World Racing League, at DriversEye Live over on Instagram, and give us a like and a follow on Facebook. JT, it's been something of a tough time away from the Daytona International Speedway for the World Racing League. Last year, this event was unfortunately canceled back in February with some emergency track repairs, namely the paving of the infield backstretch after an accident there in 2023, all in the name of safety, of course. But it meant that the annual 14 hours at Daytona for the World Racing League was set aside. It's really good to be back.
Oh yeah, definitely. I very much enjoyed Charlotte. Don't get me wrong, but this has always been a special event, and it's great to see WRL back here.
Yeah, it really doesn't get any better than this. Every year we've been here, JT, 2021, 22, and 23 that we've had this race broadcast. These races have all been bangers.
Oh, yes, they have.
All of them. I mean, it's delivered in one way or another. Amazing finishes, changeable weather. 2023 most recently. Okay, we didn't get to the checkered flag because of our Florida afternoon thunderstorms, but we had a last lap pass for the lead inside of the final minute before we went double yellow. It found a way to deliver regardless. The forecast for today looks absolutely magnificent. A little on the warm side, certainly on the sunny side. So we'll do our best with our trackside cameras, of course, but the chance for thunderstorms here is something like 6% today, which is about the best you're going to do in the Florida summertime. We'll wait and see what that actually looks like. Of course, the clouds build during the day. This is the way. But hey, let's get to racing. We'll worry about that when the time comes a little bit later this afternoon. JT, if you like, take us through the first couple of cars in each of our classes today. GTO and GTU will be the initial start. There's Grand Touring classes. Your general production cars will follow.
Yeah, sure thing. GTO, which is going to be leading the field today, as they are the slightly quicker class. Your pole sitter, round 3 racing, the number 70 in the Porsche GT3 Cup. Starting alongside them on the front row is going to be the number 40 from Off Leash Motorsports in the Ligier JSR2. Just behind them, the 158 Go Karts Go Australia. Mercedes AMG GT4. Good to see them back. Haven't seen them since Watkins Glen last year. And then the 74 BMW M4 GT4 Evo from AOA Racing. Great qualifying performance from FPRS Motorsports in their Ford Mustang, starting 5th alongside the 119 AE Victory Racing Toyota Supra. Very strong performances for them. On your 4th row, you're going to have 89X Motorsports and their Aston Martin Vantage alongside the 99 GTR BMW M4. And 5th row is going to be the Low Country Motorsports Chevy Camaro, alongside the Lupe Tortilla, the Fast Track Racing BMW M4. In GTU, your pole sitter was the 60 from Stratus Racing. We'll be starting alongside the sister car in the 58. 3rd will be the 59 from Stratus Racing and the orange Civeco from Hera Flight Racing, starting 4th. Your 3rd row is all round 3 racing. The 1 and the 10. Down in the 4th row, you're going to have the Automatic Racing 908 and Roberts Motorsports, the 109 in the beautiful candy red Sebaco NP01. And then you're going to have the 909 from Automatic Racing and the 108 Polecat Racing Sebacos in the 5th row. GP1, your pole sitter is Screaming Goat Racing. In their very special diesel-powered BMW.
At
Alongside
least
them is going to
V8 powered.
yes, that's true. And I should point out GP1 this weekend is sponsored by BMW because the entire class is nothing but BMWs.
22 cars, JT. It's the
I'm
biggest class
aware.
we've gotten this weekend. Wild.
Palomar Racing and PC Racing will be on the second row in GP1. Your third row is going to be Harrison Motorsports in the 392 alongside GSD Motorsports in their 240 IR. And then starting 7th, Fast Track Racing in their BMW M2CS alongside the 24 Bruce Innovations with their M235i. And then I believe your 5th row is going to be the 522 from Choice Racing and the 176 from Grissom Autosports, both running BMW M3s. Down in GP2, your pole sitter is the 83 from Palomar Racing. Lining up alongside Rebel Racing, the 222, 779 Laguna Tix Racing, Subaru BRZ, alongside the 135 Rapscallion will make up your second row. It's an all-open throttle racing third row with the 65 and the 66. We'll throw in the 69 from Open Throttle in 7th, starting alongside the HC Autosport 455. And then your 5th row is going to be the number 9 Almonte Motorsports BMW E36 alongside the 851 AOA Racing MX5.
Thank you, JT. As the field heads out of the Le Mans chicane, such as it is now, on the back straightaway for the first time, I think we can say a good morning to Joseph Mudrock. Is that correct?
That is the rumor.
Fantastic.
Right.
Welcome along, Joseph. Good to have you this weekend, as always. I think you were last with us back at Watkins Glen. Your once-a-year appearance here, filling in on a very busy weekend for DriversEye Live, but happy to have you along for the Paul Revere 14-hour, of course, for the weekend. I know you're doing some development work over there on timing, trying to get tuned into redmist.racing, which is our new source for timing in the World Racing League. You're, of course, welcome to follow Race Monitor as well. But Red Mist, thanks to Brian Griggs down at Big Mission Motorsports, who is here this weekend, as a matter of fact. We'll try and get that up before the race is over and hopefully get you back with some of the data that we're used to seeing here in the World Racing League. So the field heads towards the tri-oval for the first time. The green flag waves. We've already lost the start-finish camera, unfortunately, but we head down towards turn number 1. It's round 3 alongside the Off-Leash Motorsports. Ligier headed down towards turn number 2, goes around the outside of the Go-Karts Go Australia Mercedes, number 153, who slots into third. It's all clean through the first couple of corners on lap number 1. Around the outside looks the AE Victory Toyota Supra GT4. That was from a really impressive qualifying 6th on the grid yesterday, up into P5 with Sarah Montgomery starting that car this morning. Tucks in behind the 74 AOA Racing BMW, all clean through the GTO and GTU cars on lap number 1, at least through turns 4 and 5.
Yeah, it looked like the number 1 round 3 racing, Sebico, had to go a little wide into 1 and slot back just a little bit there, but all safe so far.
As the general production cars head towards the tri-oval for the first time of asking, just after 8 o'clock, the green flag waves. It's Screaming Goat Racing on the inside of the All-Star BMW. Of course it is, they're all BMWs. Headed down towards turn number 1. Early braking from that All-Star number 5, which will feature former NASCAR driver Steve Park this weekend. But Screaming Goat gets the better of the number 5 on the brakes through 1 and 2. They'll work through the little right-left flick that heads down towards the International Horseshoe for the first time, side-by-side for third. That's PC Racing alongside the Palomar number 38, who will probably slip back around the outside here for the first time. All clean down through the GP1 and GP2 cars. As we mentioned earlier, GP1, your biggest field of the weekend, all 22 of them make it through safely through the hairpin for the first time of asking. As we come through to complete lap number 1, headed toward for the GTO and GTU cars round the tri-oval. It will be round 3 racing down the front straightaway back towards start-finish with 13 hours 56 minutes remaining on the clock, looking towards 10 p.m. this evening, but a long way to go till we get there. Change for second, dear viewer. It's the Go-Karts Go Australia Mercedes up into P2, just ahead of that Off-Leash Motorsports number 40 Ligier. GTR 99 is up into 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th, 6th place behind the AE Victory Toyota Supra. With the 89X Aston Martin. They're in P7. The Low Country Motorsports, number 843 Camaro. Looks like they're up into P8 already. Keep an eye on that car, not least because it's a stock car chassis with a big old V8 lump in front of it. Not least because it resembles something like a Grand Am Prep 2 car, like we talked about yesterday. But that car could be really, really quick around here. Very similar to the cars that Austin Dillon Motorsports has campaigned in the World Racing League in the past down at Circuit of the Americas. Hoping for a really good run for that crew this afternoon, this morning and this afternoon, of course, as well. As we head up onto the banking, Dustin, let's pick up a good battle for a second. The off-leash Motorsports Ligier onto the west banking, such as it is, oval 1 and 2. I'll get him down the back straightaway here in just a second. There they are, just way off in the distance. We want to pick up the 70, the 153, and the number 40. Just leaving your shot now, headed towards the braking zone at the bus stop. Much, much closer this time around than they were even just this time last lap. 70, 153, and 40, with now the 74 coming in to do battle. Looks like a good launch for the Ligier off the bus stop, and they'll head up through the gears onto the east banking, out towards the Florida sunrise this morning as we just clear 8 o'clock. It's a good trio headed down towards the start-finish line. Side by side now for the race lead, headed towards the completion of lap number 2. Go-Karts Go Australia will lead lap number 2 with the Ligier to the outside of the Porsche. So change for your overall and GTO race lead. Headed down into the braking zone for turn number 1. 70 will defend from 40.
Yeah, now the AOA 74 is tucked up right up behind them too, going into 1.
Yeah, it's the highest place of the GTO BMWs at this stage of things. That number 74. The 99 in P6 will be one of the other current spec BMWs. The G82, of course, Fast Track Racing is a little bit deeper in the field as we get our first pit caller of the morning. That is Stratus number 60. And if you were going to pick out one of the GTU cars to have an early issue, I wouldn't have thought a Stratus NP01 would have been the answer. But that car appeared to be slow out on the banking on the first 2 or 3 laps, and immediately the crew goes to the attention of the rear bodywork on that Sebeco NP01. Deep field in GTU this weekend, as it has been through most of 2025. 11 cars, including 3 of those Stratus entries, 2 from automatic, 2 from round 3. Of course, Heraflight, Roberts, bringing out the balance of that GTU field as well. We're 3 wide into the braking zone there at the chicane just very, very briefly. It looks like it is, oh man, that's very far away. It's Go-Karts Go Australia, then round 3. Change for third as the very sideways off-leash Motorsports Ligier has to concede position to the 74 from AOA Racing, who is going to get into the draft headed around the east banking of the number 70 Porsche. They are headed for laps traffic already with just 3 laps in the books here from Daytona International Speedway. More early pit callers, JT and Joseph. It looks like Stan's racing in the NB Mazda Miata, and is that the 222? I think in the very first pit stall, who's just ducked into the pit lane as well.
Yeah,
Is it a bright blue car?
It is.
Yeah, that I believe they
big lock up into 1.
Oh, that's a ton of smoke there, trailing off the back of what appears to be the Almonte Motorsports number 9. I think we've gotten on board from them, do we not, Dustin? Get plugged into that here as they recover from a really long lockup.
Yeah, that 222, by the way, was noted in race control as being slow about 2 minutes after the green flag, so they may be nursing an issue.
That's a good look of one of the Moorhead Speedworks Janettas there. I believe that's the 291. Off to a really good start from starting in 14th. Currently shown up into 9th at the moment in GTO. You can see Almonte having to really deal with traffic here, getting cars to the left and to the right.
Yeah, really narrows up there as you head down into turn number 6. Never mind just the trajectory of the track, but the bumps on the inside there as well. I mean, most of the rest of the surface is pretty billiard table smooth around the banking, but you're really setting yourself up there coming through turn 6. Easy to lock up on the way in, easy to get it crossed up on the way through if you take too much speed in, and can really send you out wide out over the dust on the exit curb there to driver's right. This is a GP2 car this weekend. I got a text from Alex Almonte earlier this morning. That car had run previously in GP1.
It was initially entered in GP1.
That's what I thought, yeah. They've detuned it or added some weight, and anyway, it's a GP2 entry for, I think, the first time this weekend. Oh, slow Porsche down the banking. It's the round 3 racing number 70.
Oh, no.
He's on the apron headed into turn number 1. You see it. And that car was absolutely not at top speed. Appears to still be under power. Oh, now I'm not sure, actually. I think
that's got smoke out the right side.
So is
they
this
have
a
tire
right?
gone down?
That's what I'm not sure, JT. It looks like that could absolutely be what it is. Now, if it is a tire rub or a tire gone down, there is a way to take it out the back door here at turn number 3 and escape to the paddock without having to go all the way around the banking. It does look a little low at the right rear, guys, I gotta say.
You can actually see a little bit of vibration.
Yeah, and so they're doing, whoever the starting driver in that car is doing a really good job, A, to stay out of the way, and B, to keep the car slow enough that it won't do, theoretically anyway, won't do damage to that right rear as the tire runs low.
The amount of body roll there, I actually wonder if something's happened to the suspension of that car.
That would be a pretty wild turn of events here. Of course, the right side does load up pretty significantly around the banking, but that car has been rock solid all the way through our first 4 events of the 2025 season, and goes into the runoff at 5 now. And that's exactly what we were talking about. These exits at the horseshoes here. I mean, sure, you're not going to get credit for the lap that you've partially completed, but I think, in the grand scheme of things, it's substantially better to get yourself off course, get back to the garage, rather than getting stuck somewhere out on circuit and having to be towed.
That has been called in as a flat tire, so hopefully it's just a tire change and they'll be back out on their way. Obviously checking to make sure that all that tire rub hasn't done more damage to the car.
Yeah, and remember here too, this is as early as it gets for any kind of significant issue like that, so by no means, if it is just a flat tire, does this theoretically take that car out of contention. Plenty of time to work themselves back into it. But at this moment in time, the name of the game is going to be self-preservation.
Yeah, right? It's a little bit of a double whammy when it happens early in a race like this. In a series like IMSA, where there's a time requirement to put your bronze driver in and also a lot of safety car, you'll put your more amateur driver in early. Here, a lot of teams are making hay while the sun shines. They're putting their ringers or their driver coaches in. So this is actually a little bit of a double whammy for the 70.
Yeah, the other kind of compounding factor here, if we want to lock in on that just a little bit, is the fact that car has been really, really good on the tight and twisty circuits. Mid-Ohio, Barber, it was just exceptional. It's a really, really good platform for the World Racing League when it's been fully developed like that car has. That advantage goes away at a place like Daytona. We saw first thing this morning that the Mercedes and the Ligier were able to drag by it at least momentarily. Those cars now lead as they head around the east banking. That 70 may or may not, it's definitely a flat tire as I see it now here in the pit lane, that may or may not hamper their recovery efforts as we get through the later stages of the race.
Yeah, speaking of the GTU versus GTO situation, the highest placed GTU is the Stratos 59 up in 14th overall. So the GTOs still do have the pace around here, which makes sense. That they've got more power. But not a huge. They're not slipping behind the GP1s, for example, as a couple people take to the runoff at the Le Mans chicane.
Yeah, correct. 2 cars now in recovery mode. The rule yesterday, or the guidance yesterday, down at the bus stop was you don't have to come to a complete stop if you miss any of the apices, but you do have to slow down to first gear speed. So something like 30, 35 miles an hour. A pit lane speed, I think, would be appropriate there. And then to stay all the way to driver's right up along the safer barrier down the end of the backstretch to allow cars up the inside as they rocket out of the Le Mans chicane in 3rd or 4th gear. About that Le Mans chicane, by the way, chatted with Brad McCall yesterday, both in voice and by chat throughout the qualifying session, who indicated that apex speeds through the 2nd and 3rd apices, min speed was down at something like 10 miles an hour in a GTU car. So this was a big talking point back at the Rolex 24 at Daytona, of course, in January. But now we've got some WRL data to go with it. The removal of those flat curbs and what we think is maybe a shallowing of the 2nd and 3rd apexes have brought that min speed down pretty significantly. I want to turn down to GP1 for a little bit here as we've got our lead battle continuing. It's Screaming Goat Racing number 29 along with the number 5 from All-Star Racing. Good to see Screaming Goat back in the fray. The young lads there behind the wheel of that number 29, along with the seasoned vet, Steve Park, in that number 5 All-Star Racing BMW, doing really good things early on this morning. Harrison Motorsports number 392, just about 2.5 seconds behind, along with Palomar Racing 38, and then the GSD Motorsports number 6 rounding out the top 5. Choice Racing there in P6 as well. Saw Will Choice very briefly in the paddock this morning, just doing circles on an electric scooter out front of his garage area. I don't know if that was nerves or just Will being Will, but it's good. Will being Will. It's good to see Will back, regardless, in the paddock. And of course, that 522 from Choice Racing is a really stout entry. So, looking forward to a really good battle there in GP1 throughout the day as well.
Yeah, it should be noted GP1. PC Racing, unfortunately, seemed to have ran into some slight issues early on. They had been there on that 2nd row. They have fallen down to, God, I want to say 20th, 21st in GP1 at the moment. So hopefully that's just something that's not going to be too detrimental to them today.
Down GP2, HC Autosports 455 leads the 2nd production class from the 779 of Lagunatix Racing. That's a BMW 330 leading that 779. Palomar Racing number 83 on the pole. Got the pole yesterday in that class at the death. It was a really entertaining last couple of minutes to an extended GP qualifying session yesterday after we had to throw down some oil dry down at the run into turn number 6. But a good qualifying effort yesterday. We slipped back just a little bit, but the margin's still only 15 seconds after about 17 minutes of running here at the Daytona International Speedway. Thank you for joining us, as I'm sure many of you are at this early hour, 237. Give us a like, smash the like button, as the kids say. Subscribe to the World Racing League channel as well. If you don't mind, we've just cleared 7,000 subscribers. That's after 4 solid years. Well, yeah, after 4 solid years. We're in our 5th year of streaming the World Racing League here with DriversEye Live. It's been a wonderful partnership and thrilled to be along back at the Speedway, of course, as well. Slow car through the banking.
Yeah, that'll be
65.
65 on race control.
Okay, that's one of the open throttle BMWs, one of the green ones, which I'm not sure. There's an American flag colored car.
That's it. So
Yeah,
it's
okay,
American
that's what I
flag
thought.
until you get to like the rear of the car.
Yes.
Then it's green.
The bumper cover, is
Yeah,
open throttle green. Mike Gorman green.
The 70, despite its tire rub, has just been noted for speeding in the paddock.
Oh. So, be interesting to see how that one gets handled. We've seen on multiple occasions here in the World Racing League, and this is the standard, that pit lane infractions are all included in the same basket, right? So if you pick up an infraction and a warning for not having your visor down, all visors down while the car is being fueled, and then you pick up a speeding infraction, that gets thrown into the same bucket. You get your one warning, and then you start being penalized, right? 1 lap at a time for each infraction. It'll be interesting to see whether that paddock speeding note is included in the pit lane penalty system as well.
Oh, backwards into
no,
turn
off
6,
leash.
reverse entry.
That is the Ligier
Third place.
JS2R, as JT says, exactly out of third place. Drama in GTU as well as now the Stratus number 58. That's the blue-tinted NPO1 into the pit lane with the rear bodywork off as well. So 2 of the Stratus NPO1 entries out of the 3 they've got in strife, while the 59 escapes away at the front of the GTU field. 6 seconds in hand over the 108 Polecat racing car, who is up from P10 on the grid now to sit second in class.
That was a big lockup from the Ligier. Seemed like just a little bit too much of the rear brake and locked up everything, and then did a 180 and came to a harmless spin. But that will take a little bit of the roundness out of those tires.
We were chatting about this a little bit yesterday in qualifying, Joseph. We were talking sim racing a little bit. I got into Le Mans Ultimate recently.
Yeah.
Yeah, flat spots, revelation.
Well, that has been well. That's obviously off the R Factor 2 engine, and
Yes.
that's been something that engine has done pretty well for a long time.
But when you run iRacing almost exclusively, you forget the
Yes.
impact of a long lockup and just how little it takes to all of a sudden to really start losing that smoothness in the ride. I cannot imagine doing 3 or 4 hours on a set of tires around a place like Daytona, peaking at 160 in a GTO car headed down into turn number 1 with that kind of thump, thump, thump.
Right.
For hours at a time.
And obviously the right thing to do is to lock it down when you go full
Spinning.
yes,
Yeah.
yeah. when you are no longer facing the direction of travel. But the downside of that is that obviously you will have gone from a circle to a polygon.
Would we like to guess the number of sides on said polygon?
It's a lot.
Nonagon? This is maybe the first time we worked Nonagon into a World Racing League broadcast in the last 8 years or whatever it's been.
Sorry, I was just watching that. I was watching what seemed like a training flight leaving Embry-Riddle, because
Correct,
that
yes.
there was an awful lot of roll in that Cessna.
It's our flyover for the morning.
Yeah.
To be fair,
that would
it's
be
all by
so
luck.
good.
the same flyover for the 2021 Daytona 24 hours.
Correct. Yes. I thought earlier this morning while they were doing the anthem, I was like, I kind of wonder what we're going to get for a flyover, because it's just going to be luck. I mean, there's going to be a plane somewhere, but you never really know what it's going to be. I do know for a fact that the retractable gear troubleshooting pattern, if you're working on a problem here, is literally just to fly circles around the racetrack. Or it was 15 years ago. So maybe we just wait for a twin diamond to come in or something that needs to have a look at that.
One of the things that's gonna end up being a differentiating factor for sideways and backwards at the Le Mans
GTO.
chicane.
Yep, that's the LML Pontiac GTO-R, who does not lock the brakes, as you pointed out earlier, Joseph, but does a nice job recovering anyway with what I think was the Choice Racing BMW scattering well to driver's left. Somebody off at turn number 1 way to the outside.
It's all
GTR.
happening, and the track conditions are perfect.
Well, exactly my thought, Joseph. Exactly my thought. This is as good as the conditions are going to get. The humidity's a little high, sure, but the track temperature is only going to climb probably towards 130 degrees a little later this afternoon, maybe higher.
Yeah, the humidity is high. It's not that high.
I'm sure. It could be 5% higher.
Yeah.
It's not raining, so...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Once it starts condensing on the
do-
surface.
I do like that the GTR BMW spins and rejoins in front of the off-leash Ligier that had previously spun.
So it's all just... Basically, we let everybody in GTO spin once, and we'll get back
Yeah.
to exactly where we were at the green flag.
That's
Yes,
the Joker
round 3
lap.
would love
Yeah,
that.
the Joker lap. It is worth noting as well, I think we've had issues for the Moorhead Speedworks number 291 Janetta. That's the second of those G56s, the V8-powered... I think it's an M56 is what it's been called by the Moorhead guys.
Yeah.
I think that's due to the amount of development that's gone into those cars to get them WRL GTO ready. Anyway, 3 laps completed for that car after a really, really good opening fastest lap. So the pace was there, but obviously some issue in that car. Additionally, the round 3 racing number 70, 2 laps ended up being the cost of the flat tire escape up the paddock roads and back into the pit lane through the Rolex chute. Worth noting, it didn't actually stop in the paddock stall. It was just a return to the pit lane for that number 70 Porsche, back on track now, and sits second from the bottom there in the GTO running order.
Yeah, it's good to see at the front of the GTO that 74 AOA Racing BMW has really good pace at the moment. It's pulled out a 3-second gap over the Mercedes here, coming through shot. Red and white BMW over the silver, black, and green Mercedes. So great job by them. Also, I'd say great job to Polecat Racing. You know, starting last in GTU.
Yeah.
Right a second and a half behind the 59 at the moment in GTU for the leading class. So that's great to see as well. Heraflight also directly behind them. In fact, most of the GTU field is directly behind them, very close there in that battle for second. God, I want to say 6 cars fighting there.
Hello to those of you who've joined us early on this morning and there in the chat as well. Some 245 of you. Give us a like. Smash the like button. I don't know. I got to keep remembering to say that. We were told it was important yesterday, so we're going to continue doing that. Team King competition, WRL finally at night. Yeah, under the lights, man, here. It really doesn't get much better than that. Bill Strong. Hello, Bill. Welcome along. Happy to have you. I know you guys were here at Daytona not so very long ago with Champ Car. It's good for us to be back here in the World Racing League as well, and really enjoying our time here at the World Center of Racing. Adrian Reese. Is that Adrian Michael Reese?
Is it R-E-E-S?
Yeah.
That's probably Adrian Michael Reese.
Can't do the John Hindhoff, but it's nice to have you along, Adrian. You featured on more than a few episodes of Midweek Motorsport back in the day, mostly as a viewer and as a guest. But
they make their chat messages in different ways.
That's true. I thought about watching Truth in 24 earlier this week just to get myself in the mood.
I just saw the weather graphic, and I say just, that was probably about 3 minutes ago. It's a 0% chance of rain,
yeah.
And I wanted to say earlier that it always rains in Daytona. It's not going to rain in Daytona today, allegedly, which means that we're supposed to get all 14 hours of. Oh, for the hour. Oh no. All right. Let me look at the forecast before I speak too soon, because I would love to get all 14 hours of racing in. The last, I think, few times that we've come here, they've been lightning interrupted.
Let's not say.
We have yet to make it through a 14-hour without a lightning delay, and unfortunately, any time after basically March here,
yes.
There's really not much you can do without just running a race at 9 o'clock at night.
Oh, that's
off of the Kank to the driver's right.
Yeah, so that was exiting 1 there. That is that rose gold color, the 69 open throttle BMW.
Yeah, it's still
coming
backwards
through
over
1.
there.
It was extremely slow. It was very nervous. It looked like something was going on in the rear. And yeah, just coming out of the corner there, it just immediately spins off to driver's right. Something is not right with that car.
Yeah, that's an odd place to. I mean, maybe you could lose traction or dip a wheel off onto the grass, but that is an odd way to go off.
Yeah, something's wrong with that car.
See
coming through shot here.
I am looking at the forecast.
Yeah, the right rear, I think, looks like it's having a problem.
Is that?
Off they go. Yep, they're gonna take the shortcut here.
I can't tell if that's down or deranged.
Yeah.
Also commentator.
Yes.
Down or anyway.
I am looking at the forecast for today. I am not seeing a chance of rain, so I do think, incidents notwithstanding, we should get through 14 hours of this thing. It will be a high of 90 degrees and a heat index creeping towards 100. So it's going to be a boiling day in the cockpit for these drivers.
Yeah, the good news is we're not losing any cameras today, so I won't have to go out in it to go repair anything later on this afternoon.
Yeah, you have fun with that.
Yeah. This is headed down into the braking zone at turn number 1 here. The Moorhead Speedworks Jannetta, I think number 290, along with the 843 from Low Country Motorsports. in GTO, as I pick them out on live timing here. That's 11th and 12th, just rocketed by the number 60 Stratus Sebeco NP01. A really good demonstration of the top speed differential between those classes. Obviously here that difference is exaggerated more than it is anywhere else on the WRL calendar, because you're flat out from that bus stop all the way to the braking zone for turn 1. GTO cars with about 400 horsepower at a 9-to-1 power to weight ratio, doing something like 160 miles an hour on a DOT 200 treadwear tire before they jump on the binders. A little bit of contact down there at the Western Horseshoe is the word from Dustin Ollis. Anyway, that Sebeco NP01 doing something like 220, 240 horsepower at the same 9-to-1 power to weight ratio, just does not have the grunt and the torque off of the slower hairpins, and then obviously doesn't have the pull down at the end of these long straightaways. Good downforce on that car, but unfortunately here at Daytona, that's really only going to help you at the bus stop, the kink, and maybe through turns 1 and 2. Everything else is about power, torque, and mechanical grip. Just crusting the first half hour of racing from the Paul Revere 14 hour at Daytona International Speedway. Driver's Eye Live this morning is Brendan Kazmarek, JT Tammy, and Joseph Mudrock. Dustin Ollis on the 1s and the 2s. Layla Kazmarek is with me here in the booth as well. Follow us at World Racing League, at Driver's Eye Live over on Instagram and on Facebook as well. Subscribe and like if you're enjoying the stream this morning. I hope to have many, many more of you along with us. Way off in the NP01 power, about 190 at the wheels for the 2.0. Thank you for that. Do the math in my head, 190 times 9. Yeah, that about works out. Those cars are not obviously at the 2,200-pound weight limit for GTU. I was basing it off that number, but of course, yeah, those cars being as small and as nimble as they are, much closer down towards 1,900 pounds. We don't have the disclosure sheets up here, to be fair. So we're working mostly off guesstimates when it comes to the GTU numbers. We have a little bit more data, let's say. For
send all of your scan and send all of your disclosure sheets to Brendan at driverseye.live.
Well done. That's correct.
It is correct. I know.
We've had that discussion a few times, and the thought is maybe that opens a bigger can of worms than we need to do. But it would be really cool to have some access to that, provide a little bit more insight into not just how these cars make their speed, but how different they are from one another. I'm saying I'm opening it up to the people if they want, if they choose to,
if they want to tell you how the sausage is raced.
Brendan at driverseye.live if you're interested in sharing some of your car data, or send your information in the YouTube chat. Power and weight modifiers if you like. I realize that's in some ways a competitive secret, competitive edge. But anyway, it'd be a little bit of insight that we don't normally get here in the World Racing League, or at least for us at Driver's Eye Live. We're headed into Le Mans week, right? 24 hours, of course, taking place next weekend. Actually, 3 weekends in a row of 24-hour racing, plus our 14-hour here this weekend. We go here, Le Mans. We go to the Nürburgring 24-hour, and then the Spa 24-hour the weekend after that. Pretty wild sequence here. But this race in particular is the only one with an open technical rulebook. Other than maybe some of the lower classes in the Nürburgring 24 hours, this is the only one where you do not have to race a homologated car. Even prototypes now are all based on homologation within a pretty specific, actually, set of regulations as to what you're capable or allowed to do. With target performance and things like that.
Cannot wait for the mandatory torque sensors in GP2.
Oh boy, don't bring that into existence. We don't need that.
What?
On board with the Martini Hammond, number 172 BMW M4. Used to seeing Aston Martin V8 Vantage GT4s out of the TLM USA stable. FARA logo up at the top. Partners of Driver's Eye Live as well. Been a minute since we've been to a FARA event, but looking forward to being back with them when they hopefully return to Homestead Miami Speedway a little bit later on in the season. This, of course, is your You know David Twatty, and many, many people here do. This is the David Twatty-led squad. The inside at turn number 6 with the indicator on the BRZ there.
Yeah, from Laguna 6.
Yep.
A lot of the time that's used to do your point buys.
Yeah, it raises that old question that used to come up at the Nürburgring 24 Hours. Do you use it to indicate where you're going or where you want the other driver to go? You would think common sense says it's where you're going, but I can see where the confusion comes in, especially when you're making split-second decisions.
Yeah, the mix, like the fact that there's a disagreement with a binary choice at 100+ miles an hour seems challenging.
For me in racing, it's always been, I've always seen it as a point buy, because usually where you're going, you can place your car to kind of show how you're going to be taking a corner. Like if you're getting defensive to defend the inside, to make a car go the outside. Whereas, you know, point buys usually to help get traffic through in a safe manner. But a lot of these cars would have window netting, so might not be able to actually use the hand signal.
I mean, you use the resources you've got, right? If you've got the indicator lights, you think that's a sensible way forward. It's not something we've ever really covered here because it hasn't been an issue, at least to this point. But that debate does come up every now and then, and you would think at some point it gets thrown into a set of sporting regulations as to, or at least some guidance as to what it ought to be. But as you said, Joseph, at 100+ miles an hour, you really shouldn't have a 50-50 split in anything.
Yeah.
Especially when it involves car placement. That can lead to some confusion and chaos in a bad spot.
Yeah, it's not ideal.
Your GTO and overall race leader is still the 74 from AOA Racing, that BMW M4 G82 GT4. So many Gs. Ahead of the 158 Go-Karts Go Australia Mercedes. Nice to have a Mercedes back on the WRL grid. Of course, the NFC Motorsports squad has taken a slight leave of absence to go do other things. Are they running Pilot Challenge this year? I think it's Pilot Challenge.
Who?
NFC. Our boys.
Oh, they're all over the place.
Yeah,
it's really been exciting to watch. To watch everybody grow up. You know, Random Vandals is now in NPC, I think.
Well, they're running GT3 cars in SRO as well with Kenton Cook.
Well, they've been doing that for a while, but I think they also moved over. They expanded into IMSA recently as well.
Same with the JTR.
Yeah, of course.
Who are now running, I believe, in Porsche Cup as well.
Yeah. Tony McIntosh, Glenn McGee, Jared Thomas, that's JT and JTR. Paddock caller is the 134 Big Mission Motorsports BMW. Man, those Big Mission guys are just... They spent most of the second half of last year rebuilding cars, unfortunately. One of them was involved in a pretty significant incident up at Road America. They spent most of the second half of the year getting everything back in running order. They brought out the 134 and I think the 336 this weekend were their two weapons of choice. And unfortunately, that 134 13-lap lead now into the paddock is a tough start to a long day here. Appreciate your patience there. A little audio issue from producer Dustin Hollis. Looks like we've got it ironed out. I
won't
wanted
let
to...
you throw him under the bus right
No,
away.
I don't. No. This
Listen,
is all technical issues.
Yeah,
Nothing to do with
Stop.
Dustin.
I'm happy to throw either VMix or TeamSpeak under the bus.
I did want to mention there at GP1, just continuing a train of thought for longer than 15 seconds, which is becoming a strength of mine, apparently. Screaming Goat Racing and All-Star Racing carry on the GP1 lead battle. See if we can pick them out on track. The margin past start-finish at the conclusion of lap 16 was half a second, or just about half a second. That is carrying on what we expected and expect to continue being just an epic fight for that GP1 race lead.
I do want to point out something. We are having a slight issue with timing because Off the Leash Motorsports, the 810, is a GP1 car, to my knowledge, and is sitting right between Screaming Goat and All-Star Racing.
Right. Wonder if, let's get some clarification on that from RJ Till, if he happens to be listening. We do see the double asterisk next to the class sorting there on that car. Actually, we've just had a change for the lead, headed down into one. You're going to see it as they come through the catch fencing there on the right-hand side of the shot. Now number 5 leads number 29. So that's your...
And in front of them is the white M2, I believe.
there it is. Yeah, okay. So let's understand what's happening there. We believe that lead car, that M2, is a GP1 car. The question is it teched as a GP1 car? Is there some, let's say, exception to why it's not being run alongside the other GP1 category cars? As you say, that would make this lead duo, or lead pair, let's say, JT, a trio, as a matter of fact, and that would have been a change for second rather than for the lead. But as things are scored currently over on redmist.racing for live timing, that is the pair of BMW 3 Series leading GP1 class tucked in behind that M2. Palomar Racing, by the way, number 38, sits there in third ahead of the 392 from Harrison Motorsports. A little surprised that Harrison car isn't up closer to the front. I mean, P4 is nothing to sneeze at, and certainly 15 seconds adrift after 41 minutes of racing here is a really strong start. But that V8 E90, E92, really ought to be, you would think, kind of an ideal answer to going racing at a place like the Daytona International Speedway road course up there in P4 for the moment. GSD Motorsports, the number 6, that BMW, it's an M2, M240. Sits there rounding out the top 5 in GP1.
I'm making timing good. That's why I'm not talking.
Yeah, no, hey, this is active development here on DriversEye Live. This is actually
We're back to the heyday.
Yeah, as good as it gets, man.
Of me trying to figure out why things are broken.
Speaking of the Thunderhill days, the heydays, the Thunderhill 25-hour returned last weekend. Our friends at the 24 Hours of Lemons putting, I don't know what the final entry count ended up being, but they were usually up close to 100 cars when they run out there in Northern California. 25 hours in 1 minute around our old 3-mile layout out there, running the continuation of what was one of the great events in amateur endurance racing here in the United States in May instead of December, which is certainly a decision, and one I think appreciated by many.
I mean, if it's been more than a year since the last event, I think you can put it anywhere on the calendar. I don't think it matters.
Yeah, sure. Yep.
Although I do think trying to decide whether or not you needed to bring your snow chains to a race would have been.
Yeah. I was just saying,
Well, you need the chains here, but it's because the track surface is damp from all the humidity.
I don't think the chains will help. I don't think that's how that works.
Oh, spin from, I believe that's the Split 5 Racing BMW coming out of the Le Mans chicane / bus stop.
Yeah, looks like it's gone to driver's right to recover and does now pull away. I think sliding to a halt there satisfies the first gear speed requirement for missing an apex, but it's done well. You know,
Presumably, by the way,
Yep.
we saw the 65 go to the outside of the Le Mans chicane. It, does they were obviously having a mechanical, but if you make the left hand apex, but then go straight on at the right, is it the same situation? I assume
As I've been told,
there's
it's
no
any apex.
real because there's no real tire barrier to go through there for good reason.
Correct. Well, there is well to driver's right, so up along the backstretch.
Yes, but what I'm saying is you're not going to cut across the track to
Right. Yeah.
to do the IMSA or NASCAR style.
So fortunately, with all the pavement there, there's really very little reason to dart straight through that tire barrier chicane, like there might have been in years past, so that you're not, digging up the grass with your splitter and doing damage to the front end of the car that way, or sliding wide and catching the tire wall on the outside for that matter. You're better off missing one or two of the apexes and slowing down than you are trying to use that tire barrier chicane. But the other kind of point that came up during the Rolex 24 at Daytona earlier this year was sightlines and your perception of depth. Because there's no surface changes down there anymore as such, your perception of how close you actually are to the corner without something like a tire barrier would be really, really difficult. The curbs aren't quite high enough to be able to spot from in the car. And with a little bit of crown there, it's just really kind of tricky to spot that first apex in your braking zone. I think that tire barrier chicane just adds a little bit of depth and sense of speed on the approach there to the Le Mans chicane. 45 minutes gone now in the Paul Revere 14 hour. This would be about the time I think we'd start seeing some pit callers, particularly in GTU. Stints likely to be shorter here than they are anywhere else, just with all of the on-throttle time around the east and west banking here at the World Center of Racing. So we're probably right on an hour for the GTO cars, whereas they'd normally be up closer to 65 minutes. Your GTU cars between 50 and 55, maybe down closer to 45 minutes as we come to the end of that first stint window here at the Paul Revere 14 hour. We had a visitor there, perhaps, but looks like not. By the way, as we see the Paul Revere 14-hour logo up there on the right-hand corner of the screen, upper right, our first pit caller is going to be the number 40 Off-Leash Motorsports Ligier. We've seen this in the past. That car quick and consistently quick. Now that they've got some of the reliability issues ironed out of that GTO car, not quite there on fuel economy is, I think, what we found to this point. Questions in the chat about the M2 having GP1 stickers. Yeah, so this is a thing for 2024 into 25. The M235, 240, and M2s, so the IRs and the Club Sports, are now eligible to run in GP1. They kind of went by the wayside as being competitive in GTO with the development of GT4 cars and the Porsche Cup and things like that. And unfortunately, or fortunately, I guess, GTO's loss is GP1's gain. It's added a little bit of depth in that GP1 class. You do have to take all of the appropriate modifiers, and of course you can do whatever you want to do. There's no reason to run that car as it was homologated in its BMW Cup classes as such. But it does slot rather nicely there if you're willing to take a little bit of power and weight penalty. It's already a pretty heavy car, the M2 Club Sport especially, so you can kind of run a little bit more power than you otherwise might be able to, but it's got so many racing-specific parts to it from the BMW factory. It seems to have slotted in very, very nicely there in GP1 up at the front of the field with the Screaming Goat car in the All-Star Racing number 5.
A couple of notes in the race control log of contact or possible contact. About half an hour ago, we had a team report of contact between the 24 and the 247. That will have happened at turn 5, which is the west horseshoe? Question mark?
Yes.
And one then between what is noted as a side-by-side contact between then the 247 and the 188 at turn 3, which is the international horseshoe by process of elimination. And then more recently, about 10 minutes ago, note of possible contact under investigation between the 9 and the 908 down at turn 1.
That is that's an interesting one. The 9 and the 908. Those NPO1s, I don't know that they're fragile, but I wouldn't be knocking body parts around or suspension parts around corners of that car. Already doing some pretty high loads here around the banking and pretty high speeds with a lightweight car. That Almaty Motorsports number 9 down in GP2 this weekend, as we mentioned during the pace laps. That car down in P7 at the moment. I believe we get a starting driver in that number 9. Had a couple of texts from it's Evan McKnight starting that number 9 Almaty Motorsports GP2 car. And that is the number 9. Off and on at the exit of turn, well, middle of turn number 5, let's say. Recovers down the straightaway here towards turn number 6. Didn't need to say the starting driver just as we picked him up going off track, but it's been a decent start for them anyway this morning. Certainly a consistent start, let's say. Obviously, that car being bumped down to GP2 after it was entered in GP1 probably has them a little behind the performance target for GP2, I would think. You want to, of course, optimize your power to weight and your modifiers, not just for the class, but for the track and the class, right? So look at the aero modifiers you're taking. Can you get a little bit more power out of the car, a little bit more top speed and torque out of these corners to suit the Daytona International Speedway a little bit better? If they threw a bunch of weight and a restrictor at that car or something like that, maybe not right up to that power to weight target at the top end of GP2, but nevertheless within just off the lead lap, I think now in GP2 is still a really kind of consistent and stable start for that number 9. Looking, is that a shark livery on that BMW? I think, yeah, painted up very much like a shark. You know, Alex Almaty, team owner there in the aviation business as well, which. Of course, here at Daytona, we've got the airport right behind us here, the Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University, educator of fine minds. Couldn't possibly name any of them, but
fine minds and Brendan.
And also
George Angelides.
Hey, that is IMSA race-winning strategist, George Angelides.
It absolutely is.
Within 10 minutes of that race ending, I had a text into our friend George. If you're not, we'll peel back the curtain here a little bit. Racing is personal, so we'll share some personal stories. Number 1, I did attend Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University. One of my good friends while I was there was a young man named George Angelides, George the Greek. Came from Athens to go to school right here in Daytona Beach. He went down the pathway of automotive engineering, worked for Volvo, I think, for a few years, and then got hooked up with Honda. The dream was Formula One. While he was here, got kind of hooked into sports car racing. GTR2 helped with that as well, but ended up going to work for HRC, Honda Racing Company, or Corporation? Company? Honda Racing Company, who is campaigning the number 93 this year, along with Mike Shaken Racing in the IMSA GTP class. JTU sim race with George as well at Champion, correct? Champion Motorsports?
Yeah.
Yep.
That's where I'll be in, an hour.
An hour, sure. Will George be there as well?
Yeah, he runs the series.
Amazing. So anyway, George got promoted this year to lead strategist on the number 93. Debuted at the Rolex 24 at Daytona this year, and that number 93 with Nick Galilee and Renger van der Zande picked up the win at Detroit last weekend in the hour and 40-minute sprint. Super proud of George. Super proud of the whole HRC great gang there. I could not care less which team wins in IMSA. I'm here for the sport, but it is really, really cool to have a little personal attachment there. George is a really, really good dude, and you like to root for good dudes. So, congrats to George. Congrats to Embry-Riddle, man, picking up an IMSA win just like that. Good stuff.
Listen, if you can't succeed at Formula Student,
And we did not. Did do well with the old jet dragster there for a while, though.
I feel like every school has to have something like when they're not crushing it at the competitive automotive stuff. They have some moonshot that they're just like, you know what? Let's do something really, really irresponsible.
They sponsored a Formula 600, I think, for a while as well, or a
Speaking
driver
of
in a Formula
irresponsible.
600. Yeah, Matt Strand involved in that one. Friend of DriversEye Live as well. Bumped into Matt a couple of weeks ago at Road Atlanta, actually.
Oh, nice.
I'll do a little bit of fact checking. Honda Racing Corporation, subsidiary
yeah.
of Honda Motor
Honda
Company.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, too many C's there.
Yeah.
Corporation company.
All right, so your GTO leader, AOA Racing, the 74, did pit.
Yep.
They, I believe, ran out of energy. Had to top off.
It's just fuel here. We only do fuel in the World Racing League. There's no virtual tanks. A little bit
Yeah,
of
I mean,
smoke out of
there's
the
a
back
virtual
of the,
tank. It just happens to be 1-to-1 with the physical tank.
a little bit of puff of smoke out of the back of the 172 here in pit lane. That's the TLM USA BMW just before the start-finish line. They got the fueling done. Was that a puff of extinguishant or a little bit of sand put down? Kind of splashed onto the concrete pit stalls. Very odd there. And immediately crew goes to look underneath the rear of that 172, and it's sent on its way. So maybe a little bit of strife there for the TLM USA car, but seems to all be operations as normal.
I will say about half an hour ago, they were noted in the race control log as a stop and continue at turn 6. So whether that was because they were nursing something mechanical or they ran into some kind of contact or something, there's no contact noted. So there may well be just a pure mechanical issue that is coming and going.
I think we've had just about wholesale pit stops now for the GTU leaders. Go-Karts Go Australia, I think, does owe us a pit stop here as well. Maybe the 163 from Random Vandals. And I think the 29, actually, it'll be just about everybody back to AOA. So your top 6 still owe us pit stops in GTO. Also getting pit stops now in GP1 as we approach the end of the first hour. This is quite early in GP1, I think. Not quite through to the end of the first hour, but the ironically, the BMW 325i diesel, which is actually an LS V8, is one of the first GP1 cars to pit, as is the V8 of Harrison Motorsports number 392. So in some ways that does check out. Those V8s not likely to get, whether it's the BMW V8 in the Harrison car or the LS V8 in the 29, probably not getting as good a mileage as the straight 6s.
Some poor
Choice Racing is also pit road.
Oh,
as
okay. Well, they've already come and gone then. That's that is done and dusted for them. Zeepa racing into the pits as well. It's the very brightly colored number 325. Abby Ward in the chat. Cheer for Lachlan Ward for me. Oh, it's her brother. Makes a lot of sense.
Now, as a reminder, at 7 hours, we stop the race and we run the motorcycle course.
No. That motorcycle course, I think, might be in the grave.
Yeah.
Not physically. All the pavement is still there, but I haven't seen it run.
Yeah, they haven't been using it for the 200.
Yeah, no. Even the superbike races, I think, have been on the back on the oval now as well.
Which, I mean,
for a while there, they would run the superbikes on the motorcycle layout and then everything else around the banking. Just concerns of speed. I'm pretty sure they've gone back to slow BMW around the east banking, or the west banking. Excuse me, oval 1 and 2. Pick that up.
Someone's also slow coming out of. Someone's slow coming out of turn 6 as well.
There it is. That's the one. Sorry, the west banking. Joseph, it looks like maybe the AOA M2.
Hold on.
Holding.
It might be. It's either going to be that or the GSD BMW.
Okay. I'm gonna guess it's the 85 here, but until we get a report in the race control log, I don't know that we'll be able to confirm that either direction. 85, slow at turn 3. That was at 8:54, so
Okay.
2 minutes ago.
Yep, that's it. White Hood. So yeah, that's the AOA BMW.
Yeah, that's down in GP1. That was up in, oh boy, let's do the math here. For some reason, we're sorting by, or showing the overall positions here rather than the class positions over on Red Mist. Looks like about 8th place for that 85. And 4th place of the BMW M2s as well.
Yeah,
We
with
approach the, go ahead.
I was just say with GP1 being all BMW, we're gonna have to make subclasses based on what model. So your E36s, your E46s. Speaking of, there goes Zipa.
It's GP1 Pro Am, JT. I think is
Oh
the-
boy.
Go-karts Go Australian at number 158. I don't think that car's been into the pit lane yet, has it?
Not yet.
Yeah, it's a really strong first stint for that car.
It's go-kart go, not go-kart go, then stop.
Correct. All gas, no brakes.
No attack, no chance.
Correct. Trying to work in a Go Tech Karts Teku. I don't know. We'll workshop it. We've got time.
Okay.
13
yeah.
hours, yeah. A bit of cloud building early on this morning here at Daytona International Speedway.
can really-
which is always welcome.
You can feel the humidity through the cameras. It's
Yeah.
crazy.
Yeah. Joseph based up there in Ohio, JT up in Seattle. Not quite Florida for either of you. JT, you know a thing or two about humidity, but it's rarely that humid and also 90 degrees.
Yeah, no, we hit 80 yesterday,
Did you?
which was nice.
Ah, finally, race leader into the pit lane. The Go-Karts Go
Okay.
Australia car had Melissa Ward in the chat this morning. Nice to have the Ward family effort back along for the ride here in the World Racing League. I'm trying to remember if they were with us last time we ran here in 2023. I don't think they were. I think they debuted back at maybe COTA at the end of 23. Then a couple of races throughout 2024. Into the paddock goes the off-leash Motorsports number 40.
Ooh.
That was the first pit caller.
So,
Cast your mind back.
so the 40 was noted about 10 minutes ago. Only had one brake light operating. So I wonder if there's maybe an electrical issue going on with that, or if it is. I mean, they may have lost the other one, and they
Yeah.
might need to rectify it.
One other thing I want to point out here that I think is important. Heraflight, number 247. That's the bright orange Sebeco NPO1. See if we can pick him up here, headed out of the pit lane, down at turn 2, Dustin. There it is, leading the Fast Track Racing BMW. That car is the last of the NPO1s to pit. It did so from the class lead by virtue of having not yet pitted. As far as we know, that is the only confirmed example of the 2.5 liter, I think it's an EcoBoost engine, in the back of the NPO1s instead of the 2-liter Mazda MZR engine that most of that GTU field is running. So it's a little bit bigger displacement. I assume it's got a little bit more torque there as well, even if the power numbers are roughly the same. The other thing it seems to be doing is generating really good fuel mileage. Automatic Racing in the number 908, actually also has not pitted, it looks like. But Stratus number 59, which you would kind of assume is the flag bearer, was in at lap 25. So something like 4 laps longer on the initial stint for that Heraflight car. That's going to add up when you multiply this out times, 13, 14 stints through the length of today. May be able to save them 1 to 2 pit stops by the time we get to darkness and the checkered flag at 10 p.m. tonight. Keep an eye on that 247. Also wonder about reliability for that car. If they don't have a ton of data for a new engine install with that 2.5-liter engine, excuse me. Something of an experiment, I think, going on at the moment there. But I'm excited to see some development, further development being done for those Sebeco NPO1s.
So BMC in chat says it is 2.5. Polecat also has a
Okay.
2.5, but it is not an EcoBoost.
Not EcoBoost. Okay, just 2.5. Interesting. So that we did have somebody, maybe it was BMC in the chat yesterday, during qualifying saying it was unconfirmed, but possibly also Polecat had the 2.5. So let's keep an eye on that, as we said as well. Fastest lap in class for that Polecat, number 108, but not quite making the fuel mileage. They were in at lap number 25 as well. So that was much more on par with the other 2-liter engines in the GTU category. 2.7 is the EcoBoost. Got it. Thank you, guys. Appreciate the information there. GTU class, it's easy to get lost in the fact that they're all Sebeco NPO1s, but as we said earlier on in the show this morning, it's still an open rule book. You're not running a homologated, locked-in NPO1 platform. You buy your car and then do whatever you'd like to do with it, frankly. As long as you're within that 9-to-1 power-to-weight target, you do just about anything. Pit stop for the number 70. It's a round 3 racing Porsche. What's that?
Does have to have a windscreen.
That is true, yes. Got to remain a closed cockpit car. No NPO1 roadsters here. 85 is into the pit lane. That was the slow.
Ooh, speaking of NPO1s.
That's very backwards
racing.
and very far off track.
That's the 909?
It is the 909 JT. Yep, absolutely. It says stopped, not spun. So I wonder if it pulled all the way to driver's left there along the wall on the inside and just kind of positioned itself for a rejoin if it can get itself restarted. It's a very odd place and direction to just sort of end up by physics without making a conscious choice to do exactly that.
Oh, and no skid marks either.
Yeah, it's a really good point, actually. Yeah, the only way I could see ending up there in that direction would be contact on the banking, and I think the physics of that sort of incident would have been very, very different.
There was a call back at 8:34 local time, so half an hour ago, that there was smoke coming out the right side exhaust of that car. A question, if that's had an exhaust issue, that is probably dead stick. So it is very close to a cutout, but I do wonder if it's going to necessitate a full course caution to push it back behind the wall.
Yeah, I mean, there's enough room down there to the inside. We did get told yesterday that they will do some hot pulls here through the balance of the day if that were to be, if there were an opportunity for it. We'll see.
You would think that that would be an opportune place to just pull that car around and bring it through the cutoff?
Exactly that spot, Joseph. Exactly in that spot.
Which I actually may well have been why it's parked up there. It might be somebody who knows the track well enough to expect a pullback there.
Yeah, and the fact that we haven't made any strong decisions one direction or another as to whether we're going to go full course yellow here to recover that car or just send the vehicle is hopefully suggestive of the fact that we're going to let this one ride and just go pick it up with a flat toe.
I don't see any calls of fluid or slippery surface anywhere.
In the background.
Yeah.
Coming out of 5.
Going counter race inside the lights.
Yep, there's a cut right there, just behind where that car is parked up, and just maybe tow it back into that cut at the end of the safer barrier, the Musco lighting line, and get it into that lane, the off-road lane there actually, as it is the photo lane up the inside. And as long as everybody plays nice here. I mean, the rule is no passing from the incident area to, or I'm sorry, from the flag station at turn 6 to the incident. I think I just saw one, unfortunately. But
do we have a standing yellow?
Yes.
There, okay.
At turn number 6, if we still have that camera, Let me pick it up from the marshal's post at the no, next one. There we go. You can just kind of see the marshal's post with the 2 little layers of catch fence there. They had been holding out a surface flag, a yellow, standing yellow for a car off the surface. That appears to still be the case.
Under the easy up.
Correct. Yes.
Yeah, before entry.
Thank you. Now you see.
Oh boy. You see it.
What he's doing is.
Yeah. That is so. What that was supposed to be John Madden, and then what it became was John Madden combined with Benny Parsons.
That's a decision.
It wasn't a decision. It was just a consequence. It was a consequence of earlier decisions.
So I'm curious here, where technically is the next station that you'd be getting the green flag?
You don't have to wait for the green flag. Here specifically at Daytona, on the banking, as long as everybody's playing nice, which they appear to be, you are free to pass after you've passed the incident.
Okay.
I have never been a fan of that. I understand why you need it here because there is a lot of wide open space. But I have never felt comfortable with the once you pass the incident situation because that implies that there is only ever one incident.
That's a fair point. And many have made that same point over the years as to why you're better off with the following green flag, as is the case in FIA rules.
Yeah, I understand why you need it here because you would bottleneck the field up quite a bit by the time you got to the next man flag station, which would probably be on the way into the chicane.
So the other issue is here at Daytona, there's really no obvious place within driver's sight lines for flags around the oval. So, during the Rolex 24 at Daytona, they used to put observers on what they call the pump house, which is the inside of the inside of the exit of Oval 2, way to the inside of driver's left. And that is purely radio reporting and informational. There's no flag back there. There's nothing commanding about it.
Yeah.
It's good to have them, but obviously when you end up with situations like this, with cars stopped down on the banking, stopped down on the runoff or on the apron, things of that nature, there's no way to indicate to drivers unless they're looking, at Lake Lloyd, basically, coming off the oval at 130 miles an hour that, hey, you're free to pass. Or, for that matter, that there's an incident or a car stopped further down the super stretch.
Yes. Yeah, I don't know what you would do here. I mean, you could put up temporary light boards around the outside of the banking, I suppose.
That's a thought, yeah.
Yeah, that's my assumption.
Yeah. There we go. Let's get some sales made while we're here. We'll advertise for other people.
SALES, not SAILS, presumably.
Well, no, that's what Lake Lloyd is for.
Oh, sure. Do you remember when the guy during the Rolex 24 did the 24-hour jet ski record? Was that a thing, like, on the TV?
I have invented an image in my head of having seen that from like the rooftop camera.
It's exactly what you think it is. Yeah.
Is he just going around in circles for 24 hours?
Yeah, basically.
On a jet ski?
I'm not even sure they set up buoys.
I mean, that seems like the fastest way to get tired of being on a jet ski.
Shout out to Rooftop Ray, who's on vacation and not with us this weekend at Daytona.
He's rooftop away.
Correct. Nicely done.
Thank you.
Why do we keep you around? Your battle for the GTO race lead at an hour and 11 minutes, we'll call it, of racing. The small disagreement between Red Mist timing and my timing is 1 second between the AOA 74 and the 158 Go Karts Go Australia entry. 35 seconds back from the race leader to the number 2 ACP Tangerine Associates. So we go BMW, Mercedes, BMW in the top 3. Then the AE Victory Racing Toyota Supra. I was told this morning that Sarah Montgomery is behind the wheel of that car. Not sure if Sarah qualified the car yesterday or who that was that put the car into P6, but that is by far the highest we've seen that car on a WRL grid. We talked yesterday about their struggles with the Audi R8 LMS GT4 platform over the years, moved to the Supra at the end of last season. And after taking a few races to kind of wrap their heads around that technical platform, it was a good car, obviously. It was owned previously by the GTR 99 squad, but setting it up for the drivers, setting it up for to be comfortable and wrapping their heads around what makes that car do what it does so well. They finally found, I think, here at Daytona something pretty magical there. Sarah Montgomery and Alana Carter featuring in that lineup over the balance of the season. And they've got a new driver this weekend as well. I need to pull in the name for that. But anyway, a really, really good start for the 119. Layla's going to pull that for me. Huge gaggle of traffic headed off the banking at Oval turn number 4 here. I think it's going to have the race leaders in it. Eventually, I'll get down there to reset that camera. But 74 and 158 work through the Hera flight. The number 44, the 85, the 927 is in there as well. And they all get mostly single file by the time they get to the braking zone. But it's the 3rd and 4th car in line. 74 from 158. Charlotte Trainer is the new driver on the 119's lineup this weekend.
Yeah, it was great seeing both the 119 and the 91 running very, very up front. Unfortunately, the 91, I believe, since the pit stop has had an issue. I believe they're currently still on pit road at the moment. But yeah, the 119, that Supra continues to soldier on here. So we see the leaders getting through the 188 yellow BMW from Lupe Tortilla and Fast Track Racing.
All clean and green here at Daytona through the first hour and 15 or so. Really good. We're still working to recover that 909, which has been loaded up onto a flatbed, by the way. And I suspect that's not necessarily because it absolutely needed to be on a flatbed. It could have theoretically been towed, but that off-road photo lane that's allowing us to do this under green rather than a full course yellow, I think it means that we're not going to tow an NP01 on a rope over a gravel road. I think this is just, by and large, the safer, smoother way to do this.
It's also been noted as having an engine issue, so they're probably...
if there's fluid down.
There might be
Yeah.
fluid, yeah. I was gonna say, because if you're gonna tow it, you wouldn't need to use that cutout. You would just stay low as you go around towards the exit of, what is it, NASCAR 2, and then use the cutout by the bleachers over there, or the gate.
Yeah, I'm not sure where exactly that's gonna end because that's a external traffic bridge on the way to turn. Whoa, that's contact!
That's Hera flight lunging to the inside. There's Lupe Tortilla turns in for the apex. Both cars continue, but yeah, you got to be careful when you're the faster car. You can get a bit optimistic with the overtakes.
Yeah, I mean, I understand they're in a fight for position, and traffic is part of the game here. But when you're coming up towards a gaggle like that, there really is no choice but to position yourself defensively and just kind of let that corner play out.
Yeah, that's the 908 automatic racing directly behind them, fighting for position. That is for 4th in GTU at the moment. The 59 from Strata still leads over the 109 from Roberts Motorsports and the 108 from Polecat.
That yellow flag obviously has been withdrawn at turn 6. There goes the 909.
Pit stop for the number 5, guys. The All-Star Racing BMW. This is first time into the lane for that car on lap number 34. Remember, it was nose to tail with the Screaming Goat number 29, who was into the pits on all the way back here. Is that lap number 25 from the looks of things? So 9 laps longer between the V8 and that straight 6-powered All-Star number 5. It's a huge differential.
Yeah, we know those Z36s can go long. I mean, look at Palomar, for example, in the 38. They inherit the race lead, as they have yet to do their pit stop as well.
Yeah, so even further for that number 38 Palomar entry. Interesting to see a little bit of a change on that Palomar number 38, just in the trim and design of that car. I'm not sure if it's quite so obvious from our trackside cameras, but that rear wing, the normal rear wing you would have expected to see on that car, has been replaced with something of a single element spoiler. Very much like what would have been on a 1997 type GT, like 3 BMW and IMSA, US RRC, things of that nature. Think sports car GT, if you're an old sim racing guy. That type of rear wing element, I think it carries maybe a different performance modifier for not being a wing, being a spoiler rather than a wing, with traditional mounting points and a gurney. So they've done something slightly different on that car. I don't know if that's Daytona specific or if that's the way forward. A little bit of development going on there in the GP1 category. Hello to the Fine Art of Distraction in the chat. Lachlan Ward is absolutely ripping through the pack. Aussie, Aussie, Aussie. I looked up Lachlan Ward just a moment ago on YouTube and see what other racing he had done. Lots of racing in Australia, of course. His banner photo appears to be an Aussie racing car at Winton. So I don't know that you could get more different between what he's doing today and that photo.
Yeah, I don't know that you get out of third gear at Winton.
Could you run an Aussie racing car in GTU? Is that a good idea?
Ooh.
Not as good as a Fun Cup.
Hey, not my words. I want to be clear. That was JT Tammy introducing the VW Fun Cup into our broadcast today from Daytona. Not yours truly.
We made it, what, 80 minutes?
Yep.
We're good.
Roughly the number of entries in the VW Fun Cup 25 Hours of Spa, which is actually going to be the 4th 24-plus hour race in a row, because that's the weekend immediately after the Spa 24 Hours, if they finished repairing all of the Armco after the 78-car grid finishes the GT3 only Spa 24 Hours. Plenty to talk about there.
What is the difference between an Aussie racing car and a Mark car?
They're completely different. An Aussie racing car is basically a modern body-shelled Legends car.
Okay.
Motorcycle engine, Legends chassis. They just make it look like a Matchbox Camaro or a Micro Machines Camaro.
Yeah, so I'm looking at a picture of them, and they look like, I don't know if you ever read the old F1 magazine.
Of course.
But we've got a BMW.
That's Zipa.
Oh, yeah, it's Zipa. That's the number 325.
I can't tell if that car's gone straight off at 6 or straight off at 1.
No, it was to the outside at
6.
6, yeah.
Well, yes, but okay.
No, it came from 6.
Right.
From the
Okay.
side. Yeah.
But anyway, yeah, it looks like the caricatures of cars in those old F1 magazines comics.
Yes, I agree with you. Same proportions.
Yes.
Just Camaro style, Mustang style.
They've taken a sedan and instead of making it a coupe, they've just removed the middle part where the back seats would be.
So the part you don't need.
Yeah.
Yeah, you just leave behind the things you need to go racing, which, I mean, is really just a tube frame chassis anyway, looking at you, Volkswagen, and your Beetles. Yeah, I think those cars feature an Automobilista too, don't they? They certainly did in the original Stock Car Extreme and an Automobilista franchise. I think they've still got them. Oh, slow car to the inside at turn 6. Is that Lagunatix?
Yeah. So what I've been trying to figure out here is I'm not seeing the 455.
Stationary in pit lane, JT.
Are they?
Yep.
Okay, good. It wasn't coming up on timing because they did lose the lead to the 779 Lagunatix BRZ. You see here, off track, possibly going to be rejoining. So yeah, they inherited the lead. But
the margin was only 12 seconds between them and Rapscallion, if I'm doing the math correctly here.
Yeah, the 135.
Yeah, so that RP1, nominally, really heavily modified NC Mazda Miata, or MX-5, should here claim the GP2 class lead.
Well, yeah, something like that, because 83 already pit, I believe.
Yes, 38 just pitted as well, actually.
So both Palomars come in. So that's going to put the All-Star Racing 5 up into GP1 lead because they did overcut Screaming Goat. That's about a 16-second gap there. And then we did get confirmation earlier. The 810 off-leash motorsports GP1 entry is not running to tech, so they will not be eligible for podium.
This is the car that is class adjacent in timing?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and we did have RJ Till confirm in the World Racing League chat that 810 car is knowingly running out of compliance with a set of asterisks indicating it's not eligible for podium or points. They weren't able to add enough weight for the car to be compliant. And then pointed out that as a driver development focus series, we want to get the team on track, gaining seat time, and having fun. And if you're not running for a championship, there's no reason for you to not run the car if it's already here. 14 hours at Daytona, you only get this opportunity every so often. Absolutely the right move here from WRL.
Are they... GTO at this point is only for purpose-built cars, is that right? So they couldn't be reclassed into GTO.
Could be. I'm not sure what that would look like, but
okay.
It depends on all of the specifics there. GTO does not require only purpose-built race cars. It has trended that way. So in effect, what we've gotten over the last, let's say, 2 years is a move from having a complete mix across GTO towards GTO being something of a buyer's class and GP1 being something of a builder's class. There's no regulation that states that it has to be that way, but that is the effect of the way that things have gone. So cars like Screaming Goat, number 29, the Choice Racing, number 522, back in 2021, 2022, those were GTO class cars. And rather than pushing production cars and production components to their absolute limit, stretching them within an inch of their life, and trying to get them to be competitive in GTO, and they very much were competitive cars, it almost made more sense, it did make more sense in those cases, to detune them, de-stress them a little bit, run them in GP1, and again, GTO's loss has been GP1's gain. It has contributed tremendously to the growth of GP1 to be this case.
I mean, as you say, the point of this is to race the car, not to break the car.
Yeah. This is the Choice Racing number 522 we jump on board with. Good to see shots of the Choice family dog there on the dashboard. I think that sticker's been there since about 2018 when we used Bill Choice streams from Vimeo in a Joseph Mudrock produced broadcast.
Simpler times.
Yeah,
Worse
no
times.
Cliff's notes from the drivers' meeting last night also on the dashboard there.
Yes.
Yeah. I attempted a very short drivers' meeting when we discovered that the meeting door was locked last night. The instructions were don't hit anybody, no beers until 10:05, everybody go home. That didn't last. We obviously did the full drivers meeting. RJ Till and Casey Carden, the chief steward over in race control this weekend. Been calling Casey Carden's name, Joseph, since our first efforts, and JT, back in 2017 at the old U.S. Endurance Championship down at COTA, running a pair of NC MX-5s. As he pointed out to us, we were like, yeah, no, we've been saying your name for a long time. Ran into him in the elevator. Nice to cross paths with Casey, finally. And good to see him back a part of the WRL as well. Oh, there goes the 908, sporting a new paint scheme this weekend. Very Embry-Riddle looking. Very Embry-Riddle themed. A black to white transition front to back with yellow and blue accenting. Really, really sharp livery on that car. Also bumped into David Russell yesterday. He was spotting for the 908 and 909s. And trying to stay out of the sun, mostly.
Speaking of MX-5, your new GP2 leader at the moment, the A51 AOA Racing. That is their MX-5 entry. Good to
That
see those
a
cars
result
still
of
going.
pit rotation.
Yes.
Yeah, that car has not pitted yet. We're an hour and a half deep here in a general production car. It's really good. Remember, too, that is, in some ways, a result of the demise of the number 455, which I think I'm right in saying JT led GP2 early on.
Yeah,
Actually,
basically
for a long time.
in the first lap they went basically last or first.
Yes.
And walked away.
Hello to my mom in the chat, Michelle Kesmarek. Go Eagles! That was the first phone call I got after I graduated asking for money, ended with the phrase "Go Eagles." FPRS Motorsports, the Ford Mustang GT4, out of the paddock. Saw that car a little earlier, stationary in the pit lane with the hood up. Looks like they took it to the blue garages here, or yellow. I'm not sure what side they're on, actually. But got that car fully repaired. Ready to go racing again.
Yeah, like I said earlier, they're running 4th in GTO for 4-bit. And that's it was great to see them running at the front end of the field, but unfortunately just something has plagued that Mustang.
Let's do a quick rundown here at the front of GTO and GTU, since we've been focused a little bit more on the production classes as of late. Your race leader is still the number 74 AOA Racing. It's the Rue-sponsored helmets with the Rue family backing the red and white BMW M4. Leads the class, leads the race overall by just about 2 seconds, I think, over the number 40. Is that correct? No, that can't be right. We're sorting by fastest lap here. There we go. By 1 second and 3/4, 1.8 over the Go-Karts Go Australia Mercedes AMG GT4. They've skipped away at the front of that class. It's 47 seconds further back to the number 2 ACP Tangerine Associates entry, and then the 119 AE Victory Racing Supra also had confirmation that Laura Hayes is running in that number 119 this weekend as well. That might explain the P6 qualifying effort yesterday. Now, the platform allowed that car to be where it was, absolutely. But a really strong start for them throughout this morning as well. Incidentally, I think Thunder Bunny Racing, friends of the World Racing League, have got the old WRL GTO Supra into grid life this weekend, into the GT series that they're debuting in 2025. So I see a little bit of parity. Is quite the right choice. GTR 99 rounds out your top 5, just off the back of the lead lap, I believe. Wait for everybody to cycle back through. No, it's still on the lead lap. Just comes through start-finish here. About 20 car lengths or so behind the AE Victory Super. Random Vandals number 163, and Stratus number 59 is your GTU leader, running 7th overall. So 7th in GTO will be the number 52 ACP Tangerine Associates BMW. Moorhead Speedworks Janetta in 8th. The 89X Motorsports Aston Martin, they're in 9th. And the Stoic Racing number 87 in P10. Was really good to see Jason Marks yesterday, our Antipodean friend of DriversEye Live, or one of our Antipodean friends. We've got plenty more of them. Jason, I told him yesterday, I called him out a little bit. We saw him basically every race for like half a season, and then he stopped showing up. But was able to shake hands and catch up with him. Looking after Stoic Racing, also working with TCB, now who campaigns the number 246 Toyota Supra out of Texas. TCB is not here, of course, but Stoic is, and Jason behind the wheel of that car throughout the day. Your GTU class leader, as we mentioned, is the Stratus number 59, out of the 108 from Polecat Racing, and then the 109 from Roberts Motorsports. Interesting to see the dynamic guys in GTU at the moment. You know, we think of, let's say, in the broader sense of sports car racing, it doesn't do anybody a whole lot of good to just run one car, right? You want the data, you want the information, and certainly economies of scale also benefit that type of decision. So a team like Automatic, a team like Round 3, and a team like Stratus all have the capability to double up the amount of data you're getting, double up the amount of testing that you can do. If you want to change a setup or change a part, see if it benefits you, your performance, your reliability, anything like that, you've got double the opportunities to get all that done. And actually, as it happens right now, we've had problems for Stratus 58 and 60, leaving the 59 basically alone at the front of the field. Polecat Racing is a single-car effort. Roberts Motorsports is a single-car effort. And Heraflight is a single-car effort, with something of an quote-unquote experimental type engine. For I think the first time we've seen that 2.5-liter in WRL competition. And then you get back to the multi-car teams with Automatic 908, Round 3 Racing in 6th, the number 10 in P8, and then the 909, which was recovered from the runoff on the inside of turn number 6, rounding out the 10-car field in GTU. So just interesting to see that GTU at this early stage is leaning the way of those single-car entries. The 69 rose gold-colored BMW is headed back into the paddock from open throttle racing. Could have been a fun cup.
I was going to say, it was Polecat and Heraflight at Mid-Ohio that were exceptionally racy for quite a while, if I recall correctly. So even though they're single car entries, they've been able to run quite competitive.
Yeah, and some of that is maybe it's just uncomplicated, right? You're not trying to do too many things at once. You've got just a group of guys group of drivers who know the car, group of engineers and crew members who know just that car. They're able to focus on that car's strategy rather than splitting time or splitting attention between the two of them. I'm not saying that round 3 or Automatic, certainly as successful as they've been elsewhere, aren't capable of managing that, but. Yeah, it just seems to be leaning that direction just at the moment. Gentlemen, can I leave you to cover things here for a few moments?
How many moments are we talking?
As long as it takes me to go reset to camera 12 and move it up into the breeze up higher in the grandstands.
That's a lot of moments. Can we get more moments?
Well, we have. I don't know how long a moment is, but if it's a second, you just do the math on 12 hours and 24 minutes.
Oh well, because I'm working on things.
Oh, that's okay.
And I'm going to be completely useless. What's going to have to happen if you leave now is JT's going to have to just say some things, and then I'm going to have to, without looking at timing, cameras, etc., just kind of come off the cuff.
All right.
I'm sure we can handle it.
Okay.
we haven't seen the exit of NASCAR Turn 4 and the run to the tri-oval in an hour and a half. So let's go just take care of that real quick. 10 minutes tops. We'll leave you in the capable hands of JT Tammy and Joseph Boudrock, and I'll go get ourselves an extra camera back here at the Paul Revere 14 hour.
Yeah, go for it. And I'll be here with Joseph, hanging by a moment here with you.
Yeah, yep, here we are at Daytona.
So GP1, I want to draw attention to the 38 was the last to pit in that class, I believe. They did come out in the lead. However, All-Star Racing, this, I believe, just last lap, has retaken the lead in GP1. It's coming through the shot here, that black and red BMW followed by the blue over yellow BMW. That is All-Star in front of Palomar right there. Coming through the shot as the Mercedes passes both cars. The 158 from Go Karts Go, I'll show you. It's your second place GTO runner. Slightly slow BMW, since that looks to be possibly in Laguna Seca blue trim. I'm thinking that might possibly be the is that the 222 from Rebel Racing?
Let me scramble to get to the race control log. 222, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So that
the same car that was slow at the beginning of the race. So that
yes,
they've had
exactly.
Continual issues.
So this is, I believe, their other outlap. So this is them trying to come back out, and I think whatever issue that they did have has not been sorted. Because I'm still only seeing one lap complete from them. Speaking of GP2, it's the 83 from Palomar leading over the 135 from Rapscallion in their heavily modified Mazda MX-5 NC. The 851 AOA Racing MX-5 Miata, I believe, is pitting this lap.
Is that? No. Okay. I thought that might have been smoke coming out of that car, but I do think that that's just the apron line.
Interesting.
Nothing audibly wrong with that car other than it's clearly a little off throttle.
If we go back to that camera at the Le Mans chicane and bus stop, we might be trying to keep an eye out for the number 10 round 3 racing MP01. There was a report of it having a spin exiting turn 6 to driver's left and making impact into the wall and continuing. Ooh, as we see the GTO from, I believe that is LML Racing down on the flat area out of turn 10 to NASCAR 3.
I don't know if we're going to actually be able to get to it today, but I do think I've implemented red mist. So,
Oh, into your timing?
yeah.
Nice.
So, hooray.
Woohoo!
So, I'll have access to it. I don't think I'm going to be able to push it up to the server today, but...
But going forward...
Yeah.
Nice.
What?
Alright. Going through shot there, we saw the Subaru BRZ of Lagunatics, the 779, currently running third in GP2 as they re-inherit that position from the 851 AOA Racing. Coming through shot here. That car was very competitive at, was it Barber? I think it was Barber. Lagunatics getting back-to-back podiums in GP2 there. That weekend we saw a really good duel between the 83 of Palomar and the 222 from Rebel Racing. While we are seeing the 83 from Palomar do quite well so far today, unfortunately Rebel Racing is having an issue that they are unfortunately dealing with at the moment. It's put them well down the GP2 order. Reports of the 810 coming to a stop, drivers right out of turn 3. The 810, that is the off-leash motorsports. Oh, just hidden behind the ticker here. There we go. The BMW M2 from off the leash. That car is not teched in GP1, unfortunately. But they have been able to run with us today. They seem to have encountered some sort of problem here. Hopefully the drivers just pulled off to reset the car, try to diagnose whatever their ailment is.
I'm pleased to announce that the telestrator does work on my machine.
Oh man, yes, this is the ideal outcome. This is Joseph with access to the telestrator. As we potentially look at needing to slow things down here to go recover the number 8. Is that the? That's not the 8. What? That is
that
the.
That is the 810.
It is the 810. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
As we look at potentially needing to take care of that, I can. I'm happy to welcome to the booth our first guest of the race weekend. It is Kate McKee. Oh man. There you go.
Hello.
We got you, Cade. Sorry about
All right.
that.
You're fine.
Cade picked exactly the right moment to meet us behind the race control door here. I was resetting that camera 12, which is probably already down by now. But, yeah, and we go, looks like we've gone double yellow for the first time.
Yeah, that's coming into the West Horseshoe. Somebody's pulled off outside the kink. In addition to this car here, so we've got two incidents at the same time, I believe.
Where is
Oh
the
no,
car
I'm
on the
sorry.
outside?
That's the truck that's just being
Okay.
scrambled.
We'll go double yellow here. We'll chat with Cade for a while. First, Cade, welcome to the booth. You're out of the number 29 Screaming Goat Racing BMW 325i. Very obviously not a diesel.
No.
And that's not just a matter of the car not sounding or emitting smoke like a diesel. Also, you guys were basically first into the pit lane, which is not the type of economy you'd expect out of a diesel.
No, not really, no.
Yeah, so it's been a really, really good start from you guys. The fuel economy thing, just a product of running the big V8?
Yeah, we think so with the gearing we have here. Just the V8's burning a little bit more fuel than everybody else is.
Yeah, that does make a lot of sense. Am I right in saying that this race was the debut event for that car a few years ago? For the LS swap, specifically.
I'm trying to think. I don't remember, so it might have been, but I think it might have been Coda, actually. That was
Oh,
the
you
first
might
race.
be right. Okay. Yeah, that would also make sense. Anyway, that was a GTO car for a while. You're back in GP1 this weekend. Pretty good start, all things considered.
Yeah, I mean, we held off the two other cars there, the A10 that's currently in the grass,
Yeah.
the 5 for quite a while, but I mean, they had almost 8 miles an hour on us on the straight.
Wow.
Yeah. We would exit the bus stop right behind them,
Yeah.
and there'd be 10 cars in front by the time we got to the start-finish line.
Is that just a matter of power to weight modifiers and where you guys are at versus them, or what?
I have no clue.
The
So,
mysteries of life. That is really interesting because you would think, as we said, the LS swap, that big V8 lump in the front. And the same thing goes for Harrison, actually. The 392 with the BMW V8, you would have thought that you guys would be rocket ships around here. And you guys were obviously really quick, but they were kind of back in that P4, P5 area.
yeah, I mean, it was pretty interesting also that it seemed like they got more top speed as they went on. I don't know if that was our car getting hotter and slowing down.
Okay.
Or if they just picked up more,
Mhm.
but they definitely seemed faster later on into the state. And that might also just mean fuel and exiting the bus stop better because at the beginning they were quite bad through there. So,
how are you guys looking on that point for cooling? It's a big old lump in the front of the BMW, not necessarily designed to run that type of engine, but we're headed towards 92 degrees today, and maybe not any respite with any rain or thunder showers or anything like that.
yeah, we wish it was cooler, but it's
Yeah.
not overheating
Okay.
yet. So
Yeah.
it,
Yeah.
it's
Is that a yet?
it's- Yeah, it's
Okay.
been running the whole weekend. It's been running like right under where we consider overheating.
Okay.
So it's just been playing marginal games with it.
Anything you can do to help that throughout the course of the day, or are you pretty much locked into what you got?
We can short shift more. We can do some other stuff. But interestingly, it really only seems to gain temperatures on the banking.
Interesting.
It
Yeah.
gains quite a lot of temperatures on the banking. So I don't know if that's the cooling system not doing great with the tilt. But
Yeah.
yeah, in the infield, it's actually pretty solid where you'd expect. But it gains temperatures on the banking quite a lot.
I would almost expect it to be the opposite there. You're funneling more air into the front of the 325. You'd expect it to be a little cooler, but obviously not the case. We very nearly had contact in the pit lane between the 163 BMW and the 188 Fast Track Racing Lupe Tortilla entry. Fortunately, the 188 was able to jump on the binders and avoid a sort of corner-to-corner contact there down the concrete pads in the pit lane. So we'll continue without any issues there. You guys into the pit lane. Looks like we're checking
Yeah.
the right rear tire.
No. We were just doing all 4 tire pressures. It looks
Oh,
like.
okay.
Yeah.
Is that an adjustment or just a reading?
Safety check with the banking here. That you don't want them too low
Yeah.
or too high to burst.
So we actually talked about this. Well, I talked about this during qualifying. I was solo yesterday for your GT and GP sessions. The first time we've been in the running the Spec Continentals, specifically here at Daytona. We know Daytona is an outlier when it comes to tires. The banking, the loads around the banking just put so much temperature and energy, particularly through the right side tires. When it was an open tire formula, you do whatever you need to do. Be safe, but don't, give yourselves any issues. This year with a spec tire, obviously Continental had to step up and provide you guys with something to base your efforts off of.
Well,
right?
and they even before that, I believe they were still assisting here before we were spec tires, and they were always trying to give guidelines on what to run in terms of pressures and camber and toe. So the tire manufacturers they weren't not giving us any data or help on what to get aim for, but it's just those pressures that they would like to see and the cambers that they would like to see typically make you end up feeling very sluggish and slow on the infield. So you see teams trying to push it as hard as possible because there's more pace to be gained. And I mean, I think we saw the 70 Porsche blew out a tire 20 minutes into the race.
Yeah, right rear.
Yeah.
Yep.
So they were probably running a little low and going too much over the curbs and the banking, and it just burst.
So were the settings you guys got from Continental full safe? Was that the
for
concept,
us,
or were they workable?
They're pretty conservative on it. It's like they want like 45 hot PSI, so it's pretty high and pretty
Seems
low
really
levels
high.
of cambers. Yeah.
Yeah. And they give you guys recommended camber numbers as well, or was it just target pressures?
They don't want over 2 degrees, I believe.
Okay.
Negative 2 degrees, yeah. So they're really conservative, and they also would like to see that everybody on a Continental changes their tires at least once, because But I have a feeling that's just covering them from anything wise if there's any failures. Because these tires have gone 24 hours at Sebring, but multiple people have run
The Continental specifically.
Yeah, multiple people have run the full Sebring 24 on them, so, and other 24-hour races.
Would you, without that recommendation, would you have planned to change them based on your experience and your sort of projections, or do you think they'd do the full 14 here?
We would be hoping to do the full 14 and be looking at them in those last couple hours as it got dark. Because when I remember the last couple of years, I mean, unfortunately, we actually haven't finished the race in 2 years, maybe. Well, one year wasn't the race, but
but you won the one you did finish.
Yeah. Yes, but those 2 races that we did win, we only used one set of tires, but they were close to the end. But those
that was at GTO levels.
Yes.
Yeah.
G1 and we won GP1 and GTO.
Yeah.
That was in those were on Hancocks though. So
okay.
But the Hancocks are a little softer maybe than these, so we would hope that these would be fine to go to the end all the way. But you never know. Especially because our car's heavier, than it was.
Is it worth it? And this is, you don't have to divulge strategy secrets here or anything like that, but it is worth kind of having this discussion from a strategy perspective. Is it worth it to change tires once you get through the heat of the day, maybe towards 5:30, 6 o'clock, 6:30 at night, and give yourself a fresher set headed into the evening if you find yourself in a positional battle for a little extra pace, or are the tires that consistent that it's not worth it?
I think it depends on where you're finding yourself on track.
Okay.
Because if you're in the lead, I would probably say you want to stay on the tires and just not risk anything, risking them get up to pressures, or you didn't torque them down enough, or that. But if you're really in the fight for the battle and you see no other way that you're going to pass them, like you're either the same speed or a little slower, then it's going to be worth it, because you can just try and give yourself the edge to make up the time you lost. Although you might start a little earlier, so you have more time to make up that time. Especially if there's a full course caution.
Sure.
In the as we get past 2 to 3, end of the afternoon, that would be a time that you'd think, well, this is going to be our best opportunity. We're going to lose the least time, and that would be something that you'd be seriously thinking about.
You guys have been around for a long time, obviously, at Screaming Goat Racing. Are these discussions that you have as part of contingency planning for the day, trying to discover what the best strategy is, or is it, hey, we all know what we're after here, we'll just take it as it comes?
It's more of a take it as it comes and see what unfolds with the race as we're doing with strategy. The fuel strategy is decently planned, but obviously with the yellows, it gets off course. But we try to stick to a schedule with that. But, like I said, we're not expecting to change tires, but we do have tires down there, and we also have wets in case it somehow does rain and doesn't lightning here, which seems almost impossible.
You say that, and this was going to be kind of my next question here. You build all this strategy. Every other year we've been here, it gets thrown out the window, right? These lightning delays really do, have an impact, not just the full course yellow and the stoppage it creates, but then you're losing that track time as well. In some years you might lose an hour or 2 hours of track time, and now all of a sudden you're, your tire planning. You say, hey, I think we need to change tires. Now, if you're doing 12 hours, is that different than doing 14? All kinds of things get kind of thrown out the window there. Today specifically looks to be the best forecast we've ever had here. Like a 6% chance of rain throughout the day.
Florida could change it.
Right, and I fully understand that. 6%
Especially
is still
with the
6%.
coast right over there.
Most other places, 6% is actually 0. But here, 6% and 6%, so it can still happen. I get it. But you're hotter, sunnier, more humid, potentially no delays, right? 14 hours right the way through. Have you guys talked about that as being hey, this may be different than past years, or is it just we're running sports cars at Daytona? Let's get after it.
We're playing it by ear pretty much with that, but I
gotcha.
mean, we have joked that the past couple of years have been the 10 hours at Daytona.
It's been more than that, but it's been tough.
It's 3.5 hours normally.
Yeah.
You ride the flag, so
Yeah, but it has. Listen, I've never really minded it because it's delivered us some really, really good racing. You guys were involved in the. Were you running the year you guys won the race overall in that battle with automatic racing, the Aston Martin right at the end?
Yeah.
I don't know if we've talked about that, but that is one of my favorite WRL finishes of all time. You guys basically back and forth, then pass within the final 20 minutes or something like that.
I think it was the last 3 laps.
Yeah, okay. So even less than the 20 minutes. Yeah, I mean, I remember following it, watching the LEDs. You guys had the orange LEDs, automatic running the blue ones around the bank, and following you guys back and forth. High point still for you guys winning races at Daytona?
Yeah.
As a team?
Daytona and Coda for sure.
Yeah.
Especially Coda winning against some of the pro drivers that have been there. And it does look like the flagman has the green flag in his hand, so.
So after a quick yellow to go recover that number 810, it's not running within your classing structure.
Yeah, we were a bit confused about that, why it's marked GP1 * instead of just GTO.
RJ was not that it matters now, but RJ was kind enough to clarify in the chat that car, they weren't able to get enough ballast in the car to get it down to where it needed to be as the green flag waves. Coming up to start finish. The 64 leads us back, and it's created something of a bind here, headed on the brakes into turn number 1. With what should be the 119 AE Victory Supra being out in front. As the yellow lights finally get caught up to our situation here. It looks like, unfortunately, that AE Victory car is right at the tail end of the lead lap now. So still technically there, but we have to look much, much deeper in the field to find the number 158, which is going to be your overall race leader and your GTO class leader. It's a Go Karts Go Australia entry. Oh, spinner in the mid-pack. That is the 52 around the 109, and it's collected by the 74. That is one of your front-running GTO entries way off in the distance there. That's the AOA Racing BMW M4 with the 52 sat crossways in the motorcycle short course there at the exit of turn number 3.
And some people passing under yellow there.
Looks like it just lit up the tires.
Yeah,
corner exit there?
the MPO1 was definitely saw the car in front of him and spun out on the gas, but I don't know about the M4. M4 is continuing. The MPO1 is still stuck there, and the AOA just looked like it got boxed in there. But I will say he was the driver that started in that car was very aggressive in the morning. I mean, coming from 4 cars back and missing the corner to overtake me into turn 1.
Dustin, let's pick up the run into the bus stop here. I want to make this point here real quick. Just, as you look off into the distance there, you see as the Roberts car gets going,
Polecat.
Polecat. The 119 is leading the field there. Directly behind it is the Hera Flight number 247. That was the 4th car in line when they exited turn number 4. It was tucked in behind the other NPO1 in line, and now actually pulls out to pass the number 119 AE Victory Supra on the high banks. That is what a 2.5-liter engine, it appears, will do for you in the GTU category. So up from the 2-liter MZR up to the 2.5-liter now for that number 247 at Heraflight is paying huge, huge dividends down in GTU. I think it's actually taken the class lead from the 59 in doing so. Absolutely it has. So it was a change for the lead on the throttle with tons of power and tons of torque at their disposal, relatively speaking.
The damage looks pretty light on the AOA car. Looks like it maybe lost the canards, but that's it.
Yeah, looking at exactly the same thing as UK. That was pass start finish there for the number 74 AOA Beamer. Maybe just a scuff and a loss of a dive plane there at worst.
It looked pretty light when he made contact there, like he just barely ran into him, but,
Yeah, you could do with a little bit less drag. It may make the car a little awkward to drive, but as long as it hasn't done anything to the suspension, and it certainly doesn't look like it has, that M4 GT4 should be right back in the thick of things up in GTO. Who's behind the wheel of the 29 Screaming Goat car right now?
Right now, I do believe it is Brett, unless they made a driver change under that full course yellow, but I don't think they did. I think they just did fuel and pressures. So
Okay.
it'll still be Brett.
Are you guys a four-driver lineup this weekend?
Yes, we have all 4 of the drivers that have ran this season.
Okay.
This is the first race that all 4 of them are together.
So it's you, yourself, Cade, obviously, Brett, Brandon Warwiss,
Yes.
and
Max Waitman.
oh, okay,
He's a very tall guy
yeah,
that
okay.
has been winning in Janetta Cup.
Oh, sure, yeah,
Yes.
very nice.
Yeah.
Quick with the BMW.
Well, yeah, I mean, he's raced with us forever.
Got it,
He
okay.
used to be a go-kart racer with us, but only raced karts.
Oh, cool.
So, yeah.
Very, very nice. Plans for the day, strategy for the day. We'll kind of wrap you up and let you get back down to the team game here. But you guys are off to a good start. Just business as normal. Oh, car off again at the International
And that
Horseshoe.
looks like the same car
It
that went
is.
off that stopped there.
Yeah,
so.
Polecat in the runoff there at the right in front of the camera there at turn number 3. Anyway, strategy plans for the rest of the day before we let you go.
Finish.
Okay. Position will take care of itself.
Yeah.
That kind of the thought. I like that. The Paul Revere 14-hour here at Daytona International Speedway is always one of attrition, a race of attrition. Kate, thanks for stopping by. Appreciate you coming up. Best of luck the rest of the way. And if you feel like it, you're, of course, welcome to send somebody up and give us kind of a recap as we get towards the evening.
Oh, he's got going. Oh, now he spun out again. I do have one question for you.
Okay.
Is our BMW orange or red?
Oh, boy. It's orange. It's orange, but I want to be very clear. The orange is a spectrum.
Do you also call...
God, is this the Continental Yellow debacle?
Do you also call traffic lights orange?
Well, it depends on the lighting. Listen, okay, here we come. We're coming down to start finish. I'm going to look at it out the window. What does it look like in the Florida sun? That looks orange to me.
As someone who's never seen it in person, but only through the screen, dear viewer, it is red.
Orange is a spectrum.
I'm pretty sure he's the only person who's ever called it orange, so...
That can't be right.
Yes.
That can't be right. But see, here's the thing. Tire Rack, you guys have Tire Rack as a sponsor, right? TireRack.com. TireRack.com is red. That is red.
Yeah.
You guys are not the same shade.
Hey,
a bright red.
Brendan, what if I told you there's a
Or a
spectrum
dark
of
orange.
red?
Is it bright red or dark orange? Answers on a postcard or in the YouTube chat. Whatever you're feeling like.
We're going to go buy some Pantone cards and go put it up next to it.
Delta Airlines, the A319 that just landed back here at the airport, right? That's red.
What do you call the bottom dark part of that, of the Delta logo? Is that orange?
No, it's red. That's way darker than your car, man. It's not even close.
Coming through shot here, the white over red BMW.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, that's red, dog.
That's orange.
Is this red on your shirt, or...?
Yeah, this is red.
Layla, if you can hear me.
They
don't
are
let Brendan
pretty
drive
similar,
anymore,
Cade.
please.
It's not good. I think Cade got me. The Run WRL shirts in sort of the Run DMC style have got red bars across the bottom and the top. He said, "Is that red or orange?" I looked at it. I said, "No, that's red," and then realized it's basically the same shade as their car. So I think Cade might have me here. But listen, I've been at this for a year and a half now. I'm not giving up now. Go enjoy your orange and white steed there, Cade. Enjoy it around the high banks here. And like I said, if you guys find yourself with some time, come give us an update as to how things are going later on. Hopefully for 14 hours of continuous racing here around the Speedway.
All right, thank you.
Yep, take it easy, Cade.
Yeah,
So we
that's
press
out of
on here at the Speedway. Go ahead, JT.
I'll just say that was Kate McKee out of the 29 Screaming Goat Racing. Currently fighting for the lead in GP1. Hoping to get the victory today, just like they got the victory in the booth.
Wow, rude.
If you're gonna die on that hill, sir, you're still gonna die.
That's fine. Had a little awkward moment headed down to the braking zone at turn number 1 a little earlier on. The number 70 Porsche got cut up behind a couple of cars, and whoever is behind the wheel of that round 3 racing Porsche 911 991.2 Cup decided to bail out in the braking zone, which for a front-running car that's 2 laps down, or was 2 laps down, is not necessarily the action you would have expected, maybe. But as we've said, this is very much a race of attrition sometimes, still 2 laps down as I look at timing. And survival is going to get you a lot farther than desperation. in this case. That's a different way of saying discretion is a better part of valor, which is a phrase I don't like using.
Because you don't like Shakespeare?
Correct.
Okay.
I'm not an expert, Shakespeare expert. Layla here took a couple of classes in Shakespeare, I think. At least one. It's overused. That's all. You know. Shakespeare's overdone.
Yeah, Shakespeare's
Hot
played
takes.
out. You heard it here first on DriversEye Live.
Hot takes from Brendan Gasmark.
Paul Revere was supposed to save us from Shakespeare, right?
Uh-huh.
Thanks for everybody joining us in the chat this weekend. Appreciate you all spending some time with us on this fine Saturday. We begin the countdown to Le Mans week, as the old Radio Le Mans crew used to say. If you count your year from June to June, and many of us here in the DriversEye Live stables do, this is kind of the initial send-off for what will be test day tomorrow, and then obviously on-track action to start at the Circuit de la Sarthe on Wednesday afternoon. Pit stop again for the Trimtex sponsored Round 3 Racing Porsche. A tire comes over the wall. They go up on the jacks, and it looks like they're going to send it. It was a left side tire this time. I don't know if it was front or rear, because it was obviously opposite us up here in the booth. Settled nicely back into a rhythm here post our first full course yellow of the weekend. Or day, I suppose it is. Today.
It is race day. There
Yep.
is no more. There is not another race day after this.
That's correct. This is, as you say that, Joseph, rightly pointing out that it is the first round of the Super Endurance Cup, which was meant to be 3 races last year and ended up being 2 because we lost Daytona. This year, 2 races in the Super Endurance Cup. The 14 hours here at Daytona. We do 13 hours at High Plains Raceway out in eastern Colorado a little bit later in the year. They're just about 45 minutes east of the Denver Metroplex. Before we award that little mini championship. We, of course, had the 12 Hours of Charlotte last year as well, which is held in conditions remarkably similar to this, in that it was hot and it was humid. But it was a really, really nice weekend. I did love Charlotte last year. I'd love to have it back on the 2025 calendar. But unfortunately, obviously, it hasn't featured. We're back at Daytona, as JT pointed out at the top of the show. Charlotte was great, but Daytona is special, really special. More Rovals, please.
Yeah, what are the
what's
options?
Homestead's up?
Yeah, I was gonna say Homestead. You've done Homestead.
IMS, Indy,
Yeah.
technically. The Bristol parking lot. There we go. IRP. The IRP road course. We've gone double yellow.
And for what?
We do a scan here out the window. No, nothing. Is there a car maybe over on the backstretch? See the race control log.
It won't be for
60
Lightning.
stop drivers right at 6.
So that was called in as having suspension damage. I assumed that was.
I don't see it.
Oh, it's suspension damage on the left rear.
You have it on a camera anywhere? Yeah, I mean, there's a waving yellow there, so it must be. Oh, it's against the tires. It's a Stratus car just behind the light pole, parallel to the tire wall. That's exactly. Wow, that is really difficult to pick out, and without the timing tower being gone, would never have seen it. So that is the Stratus Sebeco NPO1, one of the delayed NPO1s, actually the most delayed out of those cars. Joseph, you said that was reported as having suspension damage?
Yeah, on the left rear, which indicates that either it's collapsed on the way in or it's had contact.
I mean, that would be a place to receive a punch to the left rear.
Yes.
If somebody's not that anybody should be out breaking GTU cars, to be clear, but If somebody were to try something like that, or maybe the door got closed there and there was a little bit of contact, that would make some sense. Also odd to end up against the tire wall there without either a mechanical failure or finding yourself, outbraking yourself on the way in, which would also be very un-Stratus-like. But anyway, we certainly have to go full course yellow to recover that car in an impact zone, obviously right against the tire wall. Into the pit lane comes the 247, which will have been out of the lead in GTU at the time. Stretched out the margin there to 15 seconds right before we went to the full course yellow. It's a really, really impressive. Oh, no, not quite that far. I got to do the math right. 15 seconds, so 10 seconds was the margin. So really, really good stanza of the race there from that number 247. To get into the GTU class lead. Shuffle some equipment around here in the MRN booth. Other radio-only commentary teams are available.
I'm not seeing any reports of contact.
Yeah.
That's been listed in the race control log. Not to say that there hasn't been any, but there doesn't appear to be anything noted.
JT Tammy takes a little bit of leave from us here, Joseph. To go run sim racing as is JT's want.
What's he what's he doing? What's the weapon
I
of
don't
choice?
know. I didn't ask. It's
Okay.
Champion Motorsports, so I believe iRacing now.
Okay.
We know a few names that are still involved there. Oh, it's the Nürburgring 24. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Today is that, yeah. That would make sense.
109's been docked a lap for passing under yellow, passing the 87 at turn 5. A few cars actually were docked a lap under the full course caution. Previous to this, the number 65 and the 89 both caught passing under yellow at turn 3, which is, of course, where the incident was. Between the... No, that wasn't. Oh, well, that was the initial incident. And then there was obviously there was the other incident.
Yeah.
When we took the green flag.
So the 109 pass under yellow here will have been, I think, for the standing at 5, backing up the waving yellow at turn 6.
We've got our first pit lane lap penalty of the day already.
Man.
2 hours
that's for the
in.
Heraflight car.
Yeah, P2 in GTU at the time, I believe.
It was the leader. Before it came into the pit lane here, that was the car that had rocketed into the GTU class lead. It's gone bad to worse there because they are still stationary in the pit lane with the safety car coming by. So theoretically here, the 59, which has already inherited the lead, and now actually passes the 247 stationary in the pit lane to drop a lap on the Heraflight NPO1. Now, a good couple of stints here can get that car back into contention, but certainly with a team as rock solid as Stratus has been, although maybe some issues early today that you wouldn't expect, you don't want to be giving up that time if you can avoid it. Both of the round 3 cars in now as well, the number 1 and the number 10. Worth noting that just before the full course yellow, it looks like we had a change for, so it was right off the restart, wasn't it? Change for the class lead, an overall race lead, with the number 2 ACP Tangerine Associates BMW clearing the number 158 Go Karts Go Australia entry. And the 163 from Random Vandals finding themselves in 3rd. If anybody has some information on the Random Vandals entry this weekend, I'd love to get a little bit more detail on that. Number 163 is not a number you associate with Random Vandals typically. And in fact, I'm certain that 163 car has been campaigned by teams not named Random Vandals. So I wonder if this is a customer and car prep situation, or if it's the team kind of taking over a car, maybe having just purchased one. I'm intrigued by that. Interesting as well that it is still the older spec BMW M4, the F82, which are becoming less and less commonplace around the world, and certainly here in the World Racing League GTO category as well. Into the pits is the 40, the off-leash Motorsports Ligia JS2R. If pit stops were made under the last full course yellow here, I would think that this would not necessarily be the time. I look down a little bit lower here, or if you're further back in the field, if you can avoid going down an extra lap, I think it's worth doing. So maybe if you're the 70 from round 3 racing, that's in something of a recovery mode. Obviously, off-leash has lost a bunch of time here in the early parts of the day as well. GTR 99 has been in to top off. If you're not going to lose a lap, losing a little bit of track position here is not necessarily the worst thing in the world, especially if we get a little long, or a long green flag run when we go back to racing. Joseph, we don't tend to get a ton of full course yellows here at Daytona. You were with us the last time we raced here, so we didn't have a 2024 event. But we do tend to get these longer green flag runs. The problem is, with it being so hot today specifically, 92 degrees for a projected high, and not really expecting to see any breaks in the action with thunderstorms around the area, attrition, I would think, is likely to play a role here later on in the day.
Yeah, I would think so too. I mean, you've got a few factors there. Obviously, contact is a big one. You're putting the car under load for what feels like half the lap in the oval banking. You've got the new curbs, which are a little more aggressive down at the Le Mans chicane. These are, and then obviously you've got the brutal heat, which is gonna, I mean, brutal by the temperature is gonna affect the cars, and the temperature and the humidity is gonna affect the drivers. So I mean, we're gonna have to deal with that until, I mean, really until about 2 hours to go in this race.
Yeah.
When the sun starts to go down and we do finish under the lights here.
It's an interesting point you bring up about the curbs back at the Le Mans chicane. I don't remember if that was a major talking point at the Rolex 24 at Daytona, but you used to be able to really, I mean, hammer those things, especially in WRL. IMSA ran those gator tooth kind of inserts, those white bolt-in inserts on the inside of the flat curbs. They took them out after the 24 was over and left them out for club racing and track rentals and things of that nature. Here, obviously, the only way you get curbs back there are by bolting them in to concrete strips that have been laid that define the track edge now at the Le Mans chicane. They're really fundamentally not usable. I mean, in a GT3 car, you might have been able to get away with it, and maybe a GTO car could, but they are so aggressive compared to any of the other curbs on track. And as Cade McKee pointed out to us earlier, the round 3 car, if you're running low pressures or you're going aggressive on pressures or camper settings or anything like that, it may not take much to run over those curbs just a handful of times and start taking chunks out of tires or cause a tire failure at the temperatures that we're all sort of running at here.
Yeah, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but my assumption here is that basically you can't run too low of a tire pressure because you're putting a lot of vertical load through the tires, or vertical and lateral load through the tires through the banking. And so if you don't put enough pressure in, you're putting a lot of heat and energy into the tread blocks of your tires. And which means you have to really crank up those tire pressures, which means that if you take a rough ride over those curbs, it's really going to unsettle the car. You're really relying on the suspension to help you out. But you also can't run the suspension super soft because the floor of your car is being thrown into the banking every time you drive through it at speed. So it's a little bit of a rough ride to go over those curbs. Not only will it unsettle the car, but there's a risk that you could do some real damage to some components, and you add those up, duty cycle over duty cycle, and you run the risk of not being able to complete all 14 hours as we get ready for the restart.
Yeah, just to put a point on that, Joseph, it's also worth noting there's really no way to prepare Not that we simulate sidewall dynamics or anything like that really in sim racing to the point of failure, but that chicane has been reprofiled since the last. There's been no scan, right, of a track since that's been done. So you really don't even get a sense of what the car dynamics would be like if you decided to use them. You've just got to stay away or find out the hard way what the answer is there. And I don't think anybody's interested in doing that 2 hours into a 14-hour race. So the green flag waves back at the Daytona International Speedway. Your race leader, the number 2 ACP Tangerine Associates BMW, actually leads us back to green from the 158 Go Karts Go Australia Mercedes. The 163 Random Vandals BMW slotted into, as I look a little bit further back, P3 in the class. I see the AE Victory Racing Toyota Supra in that lineup as well, and that is significant because I believe that's the first car it'll be Fast Track Racing 188. That's the first car one lap down, third car in line. So, unfortunately, even at this early stage, we've only got the top 4 in the GTO class on the lead lap of the race leading number 2 car. I'm not sure either of those cars necessarily have the pace to do this on their own. Long way to go in terms of full course yellows and how those things may pan out. But we did see, as we jump on board the 522 of Choice Racing, we did see earlier on, Joseph, that 119 was caught at the tail end of the lead lap underneath a full course yellow. Obviously, we don't do waiver rounds in the World Racing League just for consistency's sake and simplicity's sake.
And speed that it would, the amount of time it takes to execute those.
Oh, for sure.
Fairly. Even
if you did it Formula One style where you just let them go and then throw the green anyway, it's just better and safer here not to pursue doing that. And that's all fine. Unfortunately, it means if you're not quite on the pace of the overall race leader, you are at risk of going a lap down reasonably early on. As we get a change, it's not a change actually, it's the number 188 scooting up the inside of the 158. So that Fast Track Racing BMW M4, I said it was maybe not on the pace to go get its lap back, but actually here it's putting in a decent little charge. It's past the second place car and will now set its sights on the similarly trimmed number 2 as we get a spinner at turn number 3. It is it's one of the general production BMWs. Backwards there, just lost it on the brakes and went around just in front of the race leaders and is going to have to let at least a dozen here, maybe more cars go by. That's the HK Motorsports number 221, I believe. Gonna have to let most of the field go by if it can get restarted. Joseph, we've seen here in the past, difficult sometimes to get these cars restarted in this kind of heat and humidity.
Yeah, same situation as you see really during a red flag. This is going to be really problematic. You see a lot of bunching up happening here because we're right after a restart. A lot of cars bunching up. We're in a standing yellow zone through here, obviously. I'm not sure where the next, if this is also one of the stations where it's as soon as you see the incident, you're allowed to carry on.
No, you have to wait for the green flag.
Yeah, so that's going to be a little bit of a nightmare for race control to sort through because that felt like virtually the entire field going past that stricken 221.
Yeah, it's also worth noting, Joseph, from a driver's perspective, you've already got your guard up to some degree because, as you said, right after a restart, you are smack in the middle of huge gobs of traffic. We don't separate the classes or anything like that in WRL. It's just the grid as it presents itself. So you're immediately passing cars in other classes. You're coming up to the first, it's not the first big braking zone, but 1 and 2 are so wide and open with all that runoff out to driver's right. The road really narrows up right there as you pass pit exit and get into the braking zone for 3. And now all of a sudden you've got a waving yellow flag that's going to be up at the marshal station. You may not be looking for that yellow flag. You're much more focused on not hitting cars, watching where they go, how they choose their line out of that right-left S-bend at turn 2. And from a marshal's perspective, right, trying to pick up passes under yellow in a situation like that is not impossible, but really difficult because your eyes are on the stopped car. It's a pretty, not skeleton crew this weekend, 2 to 3 marshals per station, but as soon as that car goes around, your eyes are on safety and communicating to the drivers, not necessarily trying to pick out car numbers as the case might be. In any case, that 221 has gone, so we're clear from the incident down there at turn number 3.
The other issue,
Go ahead.
Brendan, is that you're also looking for blue flags.
Yeah.
So you've got a lot going. I mean, because we don't separate out the classes, like you mentioned, there's an awful lot going on, and on the driver's side, there's the issue of you are just oftentimes focused on the cars in front of you.
Yeah.
Especially when you're in a big gaggle like that, which is obviously part of the motivation behind some of these in-car systems like the Flytronics and the Motec style dashes that we see in SRO and the like.
Yeah, specifically here, we are required to run Flagtronics in the World Racing League. They are not used for local yellows. They full course yellow informational system. Primarily, also code 35 is where we do that, which is at the moment I think just Barber. So we go 3 wide up onto the banking here at the bottom of your shot. So it may or may not help you as you come into a yellow flag zone like that. But in any case, everybody did exactly what they should have done, which is slow down, take it easy, long race, and to pay attention to the flags and preserve the self rather than to push overly hard as we go a couple of cars wide into the chicane. I think we've all come out the other side here as the round 3 teammates get a little bit close together, very much holding each other up as they do so, however. But all cars made all apexes. Blaze cars out wide at the initial left-handed bend. With the Harrison car up over the curbs there to driver's right.
Yeah, I do wonder if some of the production class cars, the GP2s especially, are going to be able to take those curbs better. You would kind of think that because they're not specially prepped, that they would have a little harder time with those curves, but I do kind of wonder if the general production cars are going to naturally just be running a little softer, being designed for mechanical grip, and maybe actually be able to take those curbs a little bit more aggressively.
Softer, higher, and on a harder tire.
Yeah. Not that I would want to be the person to test that out.
No, exactly.
In a car that I'm renting, especially. But I do wonder if someone who's a lot more familiar with their car able to take those curves more aggressively, which would save you a ton of time. It's at this point with that reprofiling, it's probably one of the slowest parts of the track. I guess the horseshoes are probably slower, but
we were told yesterday by Brad McCall that the GTU corner speed is down about 10 miles an hour.
Yeah.
The min corner speed there is down about 10 miles an hour, and we have lots of theories about why that might be. I'd love to get the overhead satellite imagery to see if it's been shallowed at all, but it sure feels like it has.
I don't know that I think it has. To be honest, I just think the fact that you can't take any curve is done an awful. I mean, that's sharpened up both the entry and the exit from that complex. But
this is in the same location as our camera 2 years ago, so I suppose to some degree we could probably overlay that, but I'm much too busy to even attempt doing something like that.
I feel like I could. Hold on, I'm gonna Google Earth this.
I don't know if we've got the imagery yet. And you got to overlay.
There's plenty. It's been in place for a year.
No, it hasn't. Oh, yes, it has.
Which is why we couldn't come here.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. There was an SCCA regional. I think here was the first one to run on the revised chicane and run off all there on the back straightaway.
I mean, who better to break in a new surface than?
Sure. Than Spec Racer Fords.
Yes.
I remember seeing onboards from the first time, and it was the, look what they've done to my boy kind of reaction. It was really difficult to pick out the sight lines and the curbs. Fortunately, once you get some rubber down there, you can kind of use the racing line as a good judgment of braking points, turn-in points, and things of that nature. But until you get to that point in a race weekend, it can be very, very difficult to pick out those sight lines. Interesting to see what it's like here at night as well. Whether we're running the aero signboards like they do at the 24 or what the case is going to be. Remember, dear viewer, whereas at High Plains Raceway, for example, where we run in full darkness, They actually last year did run a revised testing schedule, practice qualifying schedule on the Friday that ran into the darkness. We don't do that here because it's only an hour and a half or so of nighttime running. We qualify and race during the day, try and avoid the thunderstorms and the rain showers at night on the Friday, and then we go racing here into the darkness, and everybody kind of figures it out for themselves in real time. Of course, the lights help a ton, but it does change your sight lines just enough, I would think. We're cruising along here at the Paul Revere 14 Hour, the return of the Paul Revere branded event. Summertime sports car racing at Daytona was, of course, the July 4th event for many, many years for IMSA and eventually Grand Am. Sports car racing, summertime under the lights, usually associated with the NASCAR weekend there on July 4th. Not the case anymore, obviously. The NASCAR race has moved. The Pepsi 400, Coke 400, Coke Zero 400 has moved to August now is the last round of the regular season, as it were. In NASCAR, and the Paul Revere event hasn't been run since 2009 when it was the Brumos Porsche 250. But we bring back summertime sports car racing after a year away. We bring back the Paul Revere name and the run to the day into night racing here at Daytona. Doesn't get much better than this. Not sure if anybody noticed, but on the poster that was done by our friends over at 10 Tenths Creative in for the 2025 event, there is there's a little Easter egg there with a couple of lanterns being hung. I was told one if by land, two if by sea was the old legend, and you may find a couple of those lanterns hanging on the catchments of the Daytona International Speedway. So thanks to Pat at 10 Tenths Creative. He does a fantastic job. One of our another Australia and Antipodean-based friend of DriversEye Live. Got plenty of those this weekend. We go on board.
I'm just looking at Google Earth.
No, you're good. We go jump on board with the Rapscallion number 135 into the bus stop we were talking about earlier, in the Wamah chicane. A little wide there at the third apex. So as you get to that fourth one, with the old design, you would have just straight lined the exit, right? You would have just opened the wheel up, jumped over the curb. There was a little rise there where they had ditched the old chicane layout. I don't know that they got it completely level. You would just climb up over a little hill as you got to that fourth apex with the wheel basically straightened out. That is not the case anymore. You've got to bend the car back to the left around the end of the curb. Into the paddock is the PC Racing number 44. Oh, no, is it? It looks like the PC car. It rounds the corner here. It is not PC. It's 221. It's the 221. Sorry about that. So that HK car the car that spun, I don't think actually was HK. I wasn't able to pick out the number correctly there, but now that number 221 out of the paddock and does resume out on track after a couple of laps lost there. Also into the pit lane now is the LML number 78, the Pontiac GTOR, back at its spiritual home. Speaking of Grand Am Prep 2 cars, it's literally exactly what that is. With the oldest bodywork available for that chassis. Of course, they think that chassis also ran Corvette bodywork. It ran the Pontiac GXPR bodywork. The Camaro, I think, for a while, which was, from memory, the debut car for one Jordan Taylor, the old Auto House Chevy Camaro. Hey, Joseph.
Yes, Brendan?
If you don't mind taking a look at the screen, take a peek at the logo top center.
Okay.
Sunoco Race Fuels. It is a marriage of all things we love. Fuel and race fuels.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. That's really well done, Layla. That was good. Well, good pointing that out.
I mean, way to wake me up.
Inside. I saw that on an Instagram reel yesterday for something completely unrelated, and it immediately takes you right back.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
I just that mild Evanescence.
What's Evanescence up to these days?
What is Evanescence up to these days?
When you get done with your Google Earth and Photoshop work,
It's actually this is really disappointing. There is no imagery after 2023.
Oh, see?
Really sad.
I'm really disappointed. I'm really disappointed in Google Earth. Oh, Evanescence released a new song in March, we're told.
Why?
So Evanescence has released a song more recently than the Daytona International Speedway has had satellite images. Think about that for a second. Really makes you think.
Yeah, does it?
I'm thinking.
I am actually genuinely disappointed in this.
Yeah. Take a peek down to GP1 and GP2 as we clear another half an hour of racing. 2 hours, 31 minutes gone. 11 hours and 26 minutes now. It says, as we go out wide, this is the Almonte Motorsports number 9, outbraking themselves into turn 2. I would think easy to do there on a production-based ABS system. Sure, you can drive a GT3, GT4 type car in there much, much deeper. But if you're reliant on, we said like a production-based ABS system, it's going to be a lot more aggressive with your brake cutout, especially in that long arc of a braking zone. Easy to end up wide and out over the concrete in the runoff. I was just going to point out, or do a quick rundown in your production classes. I think that was the number 5 that just scooted through the inside of the Almonte car. So that is your GP1 class leader with 11.7 seconds in hand over the number 38 from Palomar Racing and the number 29 from Screaming Goat Racing, 31 seconds off of the class leader. So we've kind of identified this now as the lead trio, let's say, separating themselves from the pack in GP1. Which is a little easier for us to digest. I don't think it'll stay that way in the long term. Attrition always plays a role here. As we've said, GSD Motorsports is lapping quite quickly at the moment with the fastest lapping class at 2:13.145 last time around as well. So the opportunity to regain some time there. And obviously the 392 from Harrison Motorsports is an awfully strong car as well. So I think that will probably shuffle its way to and fro throughout the course of the day. Shouts a little bit further down in the field as well. Choice Racing, 522 there in P6. Nice to see them back. Of course, PC Racing, number 44 and 7th. Grissom Motorsports, 176 in P8 in class at the moment. Blaze Racing, the number 118 BMW E36. P9, that's a very lightweight car, lower on power generally speaking. So not necessarily a car you would think would be well suited to the Daytona International Speedway, but consistency is going to be more key than fast lap time for sure, and it's got them inside the top 10 in class at the moment with what I believe is the remaining Big Mission Motorsports BMW number 336, or at least the less delayed Big Mission car, with the 134 having spent some time in the paddock a little bit earlier on. GP2, your class leader is the Palomar Racing number 83, so strong day so far for the Palomar gang out of San Diego, San Diego area. Rapscallion number 135 in the RP1, that heavily modified NC Mazda MX-5. Second in class, 1 minute and 3 seconds off the back of the Palomar BMW with the Lagunatic Subaru BRZ. The number 779, third in class. 851 from AOA Racing, that is the NC Mazda MX-5 in P4. And then the open throttle 66. Ooh, as we get a couple cars out wide at turns 1 and 2. One of those is the Harrison BMW, and just in front of them, is that PC? A couple of things going on here. I think this is a battle for position. If I look, it very much is. So it's PC Racing 44 ahead of the number 522 from Choice, and then the 392 of Harrison. So I think Harrison has lost a pair of spots in all of that kerfuffle down at the outside of turn number 2. Very, very awkward. We caught it there just as it was sort of unwinding itself, let's say.
Fine, I'll pay attention to timing.
Oh, who's calling you out?
Oh, me.
Oh. How's the Red Mist integration looking there, Joseph?
It's getting there. I don't know if it'll get there by the end of the day.
Okay.
But
let me ask you this. If we were to throw ourselves at that timing source.
Yeah.
Would it backdate? Like, would we be backfilled with meaningful information?
I don't know that we would.
Okay. That's fine.
And so that would be the issue with that. Well, it'd be one of the issues with that. The other issue would be that we would have to wait until your other 2 events are offline for the day, so that I don't ruin them.
Right, to push the updates.
Yes.
Are we seeing any lap time, or I'm sorry, pit stop tracking?
Yes.
From that source. Okay. All
Yes.
right. Well, then it's worth having.
I agree. It'll be really nice, and eventually, I might learn how to parse the loop situation, which would get. Oh, we've got a slow car on the apron.
I look to my left. That appears to be an open throttle BMW. TC Klein is not with us this weekend, so I really have no opportunity for confusion here. It is bright green, Mike Gorman green. And I think this is going to be the 64. The only all-green BMW this weekend, actually, now that I think about it. 65 is red, white, and blue striped with the green bumper cover.
Yeah, I'm not seeing anything on the race control log that would indicate who that is.
It was slow, but not like at a crawl in the skid pad on the inside of the exit of NASCAR 4. The old NASCAR chicane that we ran there for a few years. 66, I'm told. Okay, there we go. Layla getting out the old iPhone binoculars.
Yeah, it was being called in as the 6, as in singular 6 instead of the 66. That doesn't seem quite
May
right.
have been a misfire in the log there.
Yeah.
Sideways moment exiting turn number 6. I wasn't watching the screen, so obviously I can't provide context there. Unfortunately. In any case, just kind of keep an eye on GP1 for the rest of the, let's say, through the early afternoon parts here. It could go the way of having just those 3 cars kind of scrap it out for the rest of the way, but I suspect that won't be the case as strategies evolve and the day evolves. More often than not, we do get these long green flag runs here, and hopefully that is able to bring a few more cars back into contention in what is already a really, really deep field in in GP1. Reset my timing here because I've got 2 Blaze Racing cars for some reason.
Yeah, I can't remember the last time I was. Big lockup into one.
That's a very long left front lockup from the Almonte car, number 9. Not the first time that car's been way deep into turn 2 there. Might have done better to release the pedal there and use that concrete runoff as a way to square the corner off. But instead
of squaring off the tire.
Exactly, yes. Instead chose to do that and carried that lockup for, I don't know, probably 150 feet down that long arcing braking zone to the left.
Yeah,
I do
not
wonder
a ton of cadence in that braking, unfortunately.
Yeah, I wonder if the ABS was knocked back a little bit after being too deep into the ABS a few laps ago and running wide, and this time not using the left or right foot, I guess, probably in a production car you would think right foot, the best to manage that lockup situation. It's not a great way to get tires to last 14 hours either.
No, I mean, we were just talking about the amount of energy that's going through the tires on the bank. Now, that tire won't be all that loaded up. I mean, that's the entire reason why he had the lockup into one, is because that tire obviously is completely unloaded.
Yeah.
But, that'll still be uncomfortable around... Well, it'll be uncomfortable everywhere, frankly. And even if you don't feel it through the seat, you will feel it in your hands.
Yeah, absolutely. The 74 from AOA Racing, I believe, has been given, is it 2 laps worth of penalties?
Who is this?
74. At least 1 lap.
74 was given a passing under yellow penalty about 20 minutes ago.
Did we mention that?
I don't remember if we did.
Yeah. I don't think we
that was
did.
about 5 minutes after the most recent green flag is when that was given out.
Yeah, 2 separate passing under yellow penalties. One at 9:06 this morning, and then the one at 10:19, as you said, just about 20 minutes ago. But it's dropped that car out of what was that 4-car train on the lead lap. It is now 2 laps off of the race lead and sitting 7th overall, 6th in the GTO class. Oh boy.
Is in height. Drink of water. Another lockup. Yeah, I mean, you'll pick this up if you watch an F1 broadcast, but once a tire is locked up that badly, there's every chance it'll lock up again because just that little bit of flattening on the tire will arrest the motion just enough to make it lock up a little bit more.
Yeah, at a certain point here, in the interests of self-preservation, regardless of whatever your strategy was, I would think for a 14-hour race with, as you mentioned, the kind of loads that we're dealing with around the banking here, even on the unloaded side of the car, mostly unloaded side of the car, the last thing you want is that amount of vibration and resonance going through the car lap after lap after lap 300 times.
Well, the tricky thing is, even though you have the loading through the banking, the vertical loading through the banking, all of the corners where you're trying to be fast are right-hand corners, which are loading up the left-hand tires.
Yeah, also true.
Barring turn 1, of course. But anything that, both the Le Mans chicane and the horseshoes, obviously you're leaning mostly on the left side tires.
It is. I would consider maybe on the next stop here, like, I'm not saying like put yourself behind the 8 ball or anything, but this is maybe an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. Losing a lap or a lap and a half to change all 4 tires, or even just that tire, right?
Yeah.
Or maybe left sides or something like that is a safer bet and a more sustainable bet than trying to ride it out and seeing what happens. Because as we just saw down there, Joseph, once that tire has that flat spot, as you said, it's going to keep finding that flat spot, and it's only going to get worse. Never mind the vibrations, but you are more and more likely as time goes on to lock that tire up worse and worse and worse until eventually you're out of tread, you're down to the cords, and now you have a problem. I think we're 3 wide into turn number 1. Oh, man. Ooh. That was a 66 again with the 163 to the outside, and that is significant because that's your third-place car who I think did a really, really nice job bailing out of a really awkward situation. That third car in the mix there, I think, was the 522 of Choice Racing, who's now, or has been anyway, trying to get after the Harrison Motorsports number 392. We go back to sorting by class. Nope.
Yeah, that was that the Random Vandals car on the outside?
Yeah, it was the 163. Yep.
Yeah, you could see that happening, and almost as though they were just looking to their left side and just saying, "I'm going to leave a foot of space to whatever is happening to the inside of me," because that is very much not their normal racing line, and the only reason they were out there in the gray, as far as they were to not get sideswiped. It's
so difficult, this thing.
Whoa, speaking of.
Yep, that's crossed up M2 there, number 927 from Fast Track Racing.
I don't know why you're waving his hand. He obviously had a moment. But
that wasn't a willpower wave, was it? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it was a full 5-finger salute.
Yeah, sure, gotcha. Maybe a hey, nice save. Look at the punch of that M2 Club Sport.
Yeah.
That is a GP1 class car, to be clear.
You say that, and then the Aston in GTO just absolutely blast past, and is going to get all 3 of those cars on the way in. Is that one of the open throttle cars that it is?
It's the 64
caught on the way?
That was the other car that was in that awkward mess down at 1. So it was the 163, this car, and then the 64. Has the 163 already gone through? It must have, right? Look out to the... Yeah, 163 is well clear by now. Anyway, what I wanted to say about that whole schmozzle down there, a really good job by the 163 to process what was happening in real time at a spot you're not really capable of seeing very well.
No.
Basically,
you are looking to the apex, to be fair. So you that is already in your sight line a little bit.
To some degree, yes, but you're 3 wide at the choke point of the track, which is
Yeah.
between the grass strip that delineates it from the pit lane exit and the cones to driver's right. Yes, you have a ton of runoff there to the outside, so you can bail, but the chances of you hearing and processing what a spotter might be telling you from the 7th floor of the tower here is probably not very high. If you've got a spotter up there at all, you're looking to the apex, as you said. You're probably not threshold braking, but you're maybe well into the ABS on a GT4 car, and the only thing you can do is to cut to driver's right and bail. But to do that, you've got to sense, not necessarily even just see, but sense where that car in the middle is and see what direction it's moving as you make your way into one, kind of basing your line off of where that car is relative to your wing mirror. Am I being told that schmozzle is a Yiddish word? Is that what's happening here? Tawny? Hello to Tawny Deliba, who suggests that she's back. Not where she went, but appreciate you being back with us.
Merriam-Webster, other dictionaries are available, says it is a modification of the Yiddish schlamazel for bad luck, for bad luck, difficulty, misfortune. Hold on, can we go back to that shot?
Should we?
Yeah.
Is that a good idea?
Yeah. Real quick.
Pick that up, Dustin.
That's my suggestion.
What is that? Oh, chill. That's very good.
The Bob Bondurant School of Driving would say to maybe crank the AC a little bit.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Other driving schools are probably still available.
I guarantee they are.
Yeah.
Speaking of Brian Till.
Hey. What do you think Brian Till's up to? Not racing with us.
No.
He did run at Mid-Ohio.
Did he?
Yeah, you didn't know that, did you?
No, I didn't.
Yeah.
He is an instructor there.
Sure, that does make sense.
And a pilot.
I've heard that.
It's only come up in every IMSA broadcast for the last 10 years.
Hey, you know what? It doesn't bother me a bit.
I know it doesn't bother you.
I'm fine with it. Oh, does it bother you? Have you had enough?
It's fine. It's the
Talk
number
about
of
repetitive.
Work on your golf game, Calvin.
Oh man, Calvin's a nice man, probably.
No, I'm just saying that's something that always comes up.
Yeah, sure.
It's Calvin's golf game and Brian's Cessna.
So do we have a thing? So I've noticed this, right? We're in full podcast mode here for a while. This is fine. Have we noticed that commentators tend to have crutches that they lean on for references, right?
But I think that's fine.
Sure,
because the whole thing is to just is to try to maintain flow, right? It's okay to just talk.
So friend of DriversEye Live, Brian Belansky, who's covering the SEC at June Sprints at Road America for us this weekend, he loves a traffic reference. Give him an interstate reference and he is sold. Right? You got a car that's in a big gaggle of traffic. It's worse than insert local highway here.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, that's a common
one. Wisconsin, or I-43, whatever it is, right? That one's pretty common. It's the golf game for Calvin Fish. Obviously, he has the RG Bargy branding as well.
My favorite MotoGP one is somebody misses the line, goes off into the runoff a little bit.
Yeah.
And they were so wide they were in neighboring jurisdiction.
I like this generic, we should use these references, but not use any specific actual reference.
Yeah.
Just insert the generic terms. So, yeah, so wide he's in neighboring jurisdiction.
One of the things that I like about Martin Brundle is he'll do things like going as fast as a really fast thing.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
And I really like that, actually.
He did a throwback reference at Monaco when everybody was in tire saving mode. He said you'll be timing the sectors with a calendar instead of a stopwatch, which is a throwback to a reference he made about Zolt Baumgartner driving a Minardi at Hungaroring.
Okay, is that a reference or is that just...
Maybe it's a thing he says, but I haven't heard it in a really long time, primarily since him just dumping all over Zolt Baumgartner for some reason.
Wow.
Other Hungarian racing drivers are available?
Not in Formula One, they're not.
No, I think you're right. French. Yeah, Hadjar's French. Yeah.
No, he's got a very global name though.
Hadjar?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a lot of things. Was it Tunisian? Algerian?
I was gonna say it feels North African, but I don't know.
It's definitely North African. French and Algerian. What's in the jar? Isaac Hadjar. Who's a machine? I'm a machine. Okay.
Yeah, that's there's inside baseball, and then there is like under the dugout.
That post is gone too because of my Facebook account's been
Oh,
deactivated.
no.
Yeah.
So who's this that's slow on the apron? Is that a Janetta?
I switch back over to the video feed. It is a Janetta. It's one of the Moorhead cars. We have both of them out there.
At the moment.
Race control is usually quicker with these things than I am. Not at the moment.
The 83 was noted as having chattering splitter, which is I think what commentary is called right now.
Chattering splitter, yes, indeed. Yeah.
What does that mean, you ask? I have no idea.
We've just been very casually reminded here as we crest. Well, getting close to another hour of racing.
Were you scolded? Is that what you mean by
no,
casually
not
reminded?
scolded at all. But
Okay.
Layla up here in the booth, Layla Kazmarek at World Racing League and at DriversEye Live on Instagram. I'm beginning so many notifications from social media. As people like various posts. It's been constant.
All right.
No.
You don't need to brag.
It's not about going to Instagram, but our friend of DriversEye Live, Ennis Doughty, has been in WhatsApp chats with us over the course of the morning and did use the phrase "smash that like button."
I don't think
so.
you
This
have
is
to...
a reminder
No, I
from
don't-
somewhere in Germany or wherever he is at the moment.
Yeah, I don't. Here's the thing. I think a lot of people feel pressure to smash like, and you can just press it. It's okay.
Click pressure does not necessarily change the click intensity.
Yeah. No. Yeah. Any click will do. And I just want to be clear about that because I think that dissuades
Any
people.
click will do. Sure.
You know, chip in a smash, chip in a
it's gotta be
a gentle tap.
It's got to be 2 clicks because it's got to be like and subscribe, right?
Sure.
If over
But
the
listen,
go ahead.
either one of those, I think will help the numbers.
Sure. And
So
I
if
was
you're
told
feeling one
yesterday specifically,
and not the other,
I was
Okay.
told yesterday specifically by our Ryan West is he was locked in on SCCA coverage, just watching the concurrent viewers chart on the YouTube studio page. Every time Brian Belansky mentioned smash the like button, immediately viewership increase. Last year at Watkins Glen, I made the
Interesting.
U.S. Formula One Grand Prix reference, and immediately 50 viewers. Just like that. The bots got us.
Right.
Yeah. So we need to
No, I
find these
remember-
references. It turns out the Paul Revere 14-hour reference hasn't resulted in the algorithm playing kindly with us. 40 years of summertime sports car racing reference doesn't get us very far.
Okay.
So we move a Flagtronics repeater in timing room. next door here.
Flagtronics.
That's probably not going to get us very far either.
No, I'm a Flagtronics
Oh,
repeater.
spun GTR 99 at the exit of turn 3. Uses the motorcycle course to recover. I wonder if we're getting to the stage here, Joseph, where temperatures are beginning to take their toll a little bit.
I mean, on both human and machine is the issue.
And rubber,
yeah.
specifically,
Yeah.
would be my concern. Normally, we get a tire change around halfway for our GTO cars, number 2 into the pit lane, out of the overall and class lead there. But the temperature has climbed steadily from 75-ish, where we were this morning, to 84-ish, where we are now. 75% humidity is down from 95 earlier. But that feels like temperature is probably up towards 90 now. The
I'd
track
like to-
temperatures are probably up to 120 plus, I would think.
I'd like to make a humble request.
Yeah.
Anybody in the paddock who might be listening, I would love a track temp reading. If somebody's got a temperature gun.
We do, ironically, but I'm not going down to the pit lane to get that.
Okay, give it to somebody else. Give it to like RJ or somebody.
Fair. No, RJ is dealing with something else at the moment.
Oh.
Flytronics, mostly.
Okay.
Supervising, I would say.
Oh, we've got an open throttle car taking the cutout, which he doesn't need to do. Thank you for doing that, but you just take it in first gear. That's fine.
Sure. Yep. Number 2 headed out of the pit lane as we speak. So having handed over the race lead to the go-karts, Go Australia number 158. Resumes racing action here for our first green flag stop in a little while, actually, with the 2 full course yellow interruptions that we've had. And that car in for the first time since lap 51, so 30 laps on that stint for that number 2. That is roughly going to be our target, I think, for the afternoon. Driver wellness notwithstanding there. It's going to be really, really hard work for these drivers. And, Joseph, we don't have driver ID accessible to us, right? It's a development product for Flagtronics and the World Racing League, integrating with the Flagtronics display units and the driver ID pucks, as it were. It's not necessarily a public-facing system as yet.
I do not believe that Red Mist has the interface to that.
As of right now, it does not. But also, we're still, building compliance in that regard and making sure that we've ironed all the kinks out of what is still a very, very new and in-progress development system. Anyway, that is all to say, sometimes it can be easy for us to remove the driver element from what we're doing here and look at this entirely as a team game.
Yeah.
Which it is, to a degree, right? Endurance racing, more than anything, is a team sport. And it is quite right to identify as the team names, but nestled within that are these 1, 2, 3 hour stints. And particularly in these types of conditions where, over 14 hours, yes, you can gain something by minimizing the number of stoppages you have for driver changes and things like that. Also, you lose track of the frequency with which, or the how do I say this? The slow Stratus car in the pit lane is what was distracting me there. Back up to speed now. You lose track of just how taxing it can be on a driver to be behind the wheel of a race car, wrestling it around, up on the banking, going through the G loads, in the heat, the humidity. Yes, cool suits help, but they're not foolproof, right? It can be really, really hard work in these types of conditions. And if you're interested in pushing the limits on driver comfort, let's say, you can find yourself in a tough spot if you say, yeah, no problem, I'll do another stint, and you get 15 laps in and you say, actually, maybe this isn't right for me, maybe this is a little too hot, maybe I'm not well hydrated enough, whatever the case might be. It can be really, really difficult work.
Yeah, what that makes me think of is obviously very different circumstances, but it makes me think of the F1 race at Losail a year or two ago.
Logan Sargent specifically.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. And just trying to push through it, and it's just not always a good idea. You want to. There's two things. There's personal pride, and then there's also the fact that in most cases you've paid a decent amount of money to be here. You've paid in both your time and out of your wallet, and so you want to make the most of all of this. In addition to not wanting to say that you've bailed or whatever, but sometimes bailing is the best thing to do for yourself and for your teammates.
I mean, I think, Joseph, as always, you take the conservative approach to endurance racing, right? Yeah. There's no reason to be forcing the issue in anything, right? Tire loading, tire temperatures, passes, managing yellow flag conditions or local yellow conditions, right? If there's any doubt, you bail out of complicated passing scenarios. That also, as we said, does lend itself to driver changes. I should have asked Cade when he was up here, but for sure, I can't imagine there's any real reason to go beyond single stints. Awkward pit lane entry here for one of our production BMWs. I didn't get the number on it, but it was well into the skid pad on driver's left, headed down the... it's a 315 is the number. It was well to the driver's left. It actually went behind the left-hand side speed cones, which was very strange. It still went over the yellow line there and was at pit speed, but a really awkward pit entry. I don't think I've actually ever seen anybody do that.
Which number was this?
315, split 5, I think it was.
Okay. Not related to this, but the 188 is apparently slow.
I was told, no, we're not going to talk about that. I was trying to find the slow car. Absolutely not. That was, the 188. I mean, that is the fast track racing.
That is the car in question, right?
Yeah, I think so.
So that's had strife all the way around the track.
That is the 188 there. Yeah. So
okay.
I was struggling to find it was the problem. So we had the car that was slower stop there at turn 3. This is much further around than that. That car is limping home. Is that Lupe Tortilla fast track racing number 188? Remember that car was in something of a scrap to get back onto the lead lap in GTO. It's also fresh out of the pit lane here, which is very, very interesting.
Yeah, I was just about to make note of the fact that we're about 45 minutes coming on 50 since our last green flag, so we're going to be getting to the point where a lot of cars are going to be taken to the pits.
Well, and remember, Joseph, many, actually, I would say most of the cars didn't pit under the second full course yellow because we only had about 8 to 10 laps in between. Most of them ended up staying out. Fine.
Yeah.
I would have pitted if you were towards the tail end and you weren't in danger of going a lap down at that point. But it meant that we got pit stops sooner than we otherwise might have because that second full course yellow wasn't generally used as a pit opportunity. I do wonder here what the issue with the 188 is. It doesn't look like they're looking at tires, so I don't think it's a loose wheel or anything like that having left the pit lane. They do look at they open the driver's side door, and now the passenger side door as well. Is this electronics related, perhaps? Now they look at the left front corner of the car. This was a competitive car in GTO for sure. This is not sort of a this is lower end of the top 10. This is just we're losing another car here or anything like that. This was a car that was really in contention in the right hands to go get after that lead 3 or 4 cars on the lead lap. And unfortunately here, I think this is going to kind of put a damper in things. We get a spun
that is the
Ginetta
Ginetta
there.
again. Yep.
The exit of turn number 6. Hanging up on us here. There we go. 291 is the number given for that car. I've got to turn my attention briefly here to points further afield.
Don't do that.
Ooh, what does that say? Like, subscribe, and ring the bell. Absolutely correct. I'm going to assume that's RJ.
Ring the bell.
Ring the bell.
Oh, my chat hasn't been updating.
Oh.
What a tragedy. Okay, we're back.
So there.
Hasn't been going since 9:40.
It's 5 o'clock now.
It's
It's
somewhere.
11:05. Yeah, right. Leader leaving the frame there, headed out of turn number 3 up towards the kink. Unfortunately, the kink, turn 4, claimed the 669 Rapscallion. Ligier JS2R during one of the early practice sessions yesterday, before qualifying even. It looped it. It didn't even look like it dropped a wheel on the exit curb. It actually mostly looked like it maybe snapped around trying to keep it away from the curb or away from the grass. Did a long slide and then backed right rear into the blue Armco just in front of the corner marshal station. Many a driver have done that in various series, some having more significant consequences than others. I think last time we were here, we lost a Thunder Bunny Racing Supra to an accident very similar to that, but it did substantially more damage. I think we've seen some pretty significant Michelin Pilot Challenge incidents there in the past as well. Fortunately, this was a pretty light hit, all things considered, but it did enough damage that the car wasn't able to make the start today. Rapscallion also has the number 135 in the general production classes this weekend and was due to support the GTU entered Ligier JSP4 from 739 Racing by Rapscallion. I think I remember talking to Landon Lim from 739 Racing back at Barber, and the thought was that that car should have been pretty competitive at a place like Daytona. It's got a bunch more power and is slightly heavier, but unfortunately that car not ready to go for this weekend, and I think we're a little worse off for it. A, it's a little bit of variety in the GTU category, but B, it's also a track that should have suited that concept of car a little bit better as compared to the Subeco NPO ones that make up the rest of that class.
Debugging.
Oh man, another really long luck up on the way into turn number 1, and it's the number 9 Almonte car again. This time it was from the grass, where the grass begins in the braking zone there, all the way down to the liftoff point, the brake point anyway, adjacent to the pit entry wall, or just about to that far. As you said, or as we talked about earlier, Joseph, it's a bad situation there with the flat spot getting worse. Unfortunately, I'm told that the 739 issue, or fortunately, I guess, is a driver issue with a couple of drivers kind of backing out and not leaving them with a crew they could go racing with. Better than it being a car issue, that's for sure, but unfortunately, it kind of seems like that car is not necessarily getting the in-race development opportunities that you would hope for. It's a very, very cool car, very visible out on track, and if you go back and watch some of our Barber Motorsports Park live streams from earlier in the season, that car was really actually quite handy in GTU. And they talked about Daytona specifically as being an opportunity that that car should really excel. I can think of some alternatives to running a Ligier and the NPO ones, namely
Aussie racing cars.
Exactly. That's it.
Yep.
No VW Beetles or anything like that.
Listen, all I'm saying is you take a Silver Crown. You put a Perspex windshield on it.
Would that count as being closed cockpit?
Listen. That's a matter of interpretation. I'm enclosing the cockpit.
Yeah, we're here to exploit the gray areas in the rule book.
Yeah.
This is Formula One now, is what we're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, what a lot of people don't understand is the fastest GTO cars are actually built at 7/8 scale. That's a Smokey Eunuch reference for those of you 70 or older.
It's funny you make a Smokey Eunuch reference. We went to Ormond Brewing Company yesterday up in Ormond Beach for dinner.
Okay.
was very, very good. They have a poster that says Smoky Eunuch Porter, Smoky Eunuch, the best damn porter in town.
do they take an ounce out of the pint?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know what the thought was there, but or what the reference is, other than just being your run-of-the-mill Smoky Eunuch reference. Everybody needs one sometimes.
Uh-huh.
Hello to those of you who join us in the chat. Dustin Ollis? Oh, that's Dustin Ollis.
You're an idiot.
No, I was a joke. I know.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I got you. Dustin Ollis is our producer here at DriversEye Live this weekend, at least for us here on the World Racing League side of things. As we've got a slow car missing the first apex here at the bus stop. That is the number 24 Bruce Innovations BMW M235 I. Skips all of the apices and continues around slowly.
Thank you for specifying that it's direct injection.
I mean, yes, it's important.
Uh-huh. In this decade.
You know, maybe carburetors are actually faster.
Okay.
Maybe we should experiment with that.
Uh-huh.
Open rulebook, GTO, GTU classes. Let's get after it.
Yeah,
no, appreciate.
no, we're gonna start bringing restrictor plates back.
SCL Racing Network. Who is in 843 right now? We don't know. We don't have access to driver ID at the moment, unfortunately, for that Low Country Motorsports car. I would like to think it's Ron Hornaday because he was part of that squad back at Charlotte last year. It was a pretty rough start to that race for them. I think it actually took him out of contention something like 30 laps in. I don't know if he's here this weekend or not, but it would be very cool if he were. It would be Ron Hornaday Jr., of course.
Question. Where the Mustangs at? Bring one.
We only have the one this weekend. It's the FPRS Motorsports number 91, which does feature as the lead car on the 10/10 creative event poster for the Paul Revere 14 hour.
Is that a dark horse?
No, it's a GT4.
Ooh.
It's the GT4 spec car. Dustin, you can find it on Instagram. Don't have time. No. I'll try and get that to you. Anyway, so that is the lone Mustang. We do see them in GP1 and GP2 quite often. GP1 featured, GTO featured a couple of the Bruce Innovations cars. I think one of them in GP1 as well. GP2 had the Chevstang, which is the Chevrolet Cadillac Mustang conglomeration from Liberty Autosports. They all have opted not to be here this weekend, unfortunately. Brewman, please come let us in next year. This is a work in progress for the World Racing League, and I'll allow RJ Till by chat to explain the development of spectators. If you're interested in catching a World Racing League event, I'm certain that we're open to spectators at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, which will be our next event at the end of July, the last weekend in July. That is an opportunity to come out and check these cars out in person. Daytona, it's a big lift to get DIS ready for spectators. You can see it on a tour if you would like. I know we had spectators up here on the patio yesterday seeing some practice and qualifying action. We've had cars in the Haggerty Cars and Coffee event here in the past, which kind of, in a roundabout way, allowed spectators in for the balance of the day. You come in for the Cars and Coffee, you stay as long as you like through the end of the race if you want. Nobody's getting kicked out or anything like that. So there are ways to do it, and we'd love to have spectators here at Daytona. It's a special place. Endurance racing here in particular is a special thing. And Joseph, I know it's been a minute since you've been physically at a World Racing League event, but it is really remarkable to me, always, almost to the point where you start to take it for granted, just how much it feels like a pro race. Like, this feels like a Michelin Pilot Challenge type paddock, right? Where actually they're having their standalone event for the season up in your neck of the woods, up at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course.
Yeah.
It has very much that same vibe to it. Driving through the paddock this morning after I finished up setting up the trackside cameras, you drive past the blue garages. Everybody's got their cars up on jack stands, warming the engines, fitting tires, getting the cars ready to be sent out to grid right as it opens at 7 o'clock. It was loud, it was moving, it was vibrant, and it was fun. It felt like we were getting ready to go do something really cool and really special. It feels like a race because it is a race, and it's done at a really high level from our Grand Touring classes at the top to the production classes, GP1 and GP2 down low. It's really special, and it would be very, very cool to be able to have spectators come in and be a part of that the way that it is for so many here at Daytona International Speedway, as we're 3 wide at the International Horseshoe. Kind of an awkward moment here.
I mean, but part of what lends that, I guess, that feeling of credibility is the fact that an awful lot of the teams that are running in this series do have operations in the more pro-oriented, IMSA sanctioned series. So what you're dealing with when you come here is you're actually sharing paddock space with these teams that know what they're doing. It's a great opportunity to learn how to elevate what you do.
Hood goes up on the number 65 open throttle BMW. I'm not sure what the situation is there, but that is the V8 powered entry from the Mike Gorman led squad. That car, I think, was slow a little earlier on from memory. No, that was the other car. Never mind. 64. So work to be done there on the 65. You're absolutely right, Joseph. To some degree, it's the rubbing elbows concept.
Yeah.
Right, and that does tend to bleed over. We've been doing this since 2017. Sometimes it's just that raw competition, right? It's once somebody elevates the game, you're going to want to go chase that. And we had a period of pretty explosive growth here in the World Racing League, particularly in the Grand Touring class, GTO specifically, I guess, where somebody would bring a GT4 car, somebody would bring a TCR car, right? And now you start going down this pathway of, hey, we're going to not only go buy a race-ready car, we're going to find out how to develop it for GTO. Not just throw restrictors and weight at it, but really go make it kind of GTO ready. Then JTR comes in, a pro-level team running multiple operations in multiple series, and pushes the game even further with 3 drivers that were capable of being not at the limit in terms of decision making, but were able to wring the best out of a car while also being very good at managing the multi-class and endurance aspect of things. And that pushes the game further and further and further and further. And now we're 4 years removed, let's say, from that boom in 2021, 2022. And it spilled over everywhere. GP1 is, crazy. 22 cars. You're going to find the best of the best at the top. The same thing goes in GTO. And now GTU as well with automatic, round 3. Stratus has been there for a long time, but the Roberts car, Polecat, Aeroflight, they're all really, really well-prepared cars.
Yeah, we've been talking about this for a few years, but what this really is kind of a revitalization, in my view, of the hole that was kind of left in the team development ladder. As SCCA, as that organization has kind of become less prominent in that role, this is now a pretty viable stepping stone in the way that Rob Dyson would have put together a team. The Rob Dysons of the future are here now.
That's a great comp. And I choose a different pathway of saying that, but it's no more or less valid, right? I say this is the last kind of frontier of open rulebook, multi-class endurance racing. It is certainly the highest level of open rulebook endurance racing that we've got in the country, maybe in the world, right? So that's a world in World Racing League. But as you say, the Rob Dysons of the world, those that are interested in tuning and modifying and saying, hey, this is good, but it could be better, and then going and making it better and experimenting and all of that, in some ways, with Rob Dyson type resources, right? Nobody's doing a ton of like wind tunnel or really any wind tunnel work here, right? It's maybe a little bit of CAD and custom design.
I was going to say you might get the occasional. What you do see people working with, you'd say hobby to prosumer level, like CFD, when they're working on putting together wings or homegrown splitters, things like that. But there really is no other option to go from, for example, champ car, or chump if you prefer the old name, there really is no other. I mean, it's a big jump to go from that to pilot challenge. This provides an opportunity to step up from a Lemons or a Champ, or you can't really go straight from one to the other, but this helps flesh out that ladder.
Yeah.
And now you can go from Champ, you can put together a GP2 car, see how that goes, build up your managerial and engineering chops, make your way up the ladder, eventually get to a point where you're running race prepped, otherwise homologated cars in GTO, and then you can bring that same vehicle, bring it back into homologation spec, and take it over to Pilot Challenge. Someone's gone way off of or someone's either gone off or locked up coming into the West Horseshoe.
A long lockup there, yeah. I will tell you that the Almaty car is leaving turn 6 as we speak, which would be, as you make your way into the transition from 4 to 5, maybe a prime contender there. We've seen that car with lockup issues throughout most of the morning. In some ways, it makes the promotion of the World Racing League concept a little tricky, because you're not necessarily offering one group of people one specific thing, right? You have multiple layers and platforms that allow people to do what pleases them, let's say.
Yeah.
So if you're coming out of, as you said, Lemons or Champ Car, GP2 is a great opportunity to get your feet wet in the World Racing League. We've had GP4 prior, which was, directly related to those types of cars. GP3 was a little step up. Now we're basically out of GP3 entries. Everybody's taken that another step forward into GP2, where we've got depth. That's a good way to learn multi-class endurance racing. It's a good way to understand and get comfortable with faster cars being around you at all times. Running longer races at a higher level, it's a good opportunity to learn the strategy, because the level of competition is there. But to some degree, you're catering to those, or maybe not catering, but you're offering those new drivers, or drivers new to the sport, a way in to doing things at a higher and more competitive level. You get up into GP1, you want to go build a car out of a 36, 46 shell, you want to go build a Mustang, or an FRS, as Team King Competition just said in the chat. You can go do that, right, at a high level. If you want to tweak and tune on a GT4 car, because you've got one of those sitting around, you can go do that in GTO, and you can really get after car development if that's what you're into. And in some cases, if you want to launch a career, get behind the wheel of a GTU car, get behind the wheel of a GTO car, and go kick butt. Right? Make yourself known. Make yourself be seen. Cole Osgaard is a great example of that in the Round 3 Racing Porsche. We've got Josh Bilicki, NASCAR driver, behind the wheel of that number 70 Round 3 Porsche. He didn't start his career, obviously. Jared Thomas, Glenn McGee, Tony McIntosh, right? Like those three guys that are, Glenn McGee in particular I think really has kind of launched a career out of iRacing through the World Racing League and now into, legitimately making some money in racing as a professional driver.
There are so many paths to becoming a paid racing driver.
Yep.
It is not just a linear, if you're, for example, if you're a parent and you've got a kid who's interested in getting racing, but you're like, the barrier to entry to get into F3 is so high that what's even the point in exploring that? You can go the sports car route, and there's so many different ways to go the sports car route, and the barriers to entry are so much lower when you go through a club scene that you wouldn't really have. If you go through the formula scene, you have to, you at a minimum have to rent out. At this point, an F4 car is your first step into car racing if you're going into the formula scene, and
for $250,000.
It's a big step, and it's a big investment. And you can rent a seat in a race here for, 1/100th of that.
Yeah.
And it's genuinely a no-brainer.
It's funny you say that. I'm sure we have folks in the chat or as part of the paddock this weekend that have been a part of karting.
Yeah.
We've got a kart event taking place, and taking place on the kart track there on the inside of NASCAR turns 3 and 4. And, Layla has not not spent a ton of time around racetracks, and certainly hasn't. We've had no real reason to go be a part of a karting event other than our experiences in Orlando, Joseph. But she was kind of curious about the whole concept of kart racing and what it's like. And one of the things I mentioned, or she mentioned, is that number one, this seems like a really affordable way to get kids involved in racing and adults to some degree as well, right? You can get yourself into karting. It's a little bit more competitive, and obviously weight plays a role there as well.
Yeah.
For better or for worse within go-karting. But, okay, this is a platform to get people into racing. Unfortunately, karting also goes the way of pro racing, particularly abroad, where the gains you need to be competitive if you're a young driver trying to launch a career are so marginal that you have to spend just metric tons of money to find those 2 horsepower or that little bit less resistance in an axle, right? Whatever is going to get you a couple of hundredths is worth spending the money on, because that's what it takes to be competitive at this level. This is different than that, right? It takes consistency. It takes being smart. But the level of competition is really high. So if you do what you're setting out to do well, you will still set yourself apart from your competitors, right? Just by being a good driver in a stable platform. And like RJ mentioned, this is a driver development series. Among other things, it can be a car builder playground. It can be a car development series if you want it to be. You can do all kinds of things here in the World Racing League. It's something that you enjoy. But the reality is that we are also helping to launch, to some degree, launch careers, or at least launch interest in drivers by getting them more seat time more affordably than they otherwise would be able to do without a WRL type platform.
Yeah.
David Bowers in the chat asked, do they let Ferrari in this race? You can bring anything you want if you can get it to 9-to-1 power to weight, and according to the WRL GTO rulebook. I don't know if Ferrari would like their cars being modified very heavily to make it work. But
Yeah, I'm trying to think. I mean, Ferrari doesn't put out a GT4, do they?
they always said that the slowest car they had was the Grand Am GT spec 458, right? I think it was a 458. So maybe that's the move. We go find that 2013, 2014-ish.
And what's Scott Sharp up to?
Whatever it is, it's probably inverted. Listen to his early Dinner with Racers interview to find out what Scott Sharp is up to.
Oh.
Oh, there is an answer to that. Yeah, for sure.
It'll be easier than that, is Wikipedia.
Almonte Motorsports into the pit lane. Also, we did get an update Layla just shared with me from the social media over on Instagram. HQ Autosport, the number 189, built out a 33-second lead early on. That car was doing really, really well, and unfortunately, that car has spent time in the paddock repairing the gearbox, quote, once again. So this appears to be a recurrent issue for that car. Also worth noting, we've got a pit stop from the number 291 Moorhead Speedworks Ginetta. That's the second of those G56s with a ton of bodywork missing from the right rear of the car. I think that car's had a blowout somewhere out on track of that right rear tire in a pretty big way, and it's taken part of the Ginetta with it. Last green flag here was at 10:15 a.m. We're 11:28 now, so something like 75 minutes of good green flag running here and a pit stop cycle already complete from the Daytona International Speedway. We're watching the Paul Revere 14-hour with DriversEye Live, part of the World Racing League calendar. Round number 5 on the national, as part of the national championship. Excuse me. The second round of the Eastern Championship kicked off that mini series back at Barber Motorsports Park. It's our longest event of the on the schedule, so happy to have you all along for that. We've done reasonably well with our trackside cameras in the heat. It'll probably be the hottest event on the calendar. Maybe barring Road Atlanta. I guess we'll see what happens there later in July. But this is always a really nice celebration of everything that we love about WRL and endurance racing and multi-class racing and all of that. And happy to have you with us for it. I'm Brendan Kazmarek. Joseph Boudrock joins me on the microphones. Dustin Ollis is our producer. Layla Kazmarek up here in the booth with the World Racing League and DriversEye Live social media accounts. JT Tammy stepped away for a little bit to do some sim racing, but will be back with us later. Also would like to shout out our other DriversEye Live teams in points further afield. Ryan West and Brian Belansky are up covering the SCCA June Sprints up at Road America. 3 days of action there. Stick with us on WRL for the balance of the day. But tomorrow, if you're looking for racing to watch, that'll be the one alongside our PCA Porsche Club of America Clash at the Glen coverage from Watkins Glen, where our Scott Michaels is with friend of DEL Brian Donati in what turned out to be a pretty trying day yesterday for a bunch of reasons, not least of which was the weather up in the Finger Lakes, where we head in October for the World Racing League. Excited to be back there with the fall foliage right smack in the middle of October. I think that about covers our roundup. We should do a quick rundown here, Joseph. AC Panjari and Associates leads the Go-Karts Go Australia number 158 by 8.2 seconds, which I think is about the largest margin we've had in GTO today. And has been a constant, and not necessarily a back and forth, but nobody's letting anybody get away.
I'll take your word for it because I've been distracted.
No, I mean, we talk about many things here, and with a 64-car field, it's not necessarily possible to just, keep eyes on all things.
For sure, yeah, that's my issue.
But I don't remember seeing a number greater than 10 seconds really at any point today under normal sort of green flag running conditions. The Random Vandals number 163 sits third in class at the moment, ahead of the number 74 AOA Racing BMW, who is a lap down to the overall leader despite a 2-lap penalty. Now, I'm not tremendous at math, and I haven't brought my abacus, but that does suggest to me that the 74 on pace ought to be in the race lead. And that it's a pair of self-inflicted wounds, isn't it? Because it's 2 one-lap penalties for that car. For passes under yellow have set it back. The pace is there. The consistency certainly seems to be there. 2:03.8 last time around compared to 2:05s and 6s for the race leaders is really good. With the AE victory number 119 Toyota Supra off the back of a really strong start. Off of P6 and being up in the top 3 overall. Now, 5th in the GTO class, 1.3 seconds behind that AOA Racing BMW. I think just conceded that position. But it's good to see the girls from AE Victory Racing with their heads kind of wrapped around that Supra and putting in, to date, I would say, their most consistent and most competitive effort. And they're friends of us here at DEL as well. Sarah Montgomery started that car. Gave us starting driver information by shouting from the track entrance road to the track surface where I was setting up cameras first thing this morning.
See, that's relationship building.
Yeah, sure. Networking, I think they call it.
Yeah. Ooh, NPO1 just
that's a number 1.
I don't know if they drove that deep or if they've got an issue. It looks like they're...
No, I think they drove it in a little deeper on the outside of one of the general production BMWs, but it created an awkward 3-wide moment with the teammate. The number 10 in PO1, just there on corner exit.
Yeah, all looks as normal right now.
Yep. In GTU, your race leader is Stratus number 59 from Stratus number 58 by 25 seconds. So it's been a good recovery from a challenging initial start there for Stratus number 58. The 908 Automatic Racing, almost said Aston Martin. Sebeco and PO1, third in class and up into... now P8 overall. Again, a good kind of run for that number 908. Unfortunately, after mentioning earlier, Joseph, that by and large, our our single car efforts had been outpacing the multi-car teams in GTU, and kind of noting that felt unusual. It's gone the other way now. With some time lost for the 109 Roberts Motorsports car and the number 108 Polecat car. And now at the front of GTU, we go Stratus 59, Stratus 58, Automatic 908, round 3, number 1, and then that first single car entry from Roberts Motorsports 109. So that's interesting. The round 3 car, the Porsche, specifically number 70 in GTO, is worth mentioning as well. Specifically as it recovers from earlier issues into the top 10 overall after losing 2 laps. It is still 2 laps down, but the positions have sort of taken care of themselves, even if they're not necessarily gaining absolute time on the race leader. I would say if anybody's doing a good job of recovery at the moment, or the best job of recovery, it's probably that 74 from AOA Racing.
Oh, contact.
Oh, that's a 522 backwards at turn number 3, and it was
It was the same NPO1 that went deep into that horseshoe a lap ago.
yeah, the number 1.
Yeah, and went deep, and that 522 took a big ol' shot to the left rear. You saw the bumper cover a little deranged on that car. They seem okay, but that was a hefty hit.
Yeah, man, we had this discussion yesterday at the drivers' meeting via RJ Till, didn't we? This is a race that demands patience, and that was the word used.
That is straight behind the wall.
And the concept used by RJ Till is we've got another spun car on corner exit. I think that's the Aston Martin number 89.
Yeah, it is not the same car that was just involved in that incident.
That's very awkward.
Yeah.
Easy to do there, looping yourself on the throttle, but you really shouldn't be doing that coming out of a yellow flag zone, especially because you don't get a green until the entrance to the kink.
It used to be the case, I don't know if this is still true, in a lot of traction control systems, modulating the throttle actually confused the TC enough to let you break traction. I wonder if that's what happened there.
That's an interesting thought, Joseph. I really hadn't considered that, but that would make sense, right? If you're navigating through a car on the left and a car on the right, like they would have been,
Yeah.
okay, yes, it's easy to say, oh, what are you doing, spinning in a yellow flag zone? Like, that's never appropriate. And that is a fair point. However,
Yeah.
if in a car that relies so heavily on electronics like modern GT4 cars do, it also makes sense that if you're modulating throttle or you're giving it an odd input in an odd place or with an odd attitude, that it would, as you said, confuse or upset the electronics, and the car would do something unpredictable because you are being, in a computer's mind, unpredictable with the inputs that you're providing it.
Yeah, that number 1 looked really squirrely coming through turn 6. And I wonder if those tires are going off, because you say it was a lack of patience. I do feel like it was maybe a lack of judgment in terms of the braking zone, because they had run off track at that same corner of the lap before, and I just wonder if they're losing the handle on feeling on that car. Dustin tells us we've gone full course yellow. Yeah. We have gone full course yellow. You saw it at the turn 1 flag stand, and you see it on the timing tower as well. Looking for the race control log rather, to see if we can identify what's happened here. There may be an issue coming out of the Le Mans chicane for the 69. That was a car that was listed in the race control log. Yeah, including producer Dustin Allis, are looking for any indication of what's brought this double yellow out. I don't believe it will be for it. It won't be for the number 1, because that car has gone behind the wall, or took the shortcut directly to the. No, it didn't actually, because we just saw it on track. So I don't know if maybe the 522 has started dropping fluid or something. Okay, look to driver's left here. We've got a car up against the wall, and I wonder if that is the 522. We're looking for the number 9 emitting a little bit of smoke also.
Sorry about that. At the worst possible time to step away, apparently.
Yeah, you see the recovery going on down at the inside wall.
Yeah,
So
is that the
we've got-
118 from Blaze?
I thought it might be the 522. I thought it might be the car that had gotten turned around by the 1.
No, it's got yellow accenting there. So
Okay.
it's either the Montgomery Motorsports number 24 with some bright yellow highlights, or it's the number 118 that's come to rest there.
Okay. Neither of those cars has shown up in timing, or rather in the race control log as having stopped. So that hasn't been called in yet.
Yeah, no, they just haven't quite picked up the number. I know from experience here that the primary goal, once the race is neutralized, is to locate the leader and then the cars directly behind the leader so that we pick up the proper car. Oh, we've got a stopped Heraflight NPO1 in the braking zone at turn number 1 as well. Completely missed that. I don't know if that's in our turn 1 camera, Dust. There it is.
Driver straight out, which indicates that maybe a little bit of a hot seat.
Well, yeah. Yeah, I'm with you there, Joseph. This is an interesting decision here. There's really no good answer. You're supposed to stay in the car until recovery personnel get to you.
It looks like maybe a little bit of flame coming out of the exhaust under the bodywork.
Oh, yeah, he's got a bottle
rear.
from the pit wall and is going to go take care of that. You can actually see a little bit of graying around the rear of the car there. And, you know, I wouldn't be shocked if we end up going red here. This is anytime we get fire out on circuit, that is the answer. And not only do we have fire here, but we've got somebody out on a hot track kind of managing that, a driver specifically, without having the
no protection of the safety vehicles.
Exactly the right point, Joseph. I think they're sending one now. We're already neutralized, and the field is coming around the exit of turn 4 here. So
yeah, I know they're doing what they have to do, but you hate to see a driver crossing a hot pit like that. Yeah.
I mean, he's done, like you said, all of what he's supposed to do, right? Normally, you're told to stay in the car until safety gets to you, but the car's on fire, so you get out. Job done, number 1. Number 2, he's parked it in a spot that is reasonably clear of the track surface, bearing in mind that we're also neutralized here. It's an okay spot as far as safety goes. And, you know, fortunate timing as well that the pack themselves is mostly coming around the oval. Sorry, I misspoke earlier. I said Montgomery Motorsports. It's Bruce Innovations. It's the old Montgomery car, number 24. But as the car stopped to the inside of the exit of Oval 4 makes the turn through to the yellow garages, it appears to be the 118 that's come to grief there on the NASCAR skid pad.
Yeah, and that's a separate incident, by the way, from what we believe brought out the full course yellow.
Correct. I think this happened under the full course yellow.
Yeah, which is really, I don't know if that was an issue that just reared up as we. I don't know. Obviously, once you go into full course yellow, you're not getting quite as much cooling. Whether that would be enough of an issue.
I'm not. I took AP Physics once upon a time, but I don't remember any of it. But you would think when you go from hot temperatures running around at speed, but getting, you know, to some degree an appropriate level of cooling through the car, and all of a sudden you drop down to 55 miles an hour, and that cooling is completely dissipated or completely gone. You know, what happens is the temperatures rise, right? Until you've got a chance to actually cool the car down, those temperatures are going to continue to creep up. We're close to 90. Are we close to 90 degrees here as we approach noon?
I would think so, yeah.
87 is the number I have here. It feels like 97. I could envision a scenario where the car immediately overheats because the cooling is basically gone.
Under nominal conditions, you would think that the car would be fine. Obviously, we've got plenty of cars around here that are circulating without issue. Any number of things could throw that off kilter, though. If they've got, for example, a slow oil leak or a slow water leak or something like that.
Well, yeah. You know, Joseph, I'm going to add one other point to that. And remember that this is one of what we think are two cars sporting the 2.5-liter engine instead of the 2-liter Mazda MZR engine. That is in the most recent trim of the Sebeco NP01 Evo. And you do wonder if maybe some of that experimentation and development work to move to that bigger, punchier engine changes the cooling characteristics and design of these NP01s, and just maybe in what you could argue are pretty close to the most extreme conditions in terms of temperature, humidity, and cooling and all that, that it's Yeah, this is a learning opportunity, let's say, for anybody that's kind of considering going down that 2.5 liter path.
Yeah, I mean the track just becomes a frying pan at these temperatures. Have we cleared away the incident coming out of NASCAR 4?
Yes.
Okay. So it is just this NPO one that we've got to clear away before we can go
Yeah.
back to green.
You know what's interesting, Joseph? So we went full course yellow, as far as we could tell, to recover the car stopped in the skid pad, right? And somebody in the chat made a point that that car was stopped in a safer place than most of the pit boxes here, which is debatable, but not entirely, I don't think would be entirely untrue. Remember also, we cleared away a car from the inside of oval turn 1. I get we're at different speed levels there, but you would think that would be a reasonably safe place to recover a car as well, down there in the skid pad. I think there are certain places around the banking here where they've decided they can dispatch with cars at speed and can't dispatch with cars at speed. And I think the difference maker is when we recovered the automatic car down at turn 1, you've got cars accelerating through maybe 100 miles an hour or 110 miles an hour.
Yeah,
and you're very far to the left. Here, you've got a couple of lanes of traffic, and cars are, reaching VMAX or approaching VMAX at 145, 50, 55 in some cases.
Well, I would also make the point that, so coming out of turn 6, it's really difficult to build up enough speed to end up where that car had ended up, right? You were here for the HSR race a couple of years ago, where one of the entries had a suspension failure and went upside down.
I forgot about that. Yeah, it's a good point.
That's
ended up basically right there.
Yes, that's a very fast part of the track, right? And I completely understand wanting to mitigate the risk of a lot of these cars are doing north of, you would think in the ballpark of 160. And somebody gets a suspension. Yes, obviously a car shouldn't end up there. There's no reason to drive a car there. But if something breaks, you have no idea where that car is going to go. So
and they should. Juan Pablo Montoya's incident here shouldn't have happened. Right?
Yes,
shouldn't
sure.
Doesn't mean it won't.
Yeah, and so I completely understand going full course yellow for that. There's no good reason, especially in a club race, to in any race at all. But in a club race, it feels even more absurd to put personnel at risk at the highest speed part of the track.
We've got the 248 recovered into the paddock as well, so we ought to be, dear viewer, marching towards a restart here, hopefully fairly soon. I actually don't see any cleanup that's going to need to be done down there at the entrance to turn 1 as well.
We may just need to move this truck back home and then wait for the 4-ways to go off on the pace car.
I got chastised the other day for saying 4-ways.
There's nothing wrong with that.
By Scott Michaels.
Okay. Well, he doesn't. He speaks English. But he doesn't speak American.
He's
so
a
it doesn't
citizen,
matter.
allegedly.
Well, he doesn't speak it. Learn the language.
He doesn't speak it. Yeah, he had no idea what 4-ways were. I was like, what are you talking about? What else do you call them?
What do you mean 4-ways?
Hazard
Blinkers.
flashers?
We love Dr. Scott Michaels.
Not a doctor of English, obviously.
No, doctor of some sort of sports performance or something. It's very odd. Bachelor's and master's in aerospace engineering.
Not from an educator of fine minds such as the Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University, however.
No, I think University of Southampton might have Embry-Riddle B. I don't know. His PhD is from, I don't remember where though. It might also be from Southampton.
I was going to say, was it also not Southampton?
Yeah, I don't remember. Aerospace.
Other Hamptons are available.
Yeah, Northampton.
Oh, we live in Northampton County in Pennsylvania.
Yeah. Northamptonshire. Home of Silverstone.
Yeah, sure. And I only know that because of our factor.
Yeah, same.
Jiading.
The boy from Milton Keynes.
What? Driver 1 Williams.
I bet Jacques Villeneuve would be available.
I just had a chat about somebody. Where was I talking about Jacques Villeneuve? It was the R Factor driver I met in the wild. We ended up chatting about Jacques Villeneuve as well.
I hate every part of this.
Real ones, no. If you've been around sim racing since, I don't know, 2005, R Factor, man, the OG. Well, NR 2003 is the OG, to be clear.
NASCAR 3, I think, is the OG.
Was that your OG?
My OG was Grand Prix Legends, which is
Yeah,
why I'm a
yeah,
broken human being.
Sure. You're not the only one, I'm sure. Look
Yeah.
at where Dave Kemmer ended up.
He's just pulling his hair out working on tire model 25.
In reality, the move
This one will
from
use
GPL,
finite element modeling, I swear.
GPL, NR4, 2002, 2003, and then every iteration of iRacing has just been a big tired model development. Like, nothing else has fundamentally changed. They've just rebranded new tire models for the last 27 years.
And here's the
Live
thing.
for speed in the chat.
Yeah, that's a good call. I used to run an endurance series with, or run in an endurance series with Scott, where if you rolled the car or got stuck in the gravel, you had to like wait to get like towed, and so they would like throw a full course yellow, and bunch of speed up behind this fake safety
Was
car.
this Masters of Endurance?
Yeah. And we were garbage at it. I was garbage at it. We would do the, because there were full course yellows in that series, we would do the IMSA strat, where, because I'm slower than Scott, I would run the first like hour of the race, and Scott would just run the last like 3. Because we would just hope that we would catch a full course yellow before the first safety car came out. Or before we lost a lot.
Go back to the sim racing chat here in a moment, but we do continue underneath the safety car here at the Paul Revere 14-hour, nearly 4 hours gone from around the high banks at Daytona International Speedway. A little bit intriguing that we're continuing under FCY here. It doesn't look like they've cleaned up any of the extinguishant powder over at the entry to turn 1, which is fine. It's well offline. I don't think it poses an issue there. I don't know if we're waiting to get the whole field under control before we go back.
I can't imagine. That's not something that we typically do. I don't believe.
Yeah, I'm not really sure, but the field is very strung out anyway.
Yeah.
Pace car's been going around at such a speed. You know, I actually wonder if they've increased the speed of the safety car to help with cooling issues. I wonder if somebody pointed out what happened to that Heraflight car or theorized what we did about what happened to that, Heraflight car and said, hey, we can't do 55 here.
Are we going out over the PA?
Yeah.
Well, maybe we're speculating enough that we've completely upended the order of. Yeah, I mean that Mustang is booking it. You asked where the Mustangs were, and there's one leading the field.
No kidding. I actually hadn't really noticed it until I saw just how strung out the back of the field was. This wouldn't surprise me if this turned out to be the case, that we've just gone and hired Bernd Mylander to wring the neck out of a Mustang rental car.
I mean, why not? Maybe it's Joey Hand.
Get after it. Seb Prio. Yes. Who's the WRL Stig that drives the safety car? Who would the WRL Stig be?
That's a great question. Are the lights? No, they are still on.
Oh, it's Jim Farley. Maybe it's Jim Farley. Anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is intriguing here. I wonder if we can get some information from. I'm gonna go ask RJ and see if. Oh, lights are off. No, I'm not. Never mind. I was gonna open a.
The lights are off and the Cessna is out.
It's raining and the track is wet. No, it's very well.
He's off, and he's back again. Yeah, yeah. The Paul Revere 14 hours brought to you by Touch and Goes.
By Lycoming.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's brought to you by FlightAware.
Most of my life is brought to you by FlightAware, as it turns out. Yeah. Flight Radar 24. Flighty as well. New big door cap.
Other flight tracking websites are available.
Sure. Whomst among us. Lights out on the Mustang safety cars. We head down to the pit lane at some pace. Again, the green flag waves from the start-finish tower here on the at the apex, let's say, of the tri-oval. And we go back to racing with 10 hours left on the clock, 4 hours down from the Paul Revere 14-hour. The 909 from Automatic Racing leads the pack, as it were, back to green. The race leader is now the Go-Karts Go Australia number 158 Mercedes, which, as I look to my left here, don't think is anywhere near the very front of the... Actually, it's about 8 cars deep in the queue, headed down towards turn number 3 as we speak. The ACP Tangerine number 2 is 10 seconds in arrears with the Random Vandals number 163 a little bit deeper in the pack.
Very slow. Actually, quite a few cars.
Yeah.
Really bogged down coming out of the International Horseshoe.
Failed to punch out of the International Horseshoe there, like you said, Joseph, and it stacked somebody up, or what the deal was. I can tell you the Almonte car is getting passed fairly rapidly here down the straightaway towards turn 4. I do want to point out here some really clever strategy, I think, by the AE Victory Racing Toyota Supra to stay out when we went full course yellow, and then I believe to pit afterwards. So the idea is when we go full course yellow, you stay out so that the safety car picks up, and when the leader pits, it picks up, somebody else. You zip around, get your lap backs, catch the field, and then pit so that you don't lose that lap stationary in the pit lane. They really, whoever was behind the wheel of the car, kind of had to get a wiggle on to catch the back of the field. They've done that, but most importantly, that 119 Supra is now back on the GTO lead lap in a way that actually the 74 from AOA Racing is not. So if you were putting those two cars in the same sort of bucket, a lap or so off of the overall race leader, that number 74 is coming off a little worse for wear now. Actually, they've picked up another penalty. Is that right?
Who is this?
The 74, the AOA BMW.
I'm not Oh, yes. Actually, yeah, because a few of those have been updated in the race control log, and actually, some of these are from very, very early in the race. So the 247's penalty was updated to a 3-lap passing under yellow penalty for having passed 3 cars. And the 74's was upgraded from 1 to 2 laps. And that update happened during the yellow flag. Or the 74 at least. I'm not sure when the 247 was updated. I can tell you the 74 was updated about 5 minutes ago.
Joseph. Gentlemen.
Brendan.
Yeah. I'm happy to say that our commentary duo here, we've been rescued to some degree by a first-timer of a guest, which I'm happy to, always happy to have folks up here in the booth with us. But this one's something of a fan favorite, at least in the YouTube chat this morning. Lachlan Ward, out of the number 455 BMW. Welcome up to DriversEye Live, man.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, absolutely. You were celebrated universally for about half an hour or so, maybe the first hour of the race. You said just to me offline you were in the car, pointed out rightly that last to first within a lap. Led the class for a little while before the gremlin struck again. Take us through that first stanza of the race.
Yeah. Firstly, just want to thank HC Autosport. They've been absolutely phenomenal. And, when cars have issues like this, it's a bit of a pain, not just to the drivers, but to the whole team, especially in this heat. They're working pretty hard right now, and I can't thank them enough. But, yeah, we had a bit of dramas yesterday with the gears not going in properly and a few clutch issues, but I think they've struck again today and a bit worse than they were yesterday. So I think we've got about another hour in the pits or so, and we should be back out on track.
Are you guys replacing the gearbox or just trying to repair the gears, like the box itself?
Yeah, it was something with a selector in the front of the gearbox. So the gearbox has to come out. The transmission's coming out anyway.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was a bit of an issue in the front. I'm no mechanic.
Yeah. But
yeah, from my eye, I was like, yeah, no, it's not working. It's stuffed.
So take us through the actual that first lap. It's chaotic. We've got 60, 65 cars on the grid. The green flag drops. It's already hot and humid, so everybody's kind of a little stuffy anyway. But yeah, I mean, you got after it immediately.
Yeah, definitely. It was a bit of a different start to what I'm used to. Obviously, back home, I'm used to standing starts, and we do rolling starts, but they're a lot closer than what I was used to. We were pretty much fifth gear pinned by the time we went green.
Sure,
so,
yeah.
Yeah, so we were fast, but it was really good, mixing it with a lot of the faster cars as well. It sort of taught me a different perspective on driving. You got to stay quick and be quick without, one, impeding them and two, impeding yourself. So, but yeah, that race start was really fun. A couple people sort of parked it on the inside, and I was like, I'm just going to go around the outside and see how this goes, and it worked out for me. I was pretty happy with that.
Did you find that you were just taking advantage, let's say, where other cars were being conservative, because of course it's the start of a 14-hour race, or does the car absolutely have that in it?
The car definitely has it in it, and I think we pulled I pulled a 14.5 out of it, which was a second and a half quicker than the next closest car in the class. So the car definitely has it in it, and our sort of goal with that first stint was, we didn't have the best quality. Chaz, the poor guy, only had 2 laps in the car. He hasn't been in a car for 2 years, and they were the quality laps. So we finished up towards the back of our class and the field in total. So our plan was just to make those moves while everyone's a bit closer, and then settle into the race. And we did that really well. It's just a shame.
So we'll put HC Autosports to the side here for a moment. I prefer to chat about Lachlan, because I'm certainly not terribly familiar. I did find your YouTube channel, which I think features an Aussie racing car at Winton, maybe? Which is obviously not this.
No,
it's very different.
It's very, very different to this track. Just the main thing really is we don't have banking.
Yeah, sure.
So that's the biggest difference.
At Winton, you don't have much of anything.
No,
it's like a tree.
Very, very flat track. So no, I've done a bit of racing back home. I was a Formula 4 champion in 2019.
Okay.
I've won 3 national legend car championships and the Aussie Race Car Championship in 2022.
None of those are any joke, right?
No, Formula 4's tough. Yeah, Aussie Race Cars is definitely, that was sort of the peak of where I was in Australia. But as anything in motorsport, it's a lot of money and it costs a lot, and there's just a lot more opportunity here for racing. So I came over here in November, and I raced the World Finals in the legend cars, which was really good, really fun.
Where was that?
That was in Virginia, actually. Yeah.
At VIR?
Yeah. So there's a little mini track on the inside of VIR, and that was there. Yeah. So we raced there, which was pretty mental with 30 legend cars.
Yeah, no kidding.
On the I wouldn't even race a go-kart there, to be honest. It was pretty full on. But yeah, we've done a few races at Vegas at the Bull Ring and stuff like that. And now I'm working with like Donnie Senow's Racing and Mark Narstead, and doing a bit of driver coaching with these younger guys in legend cars that race over here. It's been really rewarding, and I'm learning lots.
So what's the pathway there? Are you kind of sticking to that not sticking to, because you're in a BMW here, obviously, but you've got the experience in the Legend chassis, the Aussie Racing cars, obviously running the Legends here as well. You're trying to find more out of that pathway, or are you just trying to get your feet wet in other things and get some exposure there? What's kind of that thought process?
Definitely. So my main sort of reason for doing this was, one, get some endurance and experience and just get my name out there a bit more. I think what you guys do here at WRL is really cool. You provide affordable racing and at awesome events like the Daytona track, and for 14 hours. Like, you can't really beat that for value. But definitely my passion is in driver coaching and data analysis, and that's what I do a lot with these guys here. I've actually got one of the kids I coach here filming right behind me right now.
Wonderful.
So he's one of the guys I coach as well, and that's where my passion is, and I love to help people and, see them happy, and I was a part of that. It's really rewarding for myself, so that's definitely the path I want to take. But I've still got the dream of being a professional race car driver, as a lot of these guys probably do. So whatever I can take, I'm going to do.
Does it feel like sports cars is maybe the most realistic pathway to being in that place?
Yeah, I think most definitely, and especially as far as the United States goes, it's pretty hard to find road course racing, and endurance racing is the way to go. They're always pretty much on road course. So any other form of motorsport, you're racing in circles, and I'm not interested entirely in that, but also mainly I've never done it before and I didn't grow up doing it. So me jumping in now, I'm already behind the 8 ball, if that makes sense.
No, I do understand. And I mean, you're learning circuits for the first time here, right, in North America as well. Yeah. It's not a whole lot of carryover stylistically or otherwise. So behind the 8 ball maybe, but I mean, the World Racing League as a platform, I think, provides a great driver development opportunity, right? You come get your experience, you get hours and hours of seat time
definitely.
to get yourself comfortable behind the wheel of the car, push that envelope a little bit further. And then if you decide to jump into, let's say an IMSA feeder series, a Porsche Cup, Lamborghini, something like that,
Yeah.
now you've got exposure to so many of those places through a much more affordable platform than that.
Yeah, 100%. As I said, like even the drivers meeting, I've never been to a drivers meeting that one was so informative for new drivers, and two, as fun as it was. They were cracking jokes and
What
making.
do you guys do in Australia, man?
Yeah. No, mate, we just try to get rid of spiders and kangaroos. That's about it.
Sure. Yeah.
No, they're really
Scoopy
good. Really, yeah.
Well, out of those. Yeah.
Yeah, but they're really accommodating. And all the teams, we had a part that was missing in our transmission. Again, I'm not a mechanic. I don't know what it was, but one of the other teams actually gave us that part, which was really cool.
Yeah.
So it's really family orientated, it feels. And, I've got Go-Karts Go Australia.
Yeah.
They're another Australian team. So
Yeah.
Drew Russell, he's known me for a while. I've known him. So, seeing them doing well right now, I think they're up there somewhere doing well.
Leading.
Leading. See, you can't do much better than that. So, yeah, congrats to those guys, flying the Aussie flag while I'm stuck in the pits. But, yeah, as I said, man, this is an awesome event. I'm really, really happy and honoured to be here.
Has the Russell family kind of offered you some guidance as you've crossed paths here in the World Racing League? I know you've known them for longer than that, but some guidance here to establishing yourself in North American motorsports?
No, he definitely gave me a few tips here and there just about how they sort of operate. And I think it's very similar to back home, where in the legend racing here, a bump and run is actually quite a normal thing.
Yeah.
We've actually got a full course
Yeah.
yellow.
We scan out the window here and try and find it.
Yeah.
Race control has only made mention of the 69 being off, drivers left coming out of turn 5. I don't think that car is stopped.
Oh no, it is. It's
Okay.
Yeah, he's
just
definitely stopped.
just by the access road. I think it's in between our cameras there, just past where the motorcycle course, if you were running the opposite direction, moves back to the left. I don't really know any other good way to describe that, but just right at the exit of the corner there. That's a pretty rough spot.
Yeah, that's a bit of a shame there. You never want to see anyone on the side of the track like that.
No, and that would be another one of those open throttle BMWs that's come to grief there. I think that car's been in the paddock earlier in the day as well. To that end, I mean, you guys obviously have the gearbox issue. I don't know what racing conditions are like in Australia. I'm sure you don't do a ton of what would be winter here, summer there racing, December, January, February. I mean, does it ever get this extreme in terms of heat, humidity, a combination of those kinds of conditions?
It definitely does get this hot in Australia. We're a very hot climate, and we're also very humid.
Sure.
I haven't had too much experience racing in something like this that's this hot.
Yeah.
But I was actually introduced to the cool shirt this weekend, and when I tell you that thing was a game changer, man, I don't recommend anything more to an endurance driver than that. It's honestly like you're jumping in an ice bath as soon as you turn it on. It was really good. But yeah, you're cooking when you get out of the car. Your shirt's dripping. It's very hot out here at Daytona.
So are you familiar with the GTU category here as a concept in the World Racing League?
Yep.
We theorized earlier, what do we have to do to get an Aussie racing car into GTU?
I think one thing would be an issue is the fuel capacity.
Oh, okay.
So we only run, I don't know what it is in gallons, but it's about like an 11-litre tank.
Oh, that's nothing.
So yeah, we're probably getting about half an hour.
That's like 3.
2.5 gallons.
Yeah, it's
3
not
gallons.
exactly. Yeah, it's really not that much. I think we're getting about half an hour in.
Yeah, sure.
Especially with a track like this, when about 80% of the lap you're flat out.
Yeah, sure.
But there is definitely room for that, and I think. I'm sure you've seen before. There's actually legend cars that are road legal now.
Yeah.
And they put bigger tanks in them, so there's definitely ways you could get around it. And an Aussie race car would absolutely tear around at one of these events. They're really cool.
Yeah, and maybe down at Barber or something that's a little narrower, twistier. Yeah. I think it'd suffer around here a little bit. But in any case, I'll allow you to promote yourself here if you'd like. Yeah. Social media, anybody that would want to follow your career, Lachlan Wood's career, what is, how do they get a hold of you, follow you? What does that look like?
Yeah, so my Facebook's just Lachlan Ward, and then my Instagram is LockieWard17, and my YouTube's Lachlan Ward Racing. I try to post updating content. I'm doing a big vlog this weekend of my whole weekend. So far it's just been a few downs and a couple ups, but that's part of racing. It's good to promote that these things can happen to everyone. I'm halfway across the world, and I'm at Daytona, and I'm still having trouble. So it's eye-opening for sure.
If you're here in here in North America, we see you here for the long haul. Is this a career development we think we can latch onto, or is this a toe in the water? Let's see how it goes.
Yeah, 100%. So I'm on a work visa right now, but I'm going to come back on a professional sport visa. And yeah, I'll be here for the next 5 years, coming and going, flying home to coach my drivers back home, and then coming back here to coach and hopefully race a bit more in. Honestly, World Racing League is where I'm looking. It's really good, and stick with HC Autosport or jump up a few classes would be cool as well. Really just seeing how it all plays out.
Any sponsors you'd like to thank? By all means, you've got the floor to close it out, and we'll send you back down to rejoin the
so
action
much.
crew.
Ward Motorsport is myself, promote my data and driver coaching. But Turachi and Simpson Australia have been my main sponsors since I started this race. So I really, really can't thank them enough for joining me on this crazy journey I've embarked on.
Fantastic. I'm thrilled to have you come up and spend a little bit of time here. Sorry you're not out on track circulating at the moment, obviously, but hopefully there's a good opportunity for you, and we'd love to see more of you back here in the World Racing League as the season carries on.
Thank you so much, mate. As I always say, any day at the track's better than no days at the track, so I can't complain, but thank you so much for having me.
Lachlan Ward out of the number 455 HC Autosport BMW down in GP2.
Yeah, always good to have guests up in the booth. As probably RJ in chat replies to, I'm just gonna spell it out and say XEPA. There is always an opportunity to talk with Brendan up in the booth. He is over in the ballpark of race control, ? I am not. I'm in a different state. So I can't help you with that. But yeah, it's always nice to be able to promote the people that come out here and spend their money to be here and be part of the community. There's a question about a car that looked like a Jaguar out on track. I believe what they're referring to is the Ligier sports car, the JS2 that's been entered. And when I heard that there was going to be a Ligier in the field, I thought it was going to be the P4. I was a little surprised that I didn't even know they had a road going car. Or a proper 10-top. But always good to see a new mark in the field. We had Janetta introduced a few years ago, also a car or a coach builder that I associate more with the prototype ranks. So it's great to see these entries, and here it is actually. There's the Ligier in that sort of extreme speed style livery.
Don't mean to leave you hanging there, Joseph.
Oh, that's okay. I expect it after interviews.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, that's fair. Some things never change.
Uh-huh.
I've tried to be better recently about kind of sending people on their way, especially if we've been chatting for a while and we know who they are, but we obviously didn't know Lachlan. So.
No, I was just telling the people it's nice to hear from the people who are out here spending their time and money to participate in the community and go racing with us.
I would like to just mention a couple of comments here in the chat. First, car guy Cody, his drivers are interested in having the Zipa team come up. Yeah, absolutely. Get up here. I know we've chatted at some events previously, but by all means, come up, spend some time with us. We've got 9 hours and some change to take care of all that. So yeah, do get in touch with somebody down there and make your way up to the booth. Justin Wingfield, update from Palomar Racing. The number 38 car in GP1 unfortunately is retired due to a blown head gasket. Very unfortunate conclusion in hot weather, but 83 car is still out front. That is absolutely correct. It's a real shame because that 83 was so competitive with the 5 and the 29 earlier. It seemed like maybe that was going to be the trio that carried us through the bulk of the afternoon here at Daytona. And unfortunately losing the 38, which seemed by all accounts to be really competitive and in for something special this weekend, goes no further. Joel Van Dongen, so good to see the Aussies go-karts go for the win. Well done, Lachlan, with his interview. Is Joel related to Danny? I don't know where Danny Van Dongen's from, but I know the name. And I'm actually not sure why I know the name.
Yeah,
Dutch competing in the MW V6 pickup series.
Oh, of course.
Not what I anticipated. Oh, this page hasn't been updated since 2014. Anyway. Is WRL the Dutch Supercar Challenge of not the Netherlands?
I mean, we've got a Ligier. Can we get a Spiker?
Maybe this is the world in World Racing League. We only compete in the U.S., but maybe this is just an amalgamation of all of the, like, run what you brung type sports car series around the world. The Dutch Supercar Challenge, the Bathurst 6-hour, like a production car challenge type thing.
We just spoke with an Australian.
That's kind of what sparked my thought. It's like, oh,
Yeah.
you know, this event is kind of like the old Bathurst 24-hour they did in 2002 and 2003. It struck me as I said that I'm not sure Lachlan was born when that event took place, which is upsetting at best. But
It's fine. It's
if you
fine.
say that.
All that means is I remember being a child and being like, oh boy, these old people are so knowledgeable about the sport and what happened, 30 years ago. I could never hope to be. And it just turns out that they were around. and now that we've been around for a while, all of our references are also now 30 years out of date.
That's fair.
And people will be listening and saying, well, I have no idea what happened 30 years ago. This makes absolutely no sense to me.
Maybe this is where we've kind of found our niche here at DriversEye Live specifically, is we've got 30 years-ish of foundational sports car racing knowledge that is useless to basically everybody. What are we going to do with it? And it turns out that what we're going to do with it is just talk about it for 15 hours at a time.
Yeah, it's basically journaling for car nerds.
When this race is over, do a Control F on the transcript of the commentary of this event and see how many times I use the phrase Prep 2. Grand Am.
Better that than Super Touring. We've lost Brendan. Brendan has left us.
Sorry, we've had a visitor that I told was okay to come up here like a minute and a half ago. I think he was just outside the door. So we'll get him on a mic here.
I did mention while you were farewelling Lachlan that they were welcome to come up.
Back to green.
We go back to green as one of the, I think, GP2 runners is leaving pit lane. Obviously, we're restarting in mixed class format anyway, but this car coming straight out into the fire.
As we resume back under green flag conditions here at Daytona. Thank you, Joseph, for kind of managing all that.
I love to manage.
Project manager Joseph Woodruff.
No.
WRL special projects manager.
I'm a jack of no trades and a master of also no trades.
Sounds like the ideal scenario, actually. This is no accountability. If you have no expertise, there's no expectations. Anyway, we're happy to welcome to the booth. One guest walks out, one guest walks in. Cody Powell from Zepa Racing.
Zepa, choose your poison, man. We're easy.
We could make a complete mess of that of the pronunciation. There's all kinds of things we can do there, but also of Apex.
Yes,
which is
Thank you for
Zepa
that.
backwards.
It is. Yeah, and I'm glad you picked up on that. We are, not the most marketing-minded individuals, but
your hat is the brightest shade of yellow I've ever seen.
The car reflects the vibe in the hat, right? Like,
is the vibe chaos?
The chaos fun.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Heavy-handed drivers, staying out of trouble always. But at the end of the day, man, we're here for fun.
Okay.
So I'm grateful for the opportunity to come and hang out with you, man.
Anytime. Yeah. We always have an open door policy here. It's a little bit harder just because we're so far from you guys down in the paddock. But we're always happy to have viewers. Especially, there was a time where we just got viewers out of the GTO category.
Mm-hmm.
you settle into a rhythm, things kind of run themselves, and everybody wants to talk. They, spending the money to go GT racing. And they want to be seen and visible, and that's absolutely fair. More recently, we're getting a lot more of the WRL stalwart production teams, the GP1 and GP2 teams, which is awesome. We had Screaming Goat racing up here earlier. Lachlan was just out of the GP2 HC car, and now you're obviously out of the 325. I don't know that I've ever had the chance to talk to you guys in interview.
Yeah, we have not been lucky. Forgive me, I'm not good at radio, so I'm going to try to not talk while you're talking. So forgive me.
This is all we do. We have 14 hours. We can all do it at the same time.
And honestly, hats off for you being at all of these events for us, because without you guys, and I'm going to try not wax as poetic as possible here, but without you guys keeping up with the track while we're sitting in the pit, basically looking at the front straight over and over and over again, having DriversEye Live available is a massive boon for all of us. It's really great.
Well, I really appreciate that. You say that we're here for you. We're actually not. I'm here for myself. I just like being at racetracks, and it turns out that my interests of just sort of enjoying this as somebody who likes sports car and endurance racing cross paths with a lot of your interests as well. So. That is only about halfway to being a joke. This all started because I wanted to go do something, and here we are 10 years later, whatever it is. Anyway, let's talk about Zipa and Apex. You guys are based out of the Dallas-Fort Worth area, I think.
DFW, and WRL is now finally doing a event at ECR, which is our home track.
Okay.
I say a home track. We're based out of Motorsports Ranch in Crescent.
Okay.
And then we're very fortunate around DFW. We've got 3 racetracks now within about an hour.
Okay.
But long story short, ECR now is a welcome addition with WRL, because honestly it's our home track and we always do well. We call ourselves the kings of third at ECR because of how many times we've gotten third place at ECR. But yeah, we love the DFW Metroplex. We've got ourselves out of DFW, and also Rapscallion, who's out there in their GP2 car and also their GTO car. That is actually on its way. They ended up having an issue yesterday, but they've got another one, a backup car.
So we had heard that a little bit this morning, but we weren't sure what the details on there, so I didn't share it. We saw it have its incident down there at turn number 5 yesterday morning, and actually it's a shame because the 739 by Rapscallion car, the Ligier JS P4, wasn't able to be here as well, so you lose the GTO car.
Right.
We had thought that they were bringing in a car back from Texas, right?
Yeah.
To be here?
I'm absolutely stunned. But yesterday, after the incident, we had Doug, who is the owner of Rapscallion, happened to go see him and give a hug to Tim, who was driving the car, and make sure he was okay. And Doug goes, "Yeah, we've already got the other one on the way."
Unbelievable.
So I think they were about an hour out this morning at about race time. So I think they're going to try to take to the track here shortly. I think he told me noon was the goal, to get about 8 hours of racing in.
That's very cool.
Yeah.
We've got Stop Harrison Motorsports, number 392, over at the it's kind of the exit of 2, entry to 3, but it's just past the pit out anyway. You can just see it here behind the air conditioning units on the media center. Cody, right when the marshal's walking up there. It's a V8-powered GP1 BMW, one of your class competitors.
Absolutely. I can admit that there are so many fast GP1 cars. It is absolutely insane how stacked the field is. Not that it's too surprising, given the fact we're at Daytona.
Sure.
This is a bucket list for a lot of people. But man, watching these cars do over 150 around this banking in a car with 250 horsepower is just insane.
Are you guys clearing 150 on the banking?
So GPS was 154. Now we're not cool enough, or I guess let's call it have money enough to have our sweet in car yet. Sure. But yeah, GPS confirmed about 154 yesterday, and that's basically with our aero zeroed out, trying our best to just keep speed, but. Yeah, that 5-speed transmission is absolutely maxed out, which we never thought that was going to happen until we reached those banks.
You guys, you do have the pace, not just the straight line speed. The quickest lap, 2:12, is super, super competitive in GP1. Unfortunately, you find yourselves down in P15 at the moment.
Yeah, well, that's back from P19, brother.
Okay.
So you know what? Don't call it a comeback, brother.
Well, you never left.
Well, we did. We had a mechanical this morning after about 30 minutes in. Sadly, one of our front brake caliper bolts decided to exit the chat. So we ended up having to pull it into the actual garage and get the new one on, and lost about 25 minutes or so, and I think we were about 14 laps down from last time we saw it. But 14 hours today.
Yeah.
You really cannot beat the opportunity that as long as you can make sure the car is running, which we now think it's going to very well, we've got a lot of time left, so we feel
Very
confident.
cool. Yeah, well, we've seen a couple of recovery drives in GTO, even at this early stage, that have been actually pretty compelling to follow throughout the course of the morning. You guys are obviously on one of your own. I mean, top 10, potentially top 5 or 6, not even out of the question.
Fingers crossed.
We're not even to the hottest part of the day yet. As far as Zeppa Racing goes, Zeppa Racing, it's going to be hard to break Zeppa, but we'll do our best.
You're not going to hurt anybody's feelings
Okay.
calling it either.
I gotcha. So, what's the ethos of Zeppa? You said it's fun, but is it fun for yourselves? Is it fun for customers? I mean, what's the driver lineup consist of? How do you guys kind of go about your business?
I'm going to try to surmise this as much as possible.
All right.
But we had a friend of ours who's an airline pilot that owned an E46 that had championed in NASA locally around Texas. And we were at NOLA about 4 years ago, and he's like, I want to do WRL. Cool. And we said, myself, owning a driving academy or a driving school out of Dallas, another owner of a track shop called Texas Track Works, which Forrest actually is out on the track right now, and actually supports a lot of cars that are out on pit today. But anyway, so those three, and then one of our hired guns, I would call him, who's not here today, Rami, who's also a business owner, we all just decided we were going to take off and try our best to make WRL an opportunity, and we have fallen in love, man. And again, you called it out, but given Apex was the name of my HPDE, we were not very smart, but we decided Zeppa would be a good name. Just so happens Zeppa in Portuguese is defined as leftovers, so it could not have worked out better for the four of us to be part of this team.
Sure.
And so we got real fortunate, and we try our best to make this E46 run as much as we possibly can and make as many events as we can. We've got a C5 being built right now for GP1.
Awesome.
LGR, Louis Gigliotti is actually building it for us. So we were hoping to have it for Daytona. Obviously, a C5 is a awesome, let's call it banked corner or Daytona car, but it just wasn't ready quite yet. But long story short, man, we're hoping to add it to the field with another GP1 car soon.
Very cool. That C5. I want to say it's 9-4 Motorsports that campaigns it on behalf of Briggs Built. I think it was a G-Speed car originally as well.
Yeah, so
those cars are really quick.
That's Lewis's car.
Yeah,
so that he has since opened his own shop there in the Dallas metro area. And as soon as he said, "Hey, what do you want to do next with Zeppa?" and we said, "What about a C5?" He's the guy. So obviously the Briggs Built car is insanely fast. Yeah. So I don't know if we're going to be that fast, but we'll
not
be
with that attitude. Come on.
We're going to be as close as we possibly can, man. But yeah, it's going to be a blast. We're looking forward to adding another car and perhaps maybe retiring the E46 because she's been working pretty hard for the past few years.
Well, I'm not sure RJ is going to like me pointing this out, but I'm going to do it anyway. The GP1 field this weekend, 22 cars, one of the deepest GP1 fields we've ever had. They're all BMWs.
We noticed the same thing.
But
you know what? The M235 and the M2CS, those cars are they're everywhere. I feel like that was an open book for folks to start entering some of these retired race cars, and it's been super successful. Forrest, who's in the car right now driving for us, Texas Track Works actually fields TCS, which didn't make it to this event, but they were with us back in ECR at the beginning of the year.
Number 22, maybe? Does that sound right?
Yes, I think that is right. Yeah. And they just got a new livery, so whenever they come back, Cody and the rest of the guys at TCS, they're going to look real good out here on track.
So I'm really looking forward now to seeing the C5. That's tremendous news. Really excited to kind of see what you guys turn up with. Are you guys just kind of out doing this for yourselves as a group of guys?
100%, man.
The goal?
We are the grassroots, and Mazel tov to RJ for keeping GP1 alive because. I think what it offers for us as a team is we are the grassroots GP1, round or group of rambunctious guys that just want to do racing. Yeah. And, I heard very quickly your last interview, he was talking about the fact that this is approachable. This is bucket list tracks. Yeah. This is obviously competitive beyond almost any other grassroots organization. I don't know if that's fair to call it grassroots because it feels like it's more pro every time we attend an event.
Yeah.
But keeping GP1 cars, like we'll take one set of tires. The new Continentals are awesome. They wear like RS4s.
Sure.
We can use those almost all weekend.
Yeah.
So cost-wise, for a bunch of yahoos like us, it's very approachable. And that's the beauty of WRL, in my opinion, is that you can come here and you can split a car and a track and consumables 4 ways and not break the bank while doing it.
You guys crewing the car yourselves, or are you just that group before? Do you have a crew that supports you guys and helps prep, or what's the deal there?
We have progressed in this world of endurance where we used to do it ourselves, and we would hire a helper. But most recently, so we've got a couple of very, very sound mechanics. One of them actually works for Forrest at Trex's Trackworks. His name is Mason, and I call Mason the solutions expert.
Okay.
We were at HPR last year where everybody was struggling for basically just getting air into the car because everything was overheating. And Mason threw together a couple of zip-tied pool noodles around certain areas of the car to functionally push through directly through the radiator.
Yeah.
And our water temps went from basically dangerous, danger to manifold, down to we could finish the race both days.
Very
cool. So Mason's a stud. And then we also have another individual, Andrew, who's joined us this year. He started with us, and honestly, those 2 guys, I feel like they're more than enough.
Yeah.
And both with 4 drivers to this weekend, 3, and a couple of help. We can handle fire bottle stuff, things like that. We can handle that. We can hop out of the car. We've got enough hands to help with that kind of stuff.
We were talking earlier. We always seem to find these themes as we go through these broadcasts, and we touch on different things that kind of help highlight what WRL is all about, what it does really well, and what it allows people to do really well. And one of the things we said is that it allows different teams and drivers to pursue their own interests, whatever that happens to be, right? If you want to go out and build a career, you can do that. Go rent a couple of GTO seats and make a name for yourself. Really go make a statement, right? If you're into tuning and building cars, GP1 is an awesome platform to do stuff like that, right? And to do new things sometimes in GP1. The M235 from Bruce Innovations, Montgomery Motorsports, that is basically a one-of-one example at the moment.
Yes.
Not including the IRs, obviously.
Yes.
But to be building that from scratch outside of the factories, we get, I think, a slow Harrison car again, having recovered previously from turn 3, is slow over at turn 6. Anyway, it's very cool that you guys have not just come in and said, we're going to do a couple of WRL races and figure out what it's about, but you guys are now, I would say, stalwarts and regulars in GP1. In WRL, you're doing it for yourself, and also you're doing it where you can tweak on the car, right? And you have people involved that aren't necessarily interested in driving and sharing that part of it with you, but they can go to, like you said, a high plains and fix together some kind of grassroots solution to make the car get to the end of an 12-hour endurance race, 13
Pool noodles and speed tape, Brendan.
See, that stuff.
Surprised
so
how wonderful that is.
That's so cool.
Yeah.
I'll go back to one other thing you said earlier, which is that WRL does comprise itself of generally bucket list tracks. We always find ways and reasons to talk schedule. I think this year we've hit just about every bucket list track east of the Rockies, and then thrown a couple in there as well. Eagles Canyon, I wouldn't have identified as necessarily being one of those you got to go check it out. It's very cool. We got there for the first time last season, and it was fantastic. I don't know what it was like pre-redesign with that kind of middle sector, but it has been one of my favorite races to follow and one of my favorite tracks to just watch cars go and do what they do well.
Not to continue to wax poetic, but I will do it again, Brendan. Eagles Canyon Raceway is the comeback story of tracks that I'm aware of, and I've been doing this for about a decade. Not Daytona, obviously, but what I will say is ECR at one point about 5 years ago had an investor come in and just decide that it was going to be the premier facility around the South.
Yeah.
And not to mention that, one thing that a lot of tracks, and as an organizer that hosts track days, a lot of these racetracks are trying to become more and more privatized where, individual A doesn't have access anymore because individual B pays a membership on there, so A never gets to see the racetrack or get access to it. But Eagles Canyon didn't do that. Not only did they pump a bunch of money to make it as awesome as it is with the facilities, I mean, every time I host 3 events there a year with Apex, every single one there's a new building being put up. Not to mention skid pads, which we don't even have in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, which sounds crazy. Yes, skid pads are hard, man. You gotta find a big piece of land, and concrete's expensive, brother. So, with that said, Eagles Canyon has been building. They have been improving, in the track itself. the surface beforehand would have literally rattled the steering wheel out of
Great.
your arms. But they did a fantastic job, and they added the Italian Canyon on the back. And, you know, as a local, I can say taking advantage of it, and the WRL coming out and us getting a third place trophy a couple times, I mean, it doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt.
For sure. You know, it's interesting. Again, comeback story. This is obviously very much in the news right now with the situation at Willow Springs in Southern California. You know, I was fortunate enough to be out there about a month ago doing a site visit for some of our Porsche Owners Club coverage. And there was a lot of buzz about where it was headed. And I know publicly, you know, there were concerns about the direction it could go when you have an influx of cash and interest as big as what is going to be poured into that facility.
Yeah.
But there are different ways to do that kind of concept, where you take a track that hasn't had any money put into it, it's not derelict, but it's not been maintained to the modern standard.
Yeah.
Right? And then somebody comes in and says, okay, we're going to start by doing this. We're going to rebuild the track. We're going to modify this part of it. We're going to repave everything. We're going to do the paddock. We're going to do the clubhouse, restaurant, whatever you want to call that. Yeah, right? We're building these suites right over by turns 1 and 2. Brand new race control building. We're going to pave parts of the paddock as we go up. I mean, they've chosen to do things in a very sustainable way.
Yes.
It seems, and I think they are turning it into, and not maybe the way that publicly Willow Springs is doing the same, but you know, they're doing it in a way that is making people want to go check it out.
Yeah.
Right? Hey, that place looks cool. Let's give it a shot and see what it's like. And getting close to 40 cars, I think, for WRL the last 2 years,
wow,
I think reflects that. Right?
Yeah. Well, and they made a statement saying that they're going to keep it public as well, so they'll be able to allow organizers to rent the track, as I do with Apex, and allow people to actually get some driving time on it, which is that's a testament to someone with passion. And you know, this whole crazy hobby, sport, whatever you want to call it, is all about passion. Whether it comes to the 4 guys showing up with a couple of extra helping hands to do this for 14 hours, or if it's the people that really care and buy a racetrack like ECR did, like it seems the rest of the California area is doing. But like, you have to have the passion and the want to allow folks to experience that. And it's crazy to think, but you know, I can't tell you how many times, just speaking of this passion, is how many times something has broken on our car over the past 4 years, and we're sitting in the garage, and there's at least 2 or 3 other teams that have come over with, what do you need? How can we help? You know, you see the transmission sitting next to the car on the other side of it, and there's somebody else offering a new tool. I've got something that can put that back for you. Yesterday, we had to change a hub out, and someone gave us a hub tool to make sure that made it easy. These pressing hubs on E46s, man, they're going to be the devil. But with that said, I can appreciate the passion that people have for the sport, this love and this admiration and the want to help people. I see it at our events all the time. When we host these HPD events in North Texas, I have folks that will have issues, or you know, they're not comfortable driving at the limit in 100-degree weather, and they have brake issues. And I've got 10 people sitting around a car offering help and diagnostics to help them get back on track. And that's what it's about. It starts at grassroots, and I think WRL is an exclamation point for all that.
Well, to that point, I don't want to take up too much of your time here, Cody. You've already been very generous with it, but to that point, you know, the series is such a, I think, a perfect crossover point of passion and opportunity to invest in that passion, right? If you have the means to go be a part of motorsports at whatever level that happens to be. I mean, you know, so many of the folks in race control down in the pit lane as marshals, corner marshals, you know, around the country. It's their way into motorsport, and it was my way into motorsport. I mean, I went to college right there. And having
point to the sun, or the far side of the Daytona International Speedway.
Those buildings there. That was college. The Speedway was right here. I love racing. I've been a motorsports fan since I was 6 years old. How do I get involved? Well, you find the SCCA, right? Then you go down that pathway. You become a quarter marshal, and it teaches you just how accessible racing can be. The WRL, I think, is that representative of accessibility, but at a really high level, where you don't have to go spend a ton of money in order to do it. If you have the means, absolutely you can. But if you want to go be competitive and wring out that passion in a competitive setting, this is the best place to do it.
Agreed.
It's certainly the most valuable place to do it.
Agreed.
You know, from our side here at DriversEye Live, you said too many kind words earlier on, but I left a career as an air traffic controller to do this, where now I just cover, we cover as a team like 40 grassroots racing events, including the WRL, right?
Wow.
And it's all just because that we have a passion for racing and for grassroots racing. And, if you want to, you can allow a lot to thrive and survive long term on just raw passion for what it is you do.
Yeah.
And that's certainly what DEL is founded on. It's certainly what has, I think, pushed WRL to the state that it's in, and obviously it's keeping and pushing Zeppa forward as well, which is really, really cool.
It's keeping it alive. You're absolutely right, Brendan. And I don't know when's the next time we're going to see you on a race car so that you can put down the headset, man.
That depends on how long it takes Mike Gorman to get a VW Fun Cup out on track. Or Zeppa racing a VW Fun Cup on track.
You never know, man. Brendan, we might have a seat for you, brother. We always welcome a good time. So as long as you can drink beer past the cold time of the track and
we can do that.
Turn a wrench, maybe, I think we may have a place for you.
The
brother.
wrench thing I'll figure out. The beer thing I've got. The racing thing, I've sim racing for a long time. I have yet to be behind the wheel of a race car. But once upon a time, I was all right at the sim stuff. Is we got a backwards car over here at the exit of the International Horseshoe. It's one of the. Is that the 109? I think. The Speco NPO1 of Roberts Motorsports. I think it is.
I gotta tell you, 3 this weekend has been our downfall. It is so slick on 3 and 6 for that matter.
Okay.
But no car has it's understeery on the way in and oversteery on the way out, and we spent all day yesterday trying to figure out bars, clicks, everything, you name it. And I'm telling you, it has been so difficult to manage 3.
Is it because you're carrying the temperature off the banking?
It definitely could be that. I also think that the concrete is a little bit more polished because even at full brake, the car tends to lock up really easily.
Interesting.
So even at entry, and it would be nice if it was a little bit longer, to be very truthful, because you could trail down into it more. But truthfully, the car wants to lock up really quick. So I think, honestly, just the surface itself, it's tough through 3. I think that's going to be, you have a good view of it from this wonderful ivory tower. But with that said, I would definitely pay attention to 3. That's make or breaking a lot of cars today.
We here at DriversEye Live call it the Tower of Babel, but LA instead of anyway, Cody, I appreciate you coming up, spending some time in the air conditioning. I'm sure it was a difficult task, but you did obviously make the haul from across the paddock, which we appreciate. Gave us some insight into Zeppa racing. Oh boy,
I'm telling you, you're fine. You're not going to hurt anybody's feelings.
No, I got you. I know you don't have any sponsors as such, but obviously you do run or operate Apex. Down there in the Metroplex area.
Yeah.
Feel free to close out on that. Any sponsors you do have, feel free, and then we'll send it.
Yeah, well, the sponsors are us.
Okay.
So,
awesome.
So Apex Driving Academy, check us out on the interwebs and the Facebooks. We run HPD events around the DFW Metroplex. I've also dabbled into racing. We hosted our second short enduro earlier in the year, which was a lot of fun. I actually created that enduro, that 3.5 hour, 3 hour enduro, because of WRL.
Very cool.
The thing is, and again, I don't want to take up a bunch of time, but I created the enduro because not a lot of people get race cars. There's not. It's a cost issue for a lot of folks. But what I wanted to see as Bryson, the owner of Zeppa, said, I tap you to be one of my drivers.
Sure.
I want folks that have race cars around the DFW area and the surrounding area, for that matter, to get the opportunity to drive. And what better way to do it than endurance racing? So with the 3 hour format, you get maybe 1 or 2 stints in the car, depending on how many drivers you want and depending on your fuel time. But it gets people that are advanced, even my instructors, the guys that have been doing this a long time, that have basically been tracking their street car, a chance to jump into endurance racing. And we follow a lot of the same rules that have been successful with WRL.
Of course.
As far as like access, you don't have to be licensed. You can come in and you can actually get into a race car, have a blast. And I'm just... it's been so successful just seeing the smiles on some of these people's faces that have never had a chance to be in a race, do wheel-to-wheel racing for the first time. And also, endurance racing, not sprint racing, so it's really low, like you mitigate a lot of the risk because you're not going to win the first lap or the first 20. So, so with that said, Apex Driving Academy, we're dabbling our feet into the love that is endurance team racing. And then also I'll plug Forrest with Texas Track Works. They're in the Fort Worth area. If anybody needs anything specific for race cars, I can guarantee you Forrest or Mason, the solutions expert, has the answer for you.
Very cool. Cody Lloyd, thank you for stopping up out of the Zeppa pit lane. You guys are welcome up here anytime. And when do we see you guys again?
That's a good question. If we can finish this one, we'll go to the next one. So that's the way it works.
Fantastic. Awesome. Appreciate you coming up, Cody. Thank you. And we'll see you hopefully later in the day if things go well. If not, certainly at Road Atlanta next time. Thank you very much.
While we've got a little bit of a lull in the action, and while Brendan steps away, I hopefully Dustin is ready. We're very behind on paying some bills, so we want to do that. Yeah, and we'll go ahead and throw to that, and then we'll be back for how much do we have left in this thing? 9 hours and 13 minutes. We're just under 5 hours into only event of the weekend, the 14 hours here at Daytona. Be right back.
You can feel confident Continental is the smart choice in tires.
Can they handle extremes?
Yep. Tested from the Texas desert to near the Arctic Circle.
Really?
Really.
Anything for the guy who finds that one pothole?
Yeah, road hazard coverage has your back.
For real?
Absolutely.
Were they made by like a bajillion engineers?
Well, closer to 100. Continental. Welcome to the smart choice in tires.
Back at Daytona International Speedway, the World Racing League's Revere 14-hour carries on. Thank you for sticking with us through some of our guest interviews up here in the booth. Lachlan Ward and Cody Lloyd, the two most recent visitors to DEL. We are reaching... we're not quite halfway, nowhere near that really, actually. But we're reaching kind of the peak of the weather here. It will continue to get a little bit warmer, but generally speaking, this is where conditions are going to be at their most difficult through till about 3:30, 4 o'clock this afternoon. Fortunately for us here in the booth, the sun has moved behind the top of the tower that bears the World Center of Racing titles. And so things are cooling down for a little bit here, but as Cody said a little bit earlier, the track is pretty slick at the moment, and as long as you can be consistent and avoid the big mistakes and get through to the cooler parts of the afternoon and mount whatever kind of charge you would need to go pick up a top 5 or a podium or a win or whatever it might be, this is kind of that settle in, drive, be smart period of the race. And with that in mind, Joseph Mudrak is taking a step away here for a couple of moments, and we do expect JT Tammy to be back with us in a bit. Want to do a rundown of where things stand at the moment. Of course, timing and scoring has been live along the left-hand side of the screen. But looking at the overall running order, with thanks to Red Mist Racing for live timing, your overall race leader is the Go Karts Go Australia Mercedes AMG GT4 with 23.7 seconds in hand over the Random Vandals number 163 BMW M4, the number 2 ACP Tangerine Associates car, which led actually a decent portion of our first couple hours here at the Revere. Sits now third in class, third overall. AE Victory Racing Supra with what I think has to be pretty definitively their best run to date. That all-female crew, who I'm told may or may not have a couple of media members of interest here this weekend as well. Sits fourth in class and fourth overall. The last car on the lead lap in just 1 minute and 5 seconds in arrears of the race-leading Mercedes. That is coming back from being a full lap down to the race leader, using a little bit of clever strategy and some really, really good driving over this stanza of the race to stay right in contention there. And inside the top 5, I'm sure they're absolutely over the moon with where things are at down in that super camp with AE Victory Racing. Round 3 racing, the number 70 Porsche, still 2 laps. Actually, it's a lap and some change now. A lap plus 1 minute 12 is the roughly the margin up to the Go Karts Go Australia Mercedes. That car, remember, had a flat right rear tire within the first couple of laps this morning. Of course, not all was lost there, but absolutely kind of a challenging situation to have to work back from. They've clawed themselves into the top 5, even if they haven't gotten the time back, absolutely. But as we said, nowhere near halfway at Daytona International Speedway at this point, even though it feels like we're hitting the downhill side. We're definitely not there with 130 laps complete. Stratus number 59 leads in GTU, 6th place overall from the sister car Stratus number 58. Those cars have been nose to tail out on track actually for some time. Our producer Dustin Allis has stepped away just to take a break there as well. No, he's back. That is, I won't ask him to find those cars just yet until they make themselves obvious. But that GTU, dang it, Dustin. Unbelievable. Yep, that's the ones. 59 and 58 Stratus, 1 and 2 in GTU with the number 908 automatic racing car. Actually, it's a 3-car battle there, isn't it? Because that 908 is right with the lead Stratus cars. It's just the way it presented itself on timing here that had me a little confused. But 1, 2, and 3 in GTU right together headed up onto the West Banking. Stoic Racing number 87 is going to be your 6th place car in GTO. And then rounding out the top 10 is the 74 AOA Racing BMW. 3 laps and penalties at the moment, and now a pit stop for the Rue Helmets sponsored M4 GT4 to round out the top 10 there, as we just said. A little bit deeper in GTU, just to kind of round things out for our prototype-based category, is the number 10 round 3 racing car, 3 laps off the back of that lead trio in the GTU category. And then Roberts Motorsports, the number 109, which I think we had just backwards at the exit of the International Horseshoe a couple of laps ago, has recovered well. The Polecat Racing, number 108, seems to be slipping back here a bit. Actually, that car is that car in the paddock? Or are they circulating at the moment? We'll need to pick them out on track. But anyway, they're 6th place in GTU. And then we go round 3, racing number 1, Heraflight number 247, that came to grief under full course yellow with a fire at the back of the car at the exit of the tri-oval here. Automatic Racing 909 and Stratus number 60 having issues throughout the day thus far as well. In your production classes, Screaming Goat Racing leads All-Star Racing, featuring one Steve Park on that number 5 car. Screaming Goat Racing, the young lads from Texas, with over a minute in hand. Back to that number 5 BMW. GSD Motorsports number 6, that BMW M2 Club Sport, all with 120, actually it's 123 laps complete for your leader. GSD car rounds out the podium. Choice Racing into the pit lane, number 522. A little bit of tape to the right rear corner of that car owing to some earlier contact down at the, I think again, the International Horseshoe. And the number 927 M2 from Fast Track Racing rounds out your top 5 there. Good day for Big Mission Motorsports in the 336. Find themselves 6th in class with 221 from HK Motorsports. I think we've called that car backwards maybe once or twice. It's P7 ahead of PC Racing, Open Throttle number 64, and the 176 from Grissom Autosports. To focus on GP1 just for a moment, Edgar Torres, not sure if you're still in the chat, but appreciate you chiming in and following along, asking about the number 69 from Open Throttle Racing. That is the sort of rose gold colored car. That car came to a rest. Looks like it just drove off and parked at the exit of turn number 5 earlier and triggered a full course caution. Unfortunately, I don't think we've seen that car again. The track has thinned out meaningfully since early this morning, but we have comers and goers, as we always do in these endurance races, including the 325 of Zephyr Racing. And we just spoke with Cody earlier. They are back out on track, which is, well, at least into the hot pit lane, which is very, very cool. Edgar rightly points out, being from Mexico, Open Throttle Racing did compete in the Autodromo Hermanos Rodriguez 24-hour back in December, on like a Tuesday and Wednesday. I've been fascinated by that event for years. Given the opportunity, I would love to be able to do some English language commentary there. And with folks like Open Throttle being a part of it, and I think bringing kind of the spirit of WRL to that type of event, it seems like a really, really neat opportunity to go be a part of international endurance racing. We make these VW Fun Cup jokes all the time, but it's very much the same vibe. A little more open in the AHR 24 hours. But yeah, still a very, very cool event. Yeah, finished second in the most competitive class in the race. I think Mike has told that story once or twice over the beginning part of this year. And Mike is nothing if not a really good storyteller. So it was cool to hear him share that experience and one we'd like to have in the future as well. So that's your GP1 field. We'll round out with GP2. Palomar Racing leads from Lagunatix Racing. That is the only remaining Palomar car after the 38 retired with a head gasket failure. Lagunatix Racing in the Subaru BRZ, second, 1 minute and 3 seconds off of the class lead. Then it's 3 laps further back to the Rapscallion RP1, number 135. The Almaty Motorsports, number 9, with a good job, to kind of smooth out where that car was at. We saw it locking up, left, right, and center. A couple of really long brake lockups to the left front corner of the car. That car has been, I think, more consistent, if maybe it's not the quickest car in the class, but into the top 5 ahead of the number 66 from Open Throttle Racing is still a good place to be for that number 9. It's certainly in the top half of the GP2 field. Open Throttle 65. That car was into the pit lane with the hood up not so very long ago. But is the second out of the 3 Open Throttle cars nonetheless. AOA Racing, number 851, 222 Rebel Racing, 455 HC Autosport. We spoke to Lachlan Ward earlier. Sits in P9, and then Open Throttle 69. And Stans Racing down in Shotgun on the GP2 field. Unfortunately, that 198 from Stans, that car is very quick in the right circumstances. I think it's an NB Mazda Miata. Unfortunately, early problems for that car. They've only completed 9 laps and are a little worse off for it because it's a very, very cool and very competitive car and team in GP2. Would love to see them be able to get back out, but so far it doesn't look like that is likely to be the case. If you're joining us for the afternoon, thank you for spending your Saturday with us here at the World Racing League. If you're down in the paddock, thanks for braving the heat and being a part of the Paul Revere 14-hour. Back for the first time since 2023. Well, WRL's back for the first time since 2023 after missing out for last year. The weather is about as good as we could expect here in Florida. No signs of building storms or anything like that. A little bit of light cloud cover from the low puffy white cumulus here, which we like to see. And hopefully we get 14 hours of consecutive, contiguous motorsport action. If you're with us on YouTube, please give us a like, a subscribe. Hit the notifications bell to know when we go live. Our next event will be up at Michelin Raceway Road, Atlanta, the last weekend in June, 27th and 28th. No, 26th and 27th, excuse me. And that is a spectator event. So if you're up in the Atlanta metro area, by all means, come spend some time with us at MRRA, my favorite track in the country. Some may debate, but they'd be wrong. No, it plays host to Petite, obviously. I'd love to do a long 12 or 14 hour at Michelin Raceway Road, Atlanta, into the darkness or into the dusk, as the case might be there. I've actually pitched that idea to RJ. There was a time, you may remember, dear viewer, when the World Racing League did a February event, which was GT only, and then a July event, which was GP only. And there was some fun crossover there with cars, some teams bringing out their old GP cars to go be a part of that GP only event.
At turn 1.
That is a
with the 99.
It would be unusual, but no, it's not.
No.
It's the 24.
Yeah,
Bruce
it looked like
Innovations, it looks like.
There may have been contact, may have just gotten on the binders a little too hard trying to avoid contact. That was my way of saying I am here.
Oh, no, I appreciate that. A lot was happening all at once. Somebody was knocking on the door here to try and be let in. I don't know if they were headed to race control or headed to us. But anyway, I pitched the idea a long time ago, or some time ago, to RJ to do a dual endurance event in February and then go back to Road Atlanta for a second event and do a long 12-hour into the dusk, so nobody needed lights or anything. I don't know that we ever got anywhere on that, but I like the idea anyway. We may have another guest here. Stand by.
I'm sitting. I'm sitting by. Sitting by and doing absolutely nothing while Brendan introduces a guest. Yeah, nobody's standing. Brendan's doing all the dirty work. Someone's just done the fastest lap in their class. Is that the Zeppa? The backwards apex machine, I think, has just done the fastest lap in their class for the day. That's my insight for you, dear viewer, dear listener. Is that somebody may have gone faster. That may or may not be. Oh, no. They've gone faster, but because it's not a real lap. I think they might have gone behind the wall. Because their most recent lap is a 134.
Yeah, definitely back to full course yellow.
It looks like it's the 44 stop drivers left around the turn 5 area.
It's on the curb, the long curb. Yeah, that runs between 5 and 6 there. I think we're preparing to go full course yellow. The lights aren't on quite yet, but the starter does have 2 yellow flags in hand. So we'll keep an eye out down just below us here while we welcome another guest up to the DriversEye Live commentary booth. It's Sarah Pippett out of the number 65 Open Throttle Racing Carousel of BMWs. But welcome to the booth, Sarah.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks for stopping by. We know a lot about the Mike Gorman experience. We know a lot about the Open Throttle experience. This weekend, it looks different, I would say. Visually, it looks different. Normally, it's just an assault of lime green, but you're in the Captain America car, the red, white, and blue. Mm-hmm. We've got the rose gold colored number 69 that's been out there circulating throughout the day as well. So slightly different at Daytona this weekend than we otherwise might expect. Have you raced with Mike before, with the Open Throttle guys before?
I have. Yeah, I was out here last year with Champ Car.
Okay.
Racing Hulk.
Okay, very cool.
Yeah.
Are you based locally?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
I came all the way from Denver.
Oh my gosh, yeah. Not local at all.
Not local at all. Full day of travel to get here.
Yeah,
but
sure.
Worth it. Daytona.
Of course. Of course. So, is this just a... Are you working your way up through the sort of accessible motorsports and amateur endurance type of ranks, or is there a history here that we need to be clued into?
I don't know. Not necessarily.
Okay.
I mean, my story's probably similar to a lot of folks. I started in my 20s and just kind of I've done anything and everything. SCCA, NASA, Champ Car, Lucky Dog, F4, WRL now, and it's been a blast. I think I've done a couple races with you guys. One out at Atlanta Motorsports Park several years ago with Todd Lamb, and then I've been here a couple of years with Open Throttle. Now
Fantastic.
with WRL again. Yeah, it's a blast. So much fun. I love it.
Are you based out in the you're based out in the Denver area. Were you with us at High Plains last year for the 13 hour?
I was not.
Okay.
I was not. I've raced High Plains lots, so I'm kind of trying to expand.
High Plains out, yeah.
And kind of what I've been doing lately is picking, iconic, amazing tracks and venues, and picking a great team and a great crew and fun cars, and I'm just having a lot of fun with it now.
We do go double yellow now to go recover that number 44 from PC Racing. That had slipped to, I think, 8th place in GP1 as I was doing the rundown. But now, obviously, we'll slip a little bit further back than that. Nobody in GP1 certainly likes to see competitors kind of go by the wayside. But the 65 in particular, Sarah, if I look, you guys are GP2, aren't you?
We are.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
No, 6th place at the moment, anyway. 107 laps complete, 15 laps off the back of the class leader. Two things here. I'm going to kind of softball this in here. Mike, I think, would be very comfortable with the idea that cars break down. It happens. These are production-based race cars being asked to go very fast for long periods of time, and things always happen.
Correct.
It's tough to lose 15 laps.
Yeah.
And yet, everybody that comes out of the Open Throttle camp and is fighting back from some misfortune that happens in endurance racing, has just the biggest smile on their face, is having a blast, enjoying the camaraderie, enjoying being a part of the experience. Take us through your race so far, your weekend. You already told me a little bit off air, but share with the viewer what that's been like and kind of the attitude of open throttle down there as things stand.
Well, so we did a complete engine swap on Captain America on the car I was racing this morning. So the crew is amazing, super positive, super upbeat. You know, I was initially supposed to be racing Hulk in GP1, which I was super stoked about. Hulk is a track assassin. But, you know, stuff happens, endurance racing and all of the things that come with it. And so we lost an ECU and just having a hard time getting that thing tuned in, and it just wasn't meant to be, which is, you know, it's just how it goes. So they've got a great program. They've got extra cars. They found a home for everybody. We're all happy with it. You know, it's tough going to a slower class and getting passed by all the big fast boys and girls, but you know, I used to race Spec Miata, so
nothing happens fast.
I'm not scared. I'm not scared. But yeah, I mean, you know, and you never know what's going to happen. I mean, this is a really long race. We're going to be, I think the checkered falls at 10 this evening.
Yes. Yep.
So, you know, lots of stuff can happen. This is endurance racing, so
you
just never know.
It can go either way sometimes, right?
Yeah.
It's endurance racing, so yes, the gaps go out.
Sure.
And you can see, you know, 6, 8, 10 laps in between cars on the podium. That's not unusual.
Yeah.
It's also not unusual for it to come down to seconds or minutes at the end of these things, right? You just never really know. So just keep fighting down there, I guess.
Yeah,
is the,
definitely. We will. We're having a blast.
Do you feel like you've got to push in order to make up that time that's been lost, or is it just business as usual?
No, sure. Yeah, we definitely are pushing. We're going to stay in it till the end, no matter the result. We're all competitors. We've all done this before. We've all been doing this for a long time.
Yeah.
So, you know, we know how this stuff goes, and you just never know how things are going to wrap up at the checkered flag.
Is there an end goal, let's say, to what you guys are, or what you are trying to accomplish, specifically you are trying to accomplish here? Is to say, hey, it'd be cool to go try some of these GTO and GTU cars, or is this just a matter of, like you said earlier, clicking off the bucket list tracks, making your way around the country and doing some cool stuff with cool people?
You know, I'm open to anything. You put me in a race car and I'll take it out and race it. I mean, last year, you know, I did my first stint here with open throttle, and I had no power steering, and I wheeled that car around for my 2-hour stint with no power steering. And, you know, I mean, we have some great stories. It's a lot of fun. So, you know, I just do what brings me joy in my life.
Sure.
At this point.
And WRL brings you joy, you would say.
You know, totally.
Right,
I mean, any day on the track, especially Daytona in a race car. I mean, yes, that is always a yes for me.
That's very, very cool.
Yeah.
Do you find yourself wanting, like, so we talk about this in the World Racing League. You're obviously based in Denver. Open Throttle is not, to be clear. They're based in Jacksonville. But there's been this slow trickle out further west. We're headed to Utah later on this season, which I'm sure you've been to.
Old Miller.
More.
It
Well,
used to be
now
Miller.
it's
something else.
Burt Brothers Motor Park.
What?
Burt Brothers.
I haven't been there in ages.
Yep, we learned that this week.
That's fun.
No, it just happened apparently
Cool.
in March.
Okay.
We didn't know anything about it
Wow.
either.
Wow. You're
Anyway,
here first.
do you, with the options you have available to you to do these kind of bucket list things, Utah is what it is. But do you find yourself just going where the action is, where the activity is, or is there a desire to say, hey, this WRL specific product is very cool, it's at a high level, I would like to see WRL come out and do more stuff on the West Coast?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. I mean, you guys, WRL has a great setup. It's a lot of fun. All the drivers are clearly very capable. There was not any point when I was on track, you know, in a much slower car than a lot of the field, that I, you know, somebody made a bad move, or, you know, so we're all on very equal footing, I feel like, you know, and it's definitely a more advanced level of racing for sure, but everybody's playing nice, which is cool. It's a lot of fun.
Coming from, I mean, Spec Miata ranks amongst other things, right? You're used to that sort of, you know, you look at the windshield, you look in the mirror, you kind of communicate your way through a long Spec Miata race, or a short Spec Miata race for that matter. It's all about that I mean, we cover the SCCA Super Tour, right? So we see a lot of it. You work together, you stay in line, try and keep yourself in contention up until it's time to go, right? This is a little bit different. Do you find that's been let's say, a challenging adaptation from, your experience in other single class or sprint racing formats to now being in GP2, the slowest class, not a slow
it's
class.
Not slow.
But exactly, right?
Yeah.
But now, kind of keeping an eye as we get ready to come back to green here, keeping an eye on the GT4 adjacent cars in GTO, the little prototypes in GTU, and trying to figure out how to communicate meaningfully with them over a long stint. Has it been a kind of a challenging adaptation?
No,
easy?
not at all. I mean, it's second nature for me. I've been doing this for such a long time. And, like I said, everybody's playing nice. I mean, there's not really any out-of-class racing. You can tell who the front runners are, and you don't want to hold up anybody else's race, that's for sure, mess anyone else's race up. It's a long day, and we want everyone to finish, for sure, and come and have their car in one piece. That's always a good thing.
65 down into the pit lane here. Looks like it's on the way out, which is a good thing.
That's a good thing.
As the green flag waves.
Yeah.
Have you had a stint today, and do you get back in the car later?
I do.
Awesome.
I had a stint today. I actually just wrapped my stint.
Okay.
So, that's why I came up here to chat with you guys.
How'd it go?
It was great.
Yeah?
It's getting hotter, so the track is definitely getting a little slipperier. We had a couple for full course cautions. But yeah, it went really well. It went really well. Yeah.
I'll ask you a question here, and I don't know that maybe I'm asking too much, just because I'm not really. I've never driven a race car at speed out on a track, but okay. So you guys are running the Continentals. It's a fairly hard tire, right? The spec tire in GP in the GP classes. This is meant for longevity. It's meant for durability. Ostensibly, it does those things really, really well, which is great, right? As the track heats up, can you tell a difference in feedback as the grip starts to go away and the track gets slick? Can you tell a difference between a track that is going away and a tire that is going away?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And this is definitely the track going away.
You can definitely tell the track is heating up.
Okay, got it.
Yeah. You want a certain amount of slip with your tires, and I felt like it was appropriate the entire time, because I think this is a new tire for WRL, right?
Beginning of last year, it became a spec tire, yep.
Okay, so, but I think last year when I was here, we had the same tire. But yeah, you can definitely tell the track is changing, because I think it was about 30 degrees. Was it 30 degrees cooler this morning?
Not quite. It was probably about 18, 15, 18 degrees cooler.
Okay, yeah.
But a billion% more humid.
Right. So I feel like we're about 5 seconds slower than we were this morning. Just because of the track conditions. But the tire feels great. Yeah, the tire feels great.
Do you guys anticipate changing tires on the car? You're going to try and do it all in one set?
That is a good question.
Yeah. I know the recommendation from Continental was to change tires at least once, but there was no real,
I know we put stickers on this morning.
Okay.
So I don't know if we're going to do another tire change today. I know we are able to do that. We have a lot of tires.
But they held up well over the course of your
They
stint?
did. Yeah, they were great. They were great. But, the track constantly evolves, though, especially with the heat and the humidity. It's a different animal here for sure than it is in Denver.
Sure. I got you. So pass you a couple more questions here, and then appreciate you coming by and spending some time with us.
This is very cool.
Yeah, thank you. So you are a renter in this case, right?
Yeah,
a seat renter.
I am.
Open throttle is to some degree an arrive and drive proposition where you can pay Mike Gorman your dollars, and he will provide you a platform to go racing, right?
Correct.
But racing is still a team thing. You're not just out there for your own track time pursuits.
For sure.
What is that dynamic like, and not just with open throttle, just in general of okay, I'm going to come in, I'm going to do arrive and drive. I may or may not know any of my co-drivers, but now we've got to coalesce as a team, hand the car over in one piece, and find a way to make a cohesive strategy work to try and get what we all want, which is ultimately a result. Right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're all a little half crazy, kind of adrenaline junkie, outgoing, type A, kind of, and a lot of us actually this weekend have raced together before.
Oh, cool.
So, motorsports is a super small world. I come out to these events most of the time by myself, and there's so many familiar faces. I mean, these guys, we all travel the country together and go race certain leagues and bounce around sometimes too. And it's just always a very welcoming environment. And yeah, we definitely coalesce as a team. Even drivers of different cars under the Open Throttle umbrella.
Sure.
Even in other teams. I mean, like I said, tons of familiar faces. It's awesome.
Is that part of the draw of doing this on a regular basis? Because you could go sprint racing, right? You can go bring a Miata out around
right.
High Plains or Hallett or something like that. But instead, you're here at Daytona, and you've chosen to say, "Hey, I'm going to go be a part of a 4 or 5 whatever driver team for a weekend." Is there a real draw to that?
Oh, for sure. Well, for me, I used to do sprint style racing.
Sure.
That's what I started out in and cut my teeth in. And I love the endurance racing. I feel like you can really master the track. And just reach your full potential, reach your quickest times, and master your racecraft. And I just think when you get like in the zone on a long race like this, it's just really a thing of beauty. It's very satisfying.
Sure.
When you just get this rhythm going, and and your teammates do too, and you just all like gel. Really, we all just gel really well together.
You guys, I mean, do you stay plugged into the race as a team as well, saying,
heck yeah,
like what's going on with your car, what the rotation
absolutely.
is like? Yeah, very cool.
We've got amazing crew. Everybody's connected. Text threads and comms, and I mean everything's up and running, and we're all dialed in.
Do you have the chance to offer input as well and say, hey, I think this might be a better option, or hey, I think maybe somebody else should get in the car at the end, or whatever?
For sure.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Very,
It's
very cool.
it always evolves, just like the track.
Yep.
Just like your tires and brakes and everything. But yeah, I mean, it's always evolving. Everybody's open to suggestions. We definitely look through a lot of data and figure out where we're maybe slow or, over slowing, not tracking out quickly enough or at a wide enough angle or whatever. Mm-hmm. So we all kind of watch each other's videos and get input from everybody else. And like I said, just really, it's about mastering the car and the track and the time that we have here today with WRL.
Which is limited, to be fair, right?
Yeah.
Were you here for the max track time test day on Thursday?
I didn't get on track, but
okay.
yes, that's the day that I arrived.
Gotcha. Okay, so in essence, you've got a 14-hour race today, which is all competitive.
Yeah.
You've got 3 practice sessions and a qualifying session, or 4 practice sessions and a qualifying session
Yesterday.
on Friday, right?
We did
to
that.
Get how many drivers through the car?
Oh gosh, today I think we've got 4. I think.
Okay.
So like I said, they've got a great setup. They've basically got I think 2 entire cars of parts. So just in case, because it's endurance racing, things break. So yeah.
So you've got basically 30 to 40 minutes per driver across Friday to figure it out as such.
Yeah, I think I got a couple stints yesterday.
Okay.
I was in the car for a couple stints, brand new car.
Okay.
I'm familiar with Daytona, but brand new car, so it was a little tricky. I was slow. It takes me a few laps to warm up, and then you throw a caution. It kind of, stuff happens. It's racing. It's motorsports. So, but yeah, I mean, I definitely feel like after about 4 laps or so, I was hitting my pace.
Sure.
I was definitely gaining confidence and not so stressed about feeling a little slow initially.
Excuse me. Sorry. But that's kind of that's kind of what I mean. Is like you don't have a whole lot of time to get yourself up to speed.
No, you don't.
Slow is all relative. So
right.
You're just building that experience level and getting yourself comfortable, as you said, with a new car.
Mm-hmm.
Never mind getting yourself reacclimated to a track you haven't been to in a
And
while,
having
or
fun.
a car you haven't driven. Right. For sure.
Yeah.
But I'm sure that to some degree you're competitive, right?
Oh,
There's got to be some
absolutely.
pressure to be like, hey,
Yeah.
I got only a limited amount of time here to figure this out. How am I going to get there?
Yes. Yes, for sure. And you just pick it apart, corner by corner. Break point by break point, apex by apex, and and every lap can be different. And every once in a while you get just amazing laps, and then you can have a horrible lap. So it ebbs and flows, and But like I said, it's this format is just awesome. I love the endurance racing because you can really just master a track and just build so much confidence throughout the day. And have a blast. It's a tremendous amount of fun.
When do we see you in the car again?
I will be in the car probably in about 3 hours, I think.
Okay, awesome.
Yeah.
And will that be your last stint, or will you have one more before the end?
It could be my last stint.
Okay.
I'm not sure. I'm hoping the lights come on. I'm super stoked about maybe racing under the lights at Daytona. I didn't get to do that last time, so I've got lots of friends and family tuning in, so
Awesome.
yeah, hopefully they're listening to us.
If you've got any sponsors, supporters to thank, by all means do that. And then let's get back to the team.
My dad,
Oh.
he's awesome. Yeah, he's taking care of the homestead and my little fella. So yeah, my family. I've got awesome kids, Annika, Ashlyn, and Thomas, and then my niece Chloe. I wanted to give her a shout out too, so I hope they're listening. But
We've
thank
got
you.
a slow HQ Autosport number 189 is going to exit the track here up at turn number 5. Sarah Pippett, thank you for stopping by and spending some time with us on DriversEye Live. You are, of course, welcome anytime.
Oh, you guys are awesome. I really
And
appreciate it.
yeah, go tell Mike we said hi.
Heck yeah, I will.
Send him home. Yeah.
I will.
I'm sure everything's totally normal down there. No chaos or anything.
Never.
He does a great job.
Never.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys.
Great. Thanks, Sarah. I think we've cleared that number 189 over there at turn 5, so we're able to continue here under all green conditions.
Yeah, somebody just went off at 6 as well for good measure. I don't know if they
Is that an
blew
off and
turn.
on?
I think they might have blown turn 1 and just and looped around.
Let's take a look at the race control log there.
Sounds like it was
Usually
the
on top of those
2.
things. So we do have an announcement to make here, Joseph.
Oh.
Have you seen the YouTube
Oh,
chat recently?
we've got a car around. It is the round 3 NPO1.
That is the number 10. That's the red Porsche Penske Motorsport base livery car. The clone, the direct clone, as it were.
Yeah, just locked the rears and went around on the way into the Le Mans chicane.
I mean, Sarah just mentioned just how much the grip has come out of the track. If you're trying to hustle a lightweight aerodynamic car into that type of corner as the downforce bleeds off, I'm sure that's easier than one might think to do.
Well, you mentioned that the air temp had come up by about 20 degrees, and I guarantee that the track temp has gone up by much more than that.
Yeah. Anyway, the announcement, as our friend, RJ Till has mentioned in the chat, is that we are able to accept spectators at Gate 40, free of charge.
And that is today, right?
Yeah, today, right now, from today, from now until, as far as I'm concerned, near the end of the race. I don't know if they're going to let you in at 9:45 for a 10 o'clock checkered flag. But if you are in the Daytona area and you would like to come check out what we're doing here at Daytona, just take a ride down Williamson Boulevard to Gate 40. On the backside of the airport here, even if you're within, let's say, a 45-minute or an hour radius, it's a little warm out, but we're going to cool down into the evening. It's free of charge to get in. Come check it out. You've got the ability to get your a wristband and a credential to be in here. I don't know if they're going to allow you into the paddock as such, but to be able to come out and watch cars go around Daytona and to see just how dynamic this place is for all 14 hours, not just on track, but in and out of the pit lane, in and out of the paddock. By all means, please do stop by and check out what we do here at the World Racing League. The hope is to be able to do this as a ticketed spectator event in 2026, but obviously we have those opportunities at Road America, Watkins Glen, and at Sebring later on in this. I'm sorry, Road Atlanta, Watkins Glen, and Sebring later on in the season. So very, very cool stuff. Unofficially now, kind of a spectator-friendly event here at Daytona, and that's very, very cool. Certainly in the spirit of the Paul Revere, as it were, and would be happy to have your company for the remaining 8.5 hours.
Yeah,
I made the mistake of saying to Layla earlier, by the way, that I felt like today was going to go quickly. Like we were just ripping through the first hour and a half, 2 hours. I regret it a little bit.
Well, I mean, it has. It's just that it's twice as long as one of your normal days.
For sure. Also,
the fact that we've been talking for 5 hours feels not correct to me. So I mean, I do think it's going fast.
we would be on the downhill side here,
Yes.
right? If we were, 5.5 hours, we'd be down to 2.5 hours left on a Saturday, hour and a half left on a Sunday.
Yes.
And that's just not the case. But anyway, having a good time, I think, making the best of it, and certainly have had a good cast of guests up here in the DriversEye Live booth. Isn't Carson Kvapil in this race? I didn't know that. Running the 843 along with Ben Meyer and Tristan McKee. It's very, very cool.
That's why we have chat.
It has been asked that we provide some information for some of the new competitors or new entries into the World Racing League. Multi Motorsports, the number 9. We talked about them earlier mostly earlier on during the day. That car's gone a little bit quiet through the middle part of the race, but not because it's not running well. 6 laps off the class lead in GP2. That number 9 BMW, as we said, really starting to find its feet here in a class it wasn't meant to be a part of. And that Monte car was meant to be a GP1 class car. Gets ballasted and power reduced down to run in GP2 this weekend, and is doing so reasonably well. We got a text this morning from Miriam Evans, who is the mother of, gotta get the name here, she didn't give me the driver's name, her son's name. Oh, it's Evan McKnight. Thank you. Yes, Evans is not last name. Yeah, Evan McKnight. Thank you. And there were,
Evans. Yes.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah, Evans. Yeah. Well, sometimes it's hard, you know.
Yeah.
300 some drivers are here. 250, 300 drivers, I think, are here this weekend. And we don't see the list beforehand because registrations do tend to change at the last minute, driver availability, that sort of thing. But Evan McKnight, Layla's got it absolutely correct. Is here. 16-year-old driver this weekend. Joseph, I can cast my mind back to when we were 16, and there were 16-year-old drivers debuting here at Daytona in the 24 hours. I think Colin Braun was one of them. Same year as Mark Martin's son, Matt, debuted in the Rolex 24 in, I think, a Porsche Cup. Or modified Porsche Cup, anyway. Matt Varsha, I think, was another one that same year. Maybe back in 2006. It was Matt McMurray. No, he was later. He's younger, I think. But Bob Varsha's kid did some racing here as well. Anyway, Evan is along this weekend, has brought his sponsors, which include the names. I'm going to read these off so I don't get any of them wrong. Country music artist Kane Brown, Ken Griffey Jr., Captain Sandy from Below Deck Mediterranean, Robert Earl with Planet Hollywood.
And Down Under. I think she was in Down Under.
Was she Down Under too?
I think so.
She really won over our hearts in Mediterranean. Robert Earl with Planet Hollywood. Mark Wahlberg with Municipal Beehive Productions. 6 Levels, Train Check, Big Athletes, and Bubba Burritos as well on board to help get Evan's career off the ground. Joseph, I mean, we talked earlier today, and this is a little promotional element of what we do here at the World Racing League, but it is no different than we would do for anybody else, given the opportunity. This is sharing information, right? RJ mentioned earlier in the YouTube chat, this is a driver development series. We want people to go out, get track time, learn how to do this in a no-contact, low-pressure environment, right? That no-contact rule creates, by its nature, an environment that is meant to take pressure off of the drivers to be on it all the time.
Yeah.
Right? What it's actually doing is creating, if there's anything, it's pressure to make good decisions and to be intentionally conservative while also finding your way around a racetrack in a race car with 60, 65 of your closest friends. And to have that opportunity at 16 years old with the backing of names who are contributing and being a part of your budding professional motorsports career, if that's what you're after, like it certainly seems like Evan Knight is, that is a really cool first step. It's really cool for World Racing League to have the opportunity to be part of not just Evan's career, but a number of budding careers that have kind of come through the World Racing League in their early stages. And that's to say, never mind the teams that have the opportunity to contribute here as well, like Almaty Motorsports.
I do need to correct myself. I don't believe she was on Down Under. I think I'm thinking of Joao. And I'm so sorry.
You and Layla had the back and forth with Joao earlier.
I
only really remember Captain Sandy. Listen, I was never a huge below deck fan. I don't really like reality TV, but Layla got me into it, and it's a thing now.
It's one of those.
It's easy viewing and opinionated viewing.
I just wanted to apologize, in case she's here, because she doesn't care for Joao, and so I feel bad.
Why is Layla making a face at me? No, I enjoy watching it. Who's your favorite? Is it Aisha? Yeah, Aisha. Yeah. She is. I do like her. This would be a bad time to mention Serbia, right? Every time is a bad time to mention Serbia. Shouts to Ennis Downey.
Wow.
Shouts to our friend Endo. This is true. Yeah. No, it's also about, I mean, all the names in that list. It's pretty wild. And I don't know what the level of involvement is there, but to, you know, superstars in their own right? People that have found a way to do what they do at the very highest level, whether that's competitively or just as a person, right? You want to be good at what you do. You want to be learned, and you want to be, well-spoken, and you want to compose yourself well, and be professional ultimately, while letting that personality shine through. That's a cast of characters there that does exactly that. Every turn.
And you want to have the jet skis out before the guests are ready.
Oh my gosh.
It's so important.
It is. Do you know what's really important? That you were here for this, Joseph. Yeah. I know you do this like once a year now because you have rightly and understandably taken a step back from this in addition to everything else you have going on in your life. But this moment would not be what it is being right now if you weren't here. So thank you for that.
I just think that they're things that we just need to keep in mind. You know, the guests are paying a lot of money for. Actually, she would understand a lot of what's going on here because a lot of these arrive and drive teams.
Yeah, sure.
Actually, they're kind of chartering race cars the same
exactly
way.
What they're doing.
Yeah.
Yeah, wild.
Yeah.
Joseph, stay on after this is over. We'll have our tip meeting.
Okay.
And then, yeah.
I can't wait for just a big old envelope of hundreds. I want just an unmarked envelope full of Franklins.
Sure.
That's all I'm looking for.
From, I don't know. I got to pick a team owner here real quick. Brad McCall.
Oh, my God, absolutely.
Yeah. Oh, do we have a slow race leader? No, that's okay. Let's pick that up if we can.
That would be the 158 for go-karts.
158. Do we see a slow silver Mercedes here?
Right rear is flat according to race control.
Yep. Okay. I am. RJ's got his binoculars out towards the back straightaway. We picked it up. Yes, we have.
It is.
So this is a repeat of the issue that befell the number 70 very, very early on this morning. We think it's a flat right rear tire. Remember, dear viewer, that is...
This car coming through the Le Mans chicane is also very slow.
That's the number 24.
They may have just overshot it. I don't think it was the 24. It was the car next to it.
Anyway, this is the 158 Go-Karts Go Australia car. It's already given up the race lead to the number 163 Random Vandals BMW. And will, I think, fairly soon here... with a pit stop recently from the number 2 ACP Tangerine Associates entry. Give up second place as well. Now, this isn't, obviously, this is unscheduled, but this doesn't even replace a scheduled stop or bump up a scheduled stop. They were just into the pit lane, that Mercedes, about 7 or 8 laps ago. Came out on lap 138. It was... The pit lap was the out lap was a 3:28. I don't know that that's long enough to include a tire change. So it would be difficult to believe that this is a new tire that has already failed, unless they went different on pressures to try and get some grip back in the car. But if they haven't done tires here, I mean, we're 5.5 hours in at the heat of the day. This is tough. Could also have just been a random failure there at the right rear. We've talked about the vertical loading through the banking and the temperature buildup that comes with that. But this is, again, this feels pretty significant, Joseph. We've spent a lot of time in the early part of this race talking about how close everybody was at the front of GTO, and just how little separation there was in terms of lap time. You do tend to get a little bit more variation when the conditions get more challenging. Temperature builds up, the grip goes away. That's when you see certain cars start to excel and other ones start to slip back. But even to that point, we've had 4 cars on the lead lap, 5 cars on the lead lap for, basically the whole of the late morning and early afternoon here. This is not the work of a moment to get all that time back.
No, it's not. I mean, they do, as one car goes deep into turn 1 and rejoins the queue. They were obviously pretty far up in the order. I think there was only one other car on the lead lap with them, so that will help a little bit. But going at reduced pace around the entire circuit will obviously be very costly.
Yeah, that car is still in the pit lane. Looks like they did fuel initially, which is quite right. Get your 8 or 9 laps worth of fuel in to top the car off. It doesn't look like they were necessarily ready down there. Either they were looking for some other potential issues on the car, but the right rear was the last thing they did, and they were definitely doing other things before they got around to actually replacing the right rear tire on that Mercedes. So it's been sent and is on its way now out of turn 2 and the pit exit there. Dive onto the brakes here at turn number 3. A little gaggle of traffic in front, and when they come back around, we'll get a sense for just how much time has been lost by that number 158 across 2 laps, actually. Remember, it's not just the time loss in the pit lane, transiting and stationary, but also the time lost for that long, slow lap out on track. That is, you can handle 1 or 2 of those, but yeah, you'll want to make sure also, Joseph, that this isn't a recurrent issue, right? That your settings or setup choice haven't caused a situation here that's likely to recur.
Yeah, I mean, you'll, I'm sure, see it in the tire. You know, if the tire has gone down to the cords on the inside corner, you'll see that. You know, that will make itself pretty apparent. If it's just a cut, then you might have just been unfortunate. There might not have been a ton that you can do about that. I did notice that down in the West Horseshoe.
Sorry, Joseph, we've got a fire on pit lane here.
Oh.
There's a huge cloud of smoke that's come off the front of the Moorhead Speedworks Jadena number 291. I don't think we're going to have it on camera here. That turned into camera number 12 has not been kind to us today, unfortunately, out in the heat. But the 291, which has already suffered at least 1 flat tire today at the right rear, has found a way to very briefly combust here in the pit lane. A quick shot of black smoke, and then immediately the cloud of extinguishment into the pit lane has a couple of folks scattering away from that cloud, just to not be breathing it in, which is quite right. Looks like the fire's out. We stay green for the moment. They've just dispatched a safety vehicle there to help take care of things, clean things up, and make sure everybody's okay. You can see the smoke there in the background. Yeah, was just having a look over Layla's shoulder at something here. Local to us from Pennsylvania, and saw the cloud out of the corner of my eye. It was a big moment down there in the pit lane. I will say, Joseph, if you're gonna have a moment, a place with the safety standards of any NASCAR track, but particularly here at Daytona, help is never far away. And additionally, the safety rules here in the World Racing League mean that fire bottle is there, required to be there, and immediate. As now they do move the ambulance down, just again precautionarily to make sure everybody's okay. This is when you have those kind of safety rules, it is. Yeah, I mean, it's consistent and it's predictable, and the goal always is to make sure everybody's all right, and that is obviously the first concern here for everybody down in the pit lane as well. Yeah,
it's obviously a scary situation. I mean, we had another fire that we did have on camera down at turn 1 with the NPO 1 that we believe most likely overheated. Possibly had an engine failure that caused it to sort of catch fire. Needed to be extinguished at any rate.
I did have a thought here, Joseph, as to whether or not we would be better off going full course yellow here and neutralizing the race. I actually think that might make the situation worse. The last thing you would want to do is create a situation where you would be encouraging people to pit. Dustin kind of followed my line of thinking there in my ear as a producer. That's kind of the last thing you want to be doing. Now, you do have the authority to close the pits if needed, but that's not something we do frequently, and it's not something that we have really a standard protocol for here. It's not even something that was covered in the drivers' meeting yesterday. The pits always remain open when the safety car comes in. As we
have a car slowing.
6. Yep, I'm watching it out the window here. I was trying to pick up a number. That's not the 5, is it?
176 is being noted as slow.
Okay. Yeah, no, that does also check out. Difficult to tell from this range and distance. But that's Aggressive Motorsports BMW up in GP1. That E36 was top 10. 16 laps off of the class leader. So I'm not sure it's been an entirely trouble-free day already, but coasting there without power on the inside of the exit of turn 6 is not great. Fortunately, it's able to do what the automatic NP01 couldn't, which is to get behind the cutout there far to driver's left, and that car should be able to be recovered to a place of safety without needing us to intervene out on track. So we've kind of gotten away with two of them here. Both the flash fire down on pit lane for Moorhead Speedworks and now that slow Aggressive Motorsports number 176 out on track.
I feel like I might have people crossed up. I feel like Captain Cindy does like Joao. I feel like she helped him get like a
center
what do you call it? I'm gonna call it a captaincy.
Sure. Skippership.
Yeah.
Yeah.
a skippership on a clipper ship.
Oh man, Day of the Clipper is one of my favorite Schooner Fair songs.
Okay.
Yeah. Lots to unpack there. Anyway, I do want to put a pin in this Go Karts Go Australia issue we had from earlier. It needs a timing refresh here just to, because we're showing two fourth-place cars, which is obviously not correct. But as I resort to GTO, Random Vandals now leads the GTO category by 52 seconds from AE Victory Racing in the number 119, as consistent as anybody has been all day. The Round 3 Racing Porsche and the number 70. I'd be interested to have a chat with somebody from that camp later about what the rear-engined vehicle dynamics are like around the banking here in these types of temperatures. I can't imagine it's a phenomenal experience, but anyway, it's a good recovery back to be just over a lap off of the race lead. Stoic Racing in the number 87, excuse me, fourth in class, and then the number 158 from Go Karts Go Australia, as we said, in recovery mode now, lays down a 2:02.2 to go to slot right there into P5. It's 12 seconds off the back of the Stoic car and another 7.5 seconds off the back of that Round 3 Porsche. So it's lost a number of positions, quite a number of positions, but it hasn't lost a ton of time, relatively speaking. I mean, a good half a stint here, I think, and it could easily be right back up onto the GTO podium. Jay Tompkins rightly points out that 176 is the old Montgomery Motorsports E36, but now featuring an S54 Hart. We do love those sort of continuity stories in the World Racing League, and Jay and the guys from Montgomery Motorsports, now associated with Bruce Innovations, of course, are good examples of that, despite all of their business development interests. And having sold off that E36. The second Ginetta from Moorhead Speedworks has just made the left-hand turn into the paddock. So while the 291 is put on the back of a hook to come into the to be brought back to the paddock after the flash fire on pit lane, the 290 is through the Rolex chute and headed back towards Yellow Garages. You'd hope not these things aren't related, or they didn't discover something that would be a real problem on those Ginetta cars, but this is unfortunately timed if they've both caught grief here at exactly the same point. Did I hear we have JT back with us?
Yep.
Very cool. Welcome back, JT.
Thank you.
Are we... Why are you making that face? Oh, is it because you've been replaced as temporarily favorite ginger? Yeah, got it. Yeah, now that JT's back, yeah. Yeah, the rankings change. It happens. The ebbs and flows of motorsport.
Give it 9 more hours.
Yeah. How'd it go, JT?
Not too bad.
Are we running Nordschleife today? Is that what's happening?
No, Le Mans.
Oh, interesting. 24?
No,
Okay.
4.8. So it's time scaled.
Sure. R Factor 2?
Yeah.
Great. Other G motor based sims are available.
You'll be happy to know I did pick up a vibration from my tires.
Oh man, you did it. The JT Tammy flat spot experience. We'll get you behind the wheel of the Amati car here in no time. Oh, I think we've got a slow NPO1 here up the short chute headed towards start finish. Indeed, we do. Is able to let a couple of cars scoot up the inside and then immediately pulls to the left side into the pit lane. That is the 109
with the
of Polecat. It's the all purple, maroon, burgundy.
Wait. What?
The all.
Oh boy. So there's a candy red one that's Roberts Motorsports.
It's 109. It's 109.
Okay, yeah. So that's Roberts.
Yeah.
Polecat is the red one with the black roof.
Got it. Yeah, no, this is the all single colored. These are cars we see not every weekend in the WRL, and I do occasionally get confused. We're also very far away here.
Yeah.
In the booth. And it's not to say that I couldn't just watch our trackside cameras the way that you do, but still, sometimes it's hard.
And you don't have my camera.
It's also true. Nor do I have binoculars. Again, Layla has literally just been using her phone at max zoom to try and pick up car numbers, which I think I remember Joseph and or JT doing from the booth at Thunderhill a couple of years.
We would use the zoom lenses on our cameras.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah.
Yeah.
Same thing. We're doing the same thing here, but with a phone.
So, have we talked about who's on board this 135 this weekend?
We have not.
Oh.
Do you know?
I
do. You know things we don't? Oh boy.
There's a hint with that graphic in the bottom right.
Is that our producer, Zach Johnson? I have no idea.
That's Larry Chen, the photographer.
Oh. Well, that's very cool.
It's very, very cool.
I mean, to yourself, JT, especially, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Is he still with Speed Hunters?
I'm not sure if he is. He might be. He might be on his own. I don't know.
Okay.
But yeah, very, very famous photographer. Does awesome work, and he got the opportunity, and he's doing Daytona today. Same with one of his teammates is I forget the guy's name. He's he works in the NASCAR industry. And he's here this weekend. His I think his nickname on Instagram is Black Mamba. But yeah, very cool to see both those guys running with Rapscallion this weekend.
Is that Mamba Smith 34?
Yeah. Looks like only 4 laps at the lead in GP2, but running third right now, so looking like a good positioning so far. On board the 172 TLM USA. Currently running 7th in GTO. About 43. Nope. Just as I say that, I believe the 74 from AOA Racing comes down pit lane, maybe? Yes, that was the 74 coming down pit road. out of 6th in GTO. Then a little bit further up the field, Go-Karts Go Australia has gotten back into 4th place, getting around the 87 of Stoic Racing with the Toyota Supra. Yeah, last time by Go-Kart Go Australia, Mercedes did a 2027. Both round 3 racing ahead and Stoic behind, both in the 205s. So now under 10-second gap for the fight for 3rd in GTO.
Yeah, with the Go-Karts Go Australia car having its tire issue, that leaves only the 163 for random vandals on the lead lap.
Coming across that line, the Mercedes does a 159.7.
Yeah, they're going to be going full beans to try to make up that ground that they lost. I mean, that's about 2 seconds faster than your race leader.
Yeah, that's flying. We see him coming through shot here, the Porsche Cup car, then just 8 car lengths back, that Mercedes just flying right now. A little bit of traffic separating them coming into turn 5 here. Makes it nice and easy.
Turns on the get out of my way lights.
Not sure which BMW that is behind. Don't think it was the choice one. Choice is running pretty well at the moment in GP1, currently 3rd place. Screaming Goat continues to lead there. Their V8 powered E46. And a little bit further behind is the number 6 GSD Motorsports, running a BMW 240 IR, I believe. So I believe this is their first race with WRL.
.108 and a little bit of grief in the pit lane. Race control saying, calling it in as slow and stopped at corner station 7, which would be on the back straight, I believe, and then stopping and continuing on pit lane. That would be the Polecat Racing NPO1.
Yeah, I'm wondering if they're having a small gremlin or something. Maybe they had to come to a stop and do a quick reboot.
Yeah, it's been about 25 laps since their last pit stop.
Ooh. Traffic catching out the 70 there at the wrong time. This allows the Mercedes to get within about a half second here as they come onto the oval. A little bit of draft from the low country Camaro here as they approach the Le Mans Chicane bus stop. A little bit more traffic ahead. Yeah, they're gonna have to check up here for the that's the Blaze Racing BMW. Currently 10th in GP1 at the moment. And then across the line here, coming into turn 1, they're going to go side by side. Mercedes around the outside. It's looking good, but he's going to run a little wide there with the tires. Porsche's going to hold on to the position here as they go through 2 and come into 3. On the inside with the Mercedes, they stay side by side. And it looks like the Mercedes clears on the exit. Yep, and a little bit of traffic helps secure the position. We'll have a nice safety gap here as they come into turn 6.
Yeah,
Then
so that'll move that 158 go-kart to go Australia at least back up into P6.
Overall.
Overall, yeah. And what is that, P3 in GTO.
Yep.
'52 is being called in as having the passenger door open. That'll be one of the ACP BMWs.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm not sure we called this as it happened, but we did lose the number 2 earlier on. The sort of lead car out of those two. Certainly, it was a more the closer to the one at the closer to the top of the running order. But they had split back, just kind of without really even realizing it, and just caught them coming out of the paddock a little earlier on.
Yeah, and this was recent to lap 152. Yeah. They had that very long 12-minute stop.
Yeah, not very often that you see those kinds of issues for BMW M4s, GT4s of any type, really. There was a spin noted at turn 1 for that car back at 1:19 p.m., which will have been, probably about when that happened, actually. I wonder if they ended up with some kind of like an ABS issue or an electronics issue, where the car just wasn't playing nicely with what they were trying to get it to do anymore, and it was easier to come in and fix it than it was to just drive around it for the rest of the race. I don't know that for sure, but we're trying to piece some things together and make sense of why all of a sudden that car would be down the order. That would maybe make some sense.
Well, keep in mind, this is the place where we've seen BMW ABS or TC issues before, a couple of years back.
Yeah, absolutely. You know what? That's a great point, JT, with those F82s running them in a slightly modified spec from where they would have been in GT4 trim to being, WRL race ready and competitive in GTO. Yeah, as I was walking back through some of the old footage from Daytona here, refreshing my own memory for this, being, that GTR car having to pull off and stop seemed like every lap or two, basically. in the rain. This is where that all kind of started coming to a head. And I think, from memory, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but from memory, I think we were finding out that sensors were timing out earlier than the BMW, or failing and timing out earlier than the BMW manual said they would. And to some degree, it was the case that they were rewriting the BMW parts and service manual only because they were getting more runtime here across half a season than they were a full season, I mean, literally anywhere else. Doing 15 hours a weekend is not anywhere near the same as doing 2, 2.5, or 4 like you would get in Pilot Challenge. And when you really start to push the limits on time, even if you follow the manual, it's not like they're going through the same, cycles of heating and cooling and sustained runtime that they do here in WRL, and certainly not as frequently as they do, or did here at the time, certainly in WRL. It's an interesting era to look back on of the World Racing League.
Yeah, and what I always want to bring up as well is you got to remember we are running semi-street tires.
Yeah.
The only time you have GT4 cars on these treaded tires is usually in wet conditions where the ABS is dialed up quite a bit.
Yep.
I don't think you're necessarily running high-end ABS when it's dry here like Daytona, but I could be wrong. So I'm not sure. I don't know how well those systems play when you're pushing in conditions like this with those kind of tires.
Yeah, we kind of talked about ABS a little bit earlier, referenced the Almonte motorsports car, the number 9. As down the front straightaway comes the 158, absolutely rocketing around the outside of the number 70 Porsches. We got a slow
E36, I think.
I think that's the Grissom car again. It's either the Grissom car or is that the Stans Miata? Which I think did 9 laps earlier on. It doesn't look like it's come out, but it does look oddly similar to that car.
Yeah, it is a BMW.
I think that's going to be Grissom then. That 176. Remember that car came to rest and stopped on the inside of turn number 6, got behind a wall cutout, and it was able to continue.
Okay, never mind. I thought the right front looked down a bit.
No, I think that's just a car without power. Ducks into the, or nearly without power, ducks into the motorcycle chicane here and finds a gear, briefly at least. The problem is being in that motorcycle chicane, it can't make the hard left to get to the escape road at the exit of turn number 3.
He's thinking about it.
I mean, it was actually not a bad thought, but there's just no way you can make that cut to the left and cross a hot racetrack to try and get to the outside. Once you've committed to being on the inside there, you're basically stuck. Now, if it can bump start itself a few more times, maybe we can get it down to turn 5, or if it gets close enough to the Armco. Yeah, it came to a stop there. I was going to say if we can get close enough to the Armco on driver's left, we might be able to recover it under green. Might make that a little bit more difficult here.
Well, on the bright side, he's pulled off the driver's left. Normally, cars exiting the International Horseshoe are going to start drifting right to set up for the kink at turn 4. So there might be a bit of leeway there, but yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, we've got to be careful here. Careful here as well, because it'll be a yellow flag zone from the entrance of 3 all the way around to
5.
Actually, I think 5. Yeah, I don't think we've got a turn 4 marshal's post this weekend. So, yeah, everybody's got to be pretty heads up here. And we've had 52.
Ooh.
That's close.
Yeah, that was.
Yeah, that was really close. That's 163, the Almonte, number 9, and was that the NPO1 up in that as well?
Yeah. Yeah, one of the Stratus P01s.
It's the 58. I wonder if they were trying to all scoot and get all that passing done before the yellow flag zone, knowing that it was coming. We are dispatching the wrecker to go get what we are pretty certain is the 176, right?
Yeah, it had the decals on the side.
Yeah, got it.
Oh, nice. They're getting full service.
AE Victory Racing, that number 119 Super, now up into second, 55 seconds off of the Random Vandals number 163. Ironically, now on lap 164.
Yeah, they've been running relatively similar times lately. So that's looking like it's a really good close fight that's unfortunately separated by, half a lap.
For now.
Sure.
For now. I mean, look, the AE Victory car, I think right now is quicker. That time it was a second over the 163 for Random Vandals. I think the 163 has found itself where it is just because it's been more consistent than anybody else and hasn't succumbed to any sort of odd little issue, let's say. The Stratus 58 and 59 are kind of the interlopers there in the overall. They've also been consistent, 59 more than 58, with the 58 having had an early problem this morning, but 58's been quicker, I suppose. The Go-Karts Go Australia recovering from a flat tire. 908 Automatic Racing has had quite the overall pace of the GTU fastest cars, but is still really competitive and on the podium in GTU, never mind being in the top 6 overall. Stoic Racing, again, consistency. Round 3 Racing in recovery, 74. AOA Racing in recovery from penalties, 172. TLM USA, consistent and now going the quickest out of anybody on track at the moment, number 1. And number 2, the quickest it's gone all race. 2 minutes, 0.3 before it reset its time here to 2:04.2. As I think we've got the 176 out the back door at turn 5. So well done to everybody involved in the recovery of the Grissom Motorsports BMW down between turns 3 and 4.
Mm-hmm.
I was skeptical yesterday. RJ said in the drivers' meetings they will do hot pulls here under certain circumstances, and I couldn't figure out what those circumstances were.
It's they're gonna
actually quite a few of them. Yeah.
Yeah. If it's safe enough, they'll do it. If it's risky, in any measure at all, or if the drivers are not playing nice out there, then yeah.
New race leader, JT, the 163 Random Vandals BMW into the pit lane, and it hands your overall and GTO race lead over to the 119 AE Victory Racing Toyota Supra. The all-female crew leads overall at Daytona. You can say whatever you want about the status of the World Racing League, but as far as I'm concerned, that is one of the coolest things I've seen at a WRL event. That team has been committed to this for so long. AE Victory with and without the Shift Up Now banner attached to the name, of course. They move away from the Audi over to the Supra and have been developing that car to get it, into the right window for them and for the, the nature of what we do here in the World Racing League. And finally, it's all coming together for them on what is arguably, I think, maybe the biggest or second biggest stage we've got here in the World Racing League in the Paul Revere 14-hour. It's just been, you were away for a time, JT, but it's been so consistent of a day for that 119. It really has.
It has to be. They qualified well. Initially dropped back just slightly to, I think, like 8th or something like that. But, half hour into the race, they're already, climbing back towards the front. I think, an hour and a half into the race, they were sitting 4th or 5th, something like that. So, yeah, it's kudos to them. This is a very difficult race. And they're doing well. They're being consistent. They're staying out of trouble and, out on track. And that's paying out for them right now.
Yep, tucked in behind the number 108 on pit lane. Right up behind the 108 on pit lane, as they now make their equivalent stop to the 163. Will come to the attention of the AE Victory crew down in the pit lane. Interesting move there. I think the 108 was actually not at the pit lane speed limit it should have been at. But rather than force the issue, actually just tucked in right up behind, went a couple of miles an hour slower in the pit lane, did the 119 Supra, so as to not risk picking up a penalty for passing in the pit lane. Even if a car is going more slowly than maybe it otherwise ought to be. Now receives fuel in the left rear corner of that GT4, Toyota Super GT4, excuse me. A little dust kicked up there on the exit of 3 by, looked like the Camburn Performance Ginetta G55, which I think may be one of the, is it the only remaining Ginetta certainly the only one circulating at the moment. I think the 290 came into the paddock as the 291 was being recovered from its fire down on pit lane. One of them is in the lane out front of its garage, over in the yellow garages towards NASCAR Turn 4. But I'd been concerned that maybe this would be an impending retirement for the second car, given the fire on the first car. But they've got the canopy still up in the pit lane and work going on in the garage area there on at least one car, if not both. So I'll tell you what here, guys. I think this 70 has got an issue. I think the round 3 Porsche is and has been nursing some kind of issue here for the last little while. Its last lap was a 210.6. Before that, it was a 213, a 218. Oh, that was a pit lap. So this will actually have just been out of the pits. It was well off the throttle, headed into turn number 1 and getting passed by just about everybody you can imagine on as they got, well, before they got on the brakes, really. Now, it's possible this is a driver change and somebody just trying to find their feet a little bit, especially in what appears to be really tricky conditions in the heat of the day here at Daytona. But a 210 is, and that is a good 6 to 7 seconds quicker than we would expect that car to be. Let's pull out to pass the slower car headed into turn number 6 here. Get on screen, just arcing towards the turn 6 apex now. Has cleared what I think is a Laguna Tix number 779, and back to full throttle around the west banking at oval turns 1 and 2. So actually maybe no issue at all there for the 70. But as we said, if it's a new driver trying to find their feet,
Yeah, no, it's
yeah.
remember, so yeah, that first opening lap, just take it easy. You know, find out where you are, how the car feels, and then build up your pace.
Yeah, especially if you're a driver getting into a set of tires that isn't your own. Right, and you're basically handing over a complete car as it was raced from somebody else. Getting a sense for where the grip is at, what the how the ABS in that car responds to what you're asking it to do. There's no traction control, remember, on that 911 991.2 Cup, so you've got to be ginger on the throttle. Sorry, JT. Sorry, Layla. But has done well to kind of manage that. It actually looks like, as I watch the behavior of the car, I'm not pointing this out, just to point it out, it looks like what's happening is it's getting to the tri-oval, and rather than committing to a lane and trying to make a pass, there are cars in front of it that are kind of middle of the road or a lane up from the bottom, and I think rather than forcing the issue to the outside or the inside, there's a bit of self-preservation there to just back out of it. Say, I will make this pass not at 160 miles an hour, not around the outside of the tri-oval, and not getting into a long arcing braking zone where anything can happen. I'll get comfortable myself, then I'll get comfortable with who I'm around, and then we can start to build the pace over the course of the stint. You can only do that for so long, obviously, before you really do start to give up more time than you can get back. But from the perspective of a new driver getting to grips with the conditions, the tire situation, the traffic situation for sure, and doing that all at the highest speeds we'll see anywhere on the World Racing League calendar, actually is a smart move to just kind of take a step back and say, okay, we don't need to push right now. We can start to build that pace here in 4 or 5 laps. We can start to do that when we've got some clear air. But for now, we're not going to risk the day. We're not going to risk the weekend, and potentially risk a run to a championship by doing something that wasn't necessary. Mm-hmm. 74 AOA BMW comes up to the back of that number 70. That is a battle for position, it should be noted. As I do the math, that is 5th in class. I'm right in saying there in GTO? Yes, it is. P5 and P6. And as they come down the front straightaway, where eventually we'll get a working camera up, 74 passes number 70, and they jump on the brakes into turn number 1. Also worth noting here, number 1, really good lap last time from go-karts Go Australia. Fastest car on track, 2 minutes, .614, with that number 158 Mercedes, who I think is, well, it's kind of awkward now. They're not really on the same pit stop cycle as everybody else. They were in at 138. We would have expected them now, basically 168. But remember, they had that flat tire, lost the time, recovering with a low right rear tire, and then also lost the time in the pit lane, making the extra stop. So they're now offset about half a stint, last in back at 150. Let's see how that pans out in the long term here. We've had an hour and 4 minutes of green flag running, which is going to be our third longest green flag stint of the day thus far. And as things go, we've been really kind of calm and consistent as far as on-track behavior goes. Track's thinned out a bit as well with the attrition we've seen in the heat, which is helpful. And it doesn't look like that go-karts Go Australia car is saving fuel or anything like that, trying to get back to a normalized strategy, just putting in the time to make up the time lost. So let's assume for now, JT, I think it's safe if we were to assume that they are essentially a pit stop behind.
Okay.
Right, that they're in P1 because they owe us a pit stop here in about 12 laps time. And we'll concede the lead back to the AE Victory Supra, which has jumped the 163 backwards. NPO1 there is the Round 3 Racing number 1. We'll have looped it on the throttle there, JT. Huge bumps at the turn 6 apex there. And if you get on the throttle too early or carry too much speed in, it's easy to loop the car either around to the left or overcorrect and send it out to the right. Has a good sight line there, I think, to continue, but maybe having issues getting the car restarted?
It's going to depend how much head movement the driver has with the Hans.
And now it pulls forward. So that's problem solved there for the number 1, Round 3 Racing NPO1. In any case, it's a good job from the AE Victory squad to get clear of the 163 Random Vandals BMW. The Random Vandals pit time was 256.
Yeah, but this is the problem I have is Random Vandals was quicker on pit lane. So I'm trying to find out where the time is lost. There's reports of them being slow in turn 7 just a minute ago.
So did it not come back around? Oh, it didn't come back around. It's in the pit lane. You're absolutely right, JT. So you're right. It was quicker, and it did re-clear the 119. But as you said, slow out of turn 7, and it's come to stop. It's come to a stop here in the pit lane. Now we've got a standing yellow at start.
Yeah, because the car stopped right here. They came across the start-finish line and as parked near our Hard Rock logo. I think
it's a black BMW. Maybe I don't think it's Choice. Thank you for watching the screen
Big
when I'm
Mission?
not. It is Big Mission. 134. Shows 4 off drivers left. Did that car spin to get there?
No, slowed.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, there's a bunch of tire tracks there, so.
Has a white 8-pillar, yeah? Oh,
yeah. I can only see it from directly behind, but it is a mostly black car, which would suggest,
Okay.
Big Mission number 134. That will certainly necessitate a full course yellow to go recover, I would think. Cars in the heaviest braking zone on the track, certainly the longest, most differential in speed braking zone there. And so far, everybody playing well under the local yellow. As the 163 leaves the pit lane, you wonder here if this is if we've had a tire go down here on that Random Vandals car.
Yeah, I'm not sure. See, when they were coming in, they had previously got a stop and continue in turn 7. 3 minutes later, when they came on pit road, they got a note for dropping. Not sure what. I would assume.
Usually
fuel.
that's a fluid of some sort.
Yeah. And then they go back out, but then 3 minutes later we have the call for them being slow in 7.
Perhaps with the call for dropping. Oh, it did stop there. Yeah. I wonder if they looked at it as, hey, we're not going to risk anything. We're going to come in and give the car a once over. Yeah, very, very interesting. I'd love to get an update from somebody down there at Random Vandals.
Well, at the moment we stay green. So we do have a standing yellow across the start-finish line, so cars should be taking caution as they approach the braking zone. So,
I mean, at some point here, we're going to have to do something, right?
yeah, I'm hoping we can do a hot pole. Unfortunately, they're going to have to probably, I don't know if there's a cutout down pit exit before 3.
Well, not really. I mean, so there's one
remember.
just after pit out, way to driver's left around the back of the blue garages.
Okay, yeah. But is that gate open?
It can be.
Okay.
There's somebody staffing it, I think. That would be where I would go with it. The problem is you've got to put a safety vehicle with that car basically in, on the inside of the tri-oval with cars whizzing past you, braking from 160 miles an hour. And it's eventually you either got to decide to put the vehicle out there or to go full course yellow and retrieve it.
Well, remember, there's a standing yellow, so cars should be braking earlier than normal, being cautious through here.
I don't think that car is going any further. And now we go double yellow.
Okay.
Reflecting on timing, I think this is the right call. Intrigued that it took as long as it did, but you do want to give cars a chance to recover themselves. It just didn't seem like that was really going to be the case. The other thing you got to be careful of here is if a car is stopped, theoretically there's no airflow coming in through a helmet if you've got any kind of ducted system. And if the car's shut off, I'm not sure the cool suit is circulating water.
Yeah.
Somebody can tell me that one way or the other, but you can't really let a driver sit in a 130-plus degree oven there for very long before you've got to go get them moving in or get them out. And it looks like that's now where they're headed.
Yeah, I would think if it starts to get too hot in there, the driver will open that door, try to fan the air a little bit.
Be interesting to see what this does in terms of pit stops. You would think it's a prime opportunity for the yeah, exactly my thought, JT. A prime opportunity for that Go-Karts Girl Australia to be in. I didn't expect it to simplify things this much, to think of them as us owing us a pit stop, but for sure, given the circumstances here, I think this gets them more or less back on track with just about everybody else in GTO. And to be honest with you, if I were the 119, I might think about pitting here as well.
I would.
Yeah, to get the car topped off. It's only been 4 laps, but and this goes for the 163 as well, to be clear here, and maybe for the 70 now that they're in that same kind of window. Well, actually, the 163 pitted after their initial pit stop because of their problem. So not 163, but the 70, I think I'd do the same here. If you feel like you've got a car that is capable of contending for the race win, don't do anything drastic. Just follow the leader, right? Make conservative calls and let your drivers and the car and the crew do the work.
Yep.
You don't need to throw anything at a race winning bid here.
Yeah. We've got 7.5 hours to go.
No,
there's no point in fighting hard.
For sure. And Max conservative here is top off and get yourself set up for another potential long green flag run. I mean, we're an hour 10, hour 11 there with the timing feature over on redmist.racing that shows you how long you've been under a certain flag condition, which I absolutely love. Tremendous. I think you just follow the leader here. That is not what's happening, I think. But I think it's what I would do. So the lead will change hands once again. The 119 AE Victory Racing Supra will go past the number 158 Mercedes. Tell you what, if the 158 can get the service done quickly, just fuel, maybe tires, it's really going to lose very, very little. The field is so strung out. That it's only going to end up, I mean, right now it's only 4 cars behind the 119 that we're referencing it with. In comes the number 70. The other thing about the 119 pitting now would have been a shorter stop than the 158 Mercedes because it's taking on less fuel. I think you could have topped off, been in exactly the same fuel situation as them, and been ahead by virtue of that short stop. But nevertheless, this is the decision. Round 3 racing in. Also worth noting, JT, the 108 Sebeco NP01 has the rear body work off, just adjacent to where the round 3 guys are pitted. This is the Roberts Motorsports NP01.
Almost.
Polecat NP01.
There you go.
I don't know why this is giving me such grief this weekend. I really don't understand. Dustin Ollis, our producer, can we get a DoorDash update for DoorDash number 2? You're locked in there on the 1s and 2s. From, okay, yeah, teriyaki chicken was the answer. From some place called a local Japanese place. No, somewhere local to Dustin there. Is it good call? I like that. Do we have dinner plans yet, or have we not thought that far ahead? Not that far ahead. Yeah. See, that's tough because if you fail to plan, you plan to fail, and dinner just can't be. You can't take that chance, man. But I get it. You gotta ride the waves here. Oh man. Dustin also informs us that our turn 3 exit camera there has succumbed to the heat here a little bit. Well, I mean, it has succumbed to the heat, not a little bit. I think this is the first trackside we lost that isn't that turn 12 or the number 12 camera coming into the trial. That's not bad. We've made it 6.5 hours in 90+ degree heat with basically 2 failures. That's pretty good. Thanks for being with us at the Paul Revere 14 hour, everybody. Brendan Kazmarek, JT Tammy, join you. Joseph Mudrak has stepped aside. Layla Kazmarek is up here with me in the booth at World Racing League and at DriversEye Live on Instagram. Dustin Ollis is our producer on the 1s and 2s as we head back to racing action. Green flag waves again at Daytona.
Slow 135 on pit exit, I think, as the AOA BMW is catching up to it.
That's exactly it, JT. Yep, we have the onboard. I don't know if we have the onboard there. We're not going to see much other than the AOA M2 is scooting up the inside.
Sorry, Rapscallion.
It is AOA. The Rapscallion, yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dustin says our camera's frozen. We think it's without power on the pit exit lane. So trouble for the number 135 Rapscallion as we go back to green flag racing. Your race leader is the number 119 AE Victory Racing Toyota Supra. From the Go-Karts Go Australia number 158 Mercedes. 25 seconds was the margin as they came across the line back to green. Stoic Racing number 87. Our friend Jason Marks, maybe not behind the wheel of that car now, but certainly looking after that car, part of the driving lineup. Third in GTO. Fourth is Random Vandals number 163 after that extra pit stop just before the full course yellow came out. That's kind of put them behind the 8 ball a little bit. And then the number 74 AOA Racing BMW in P6. The best best battle on track here, I think, as we go back to green, is going to be or not, maybe not on track, but in GTO, will be the Stoic Racing number 87 from the 163 Random Vandals. Keep an eye on that. Also a scrap for second place, Stratus number 58 versus Automatic Racing 908. Try and pick them up out the window. The GTU cars have generally been at the front of the field, and I think I see them now rounding the banking coming out of NASCAR Turn 3. There it is, 908. The Stoic Racing Supra pulls to driver's right. That 908 is well clear of the 58 here. So that position has changed hands. That's second place in GTU. Yep, 908 leading 58 across the stripe. So finally, we've had somebody kind of break that 1-2 stranglehold on GTU that has existed for the last couple of hours for the Stratus pair. Round 3 racing number 10. 4 laps off of the class lead, but does now sit P4 in class ahead of the sister car number 1. Running out the top 5. Your GP1 leader, haven't looked that way in a minute here. The Choice Racing 522 sits in third, having given up that spot, and about a minute and a half to the GSD Motorsports number 6, who sits in second. Your race leader in that class is the Screaming Goat Racing number 29 BMW with an LS lump in the front, as it's been for most of the day. Fast Track Racing number 927, that's a BMW M2 Club Sport. In fourth with the Open Throttle Racing number 64 in P5. We jump on board the third placed Choice Racing number 522 right down to the apex of the kink there. Looks like maybe into the ABS on the brakes into turn number 3. It looks JT, like this car is being driven very conservatively at the moment. Watch the revs there on the dash. It leans out of the throttle, rolls out of the throttle early. It's a very gradual, an early braking point.
Yeah.
Really push the revs on the way up the gearbox.
And how we've seen some of those E36s be thrashed around.
Yeah.
Yeah, this looks quite conservative.
Jay Tompkins makes a point about the Big Mission car earlier. We're talking about the chill-out system. Commonly, the chill-out is direct to the battery and will run even if the car is off. It depends on how they have it wired. So it's possible that there's a safe option, but no way to know for sure as the Rapscallion car rolls forward just briefly, and then I think comes to a halt once again. Camera is back on here. So the power is there to the car, and to some degree there must be drive, right? Like nominally at least, unless it was being bumped forward on a starter motor, which I wouldn't recommend doing in this kind of heat, but it's possible. At some point here, again, you've got to make a decision as to what you're going to do with the car, referencing recovery. The good news is down in the pit lane there, you can actually get down the pit exit road without ever going out on track as a safety vehicle through the large lot they've got on the inside of 2. It looks like they're going to send a wrecker that direction. And then if you just scoot it forward in the paved area through the pit exit there, there's a gate just past where the concrete wall ends, where you can just, tuck that car right off track, and we can all... Actually, you could be completely none the wiser for it if you were out on track. Not even a yellow flag out there over at turn number 1, because of course it's not even accessible from the racing surface, which is good.
Yep, only if you're leaving pit lane would you see a yellow.
Yeah.
And a white flag.
Flagged my first Rolex 24 from turns 1 and 2. It was a nice time.
Back in the days of yore when you flagged.
Yeah. Well, yeah. We could handle that. There we go. If you've ever wondered what it's been like to be towed by the safety crew here at Daytona International Speedway, this is exactly it. Hooked up, doing an awful lot of running here for it being 91 degrees out or whatever it is at the moment. Oh, that was weird. Uh-oh. We are increasing to a 36% chance of showers here in Central Florida. There are a couple little radar returns just between here, just north of DeLand, actually. Daytona, DeLand, that area. They're slowly marching their way eastward. They're not building up into the afternoon thunderstorms we typically see, but it wouldn't shock anyone to get that type of little, maybe call it a sun shower, JT.
Yeah.
Still bright and sunny, but a quick spritzing of rain here. That, with the track temperature we've got, it would take a dousing to get the track completely wet, rather than evaporating as it hits the surface. So let's keep an eye on the skies there, just to the due west of the speedway. As we said at the top of the show, 6% in Florida is still actually 6%. It doesn't mean functionally 0, like it does so many other places. It's still quite humid here, and very, very much the possibility for things to just pop up here and there.
Good to see these two going at it here, with the 908 having the side advantage at the moment. Having got around the 58 Stratus.
Important sporting world updates. Aaron Rodgers has officially signed with the Steelers as of 10 minutes ago. So that's rough. That's rough. We're all involved. Listen, as a Raiders fan who does observe a rivalry with the Steelers, and the NFL did do some work to pump that up a number of years ago, even I wouldn't wish the current Aaron Rodgers experience on the city of Pittsburgh. That's so anti-city of Pittsburgh, too. When I think about, the way, what Pittsburgh represents, that type of personality and their sports fandom and how fanatical they are about it, this seems like such a bad fit. Willie just said I'm grieving. Yeah, that's fair. I don't blame you.
You're grieving, and Pittsburgh hired Sad Alonso.
Sad Alonso.
Yeah, it's like every picture I look at of Rodgers, it looks like he's like a sad Fernando Alonso.
Yeah, I'm with you. I want to make just a couple of not announcements as such here, but this is kind of our first call. If you're following along with us here from Daytona International Speedway, as a couple hundred of you are at this point in time. By the way, we've blown past the viewership numbers from 2 years ago when we were here last, even just in part 1, which is awesome. Thank you so much for your support of what we do here at DriversEye Live, and of course our World Racing League coverage, championship season coverage here. Being a 14-hour event, we can't do this all in one part on YouTube, or it won't save to the archives for people to go watch later. It is coming up to the time where we're going to have to transition over to part 2. It won't quite be as seamless as you see in the big production companies, but we will make it as quick as we can. Right at 3 o'clock, we will head and say hello to Continental Tire and pay some bills. As soon as that ad is done, we'll pull the stream down and ask everybody to migrate over to part 2, which you can find on the World Racing League YouTube channel. We should be back up within 2 or 3 minutes. After that, we may push it a little bit later if it looks like we're going to get a full course yellow or something like that. Not interrupt racing action. But other than that, we want to try and stick it right there at the midpoint of the race at 3 p.m. Eastern Time. So please do just kind of keep an eye on the timer there. We'll make another announcement as we inch towards 3, and then we'll set ourselves up for part 2, the second half of the Paul Revere 14-hour, and the run to the checkered flag under the lights here at Daytona International Speedway. Hog Dog 970. Rodgers is a living sadness meme. Yeah, I mean, the second half, or the second career experience here,
has not been the best thing. Hey, it could be Mason Rudolph time. Mason Rudolph time. Oklahoma State's finest NFL quarterback. Since Brandon Weeden turned out to be kind of a disaster.
What's not a disaster coming through there was the Go-Kart Go Australia Mercedes, closing the gap now down to under 4 seconds here to the leading Super of AE victory. Yep, you can see them just hitting the braking zone here for the Le Mans chicane bus stop. Super leads Mercedes.
Yeah, and remember, under the full course yellow, most recently, the 158 Mercedes did pit, the 119 Supra did not, and wasn't a whole heap of time to choose between them all, but we expected the 158 to be able to claw that time back pretty quickly. It's just about the only car that's got the legs on the 119 down the straightaway, and as they loop through the tri-oval, 158 sweeps around the outside of the 119 earlier on the brakes, but it doesn't matter because they've got the speed and carry the grip right through the ABS on the arc into turn number 2. Job done. So a change for your overall race lead, GTO race lead, now goes the way of the 158 Mercedes, once again recovering from the puncture they had, what is that, about 30, 40 minutes ago now. Maybe longer ago than that, actually, that took them out of the lead in the first place. Camera hiccup there over at turn number 6. I'm sorry, the exit of turn number 5. Camera number 6. Low Country Motorsports heads to the paddock. The number 843, which had been having a pretty decent run, actually, within 9 laps of the overall race leader for a car that has had to work to find the consistency and the not the reliability, but the results, at least, is unfortunately going to be pulled off track here for at least a little while. Speaking of off track, that is an open throttle BMW, not interested in following the racing line through the the Le Mans chicane. I'm thinking a week ahead.
Is that the 66?
I think it is.
As
Dustin either points out a suspension issue or a flat tire here, potentially. It's an awfully quick recovery if it's suspension. I don't know that I would be zipping around that quickly. Yeah, if it is a puncture, maybe he's trying to find the what corner it's on so he can report it back to the crew. Also, down in that runoff area at the end of the back straightaway, there are a few drainage grates there. So if he ran over one of those, it could, just upset the car a little bit front to back as it goes over one of those. But anyway, comes to the attention of the Mike Gorman-led Open Throttle Racing crew here in the pit lane. Fuel first things first, of course.
Yeah, that was them pitting from third, inheriting the position after the 135 rapscallion. Unfortunately, came to a stop on pit exit.
On board the 172 TLM USA BMW, the Martini Hammond sponsored car. Our friends at Farah up in the upper center of the screen there. Oh, slow NPO1 here. Maybe stopped NPO1 on
That's
the west
Bullcat.
banking.
That's that 108.
Thank you for saving me from myself there, JT, and not having to identify that car at speed. Yeah, absolutely, and it is fully at a stop here as I pick it up out the window. They already have over in race control and timing and scoring. But yeah, that car's absolutely dead stick on the banking, and unfortunately, I think this is going to be another one of those scenarios where we're just not in a place to recover that car with a hot pole, but nobody's scrambling at the moment, so they've seemed quite happy to let these situations play themselves out before we decide to do anything. You know, maybe it's late enough in the corner there where we could go pick it up and duck it in the last cut. Dustin, if we can go back to the previous camera here off the exit of Oval 2, see if we can pick up the Polecat NPO1 stage. There it is. Dustin picking up his teriyaki chicken just at the moment. I stepped back, and yeah, there it is. It's not far from the cut, which is right, I mean, it's right in front of us where our camera is there at the pump house, as we would call it, there just outside of Lake Lloyd. I wonder if we could send somebody to recover that without putting anybody at great danger. I realize that the banking is the banking, and 140 miles an hour is 140 miles an hour, but man, it's so close to not having to neutralize and interrupt the race again to go recover the car. Monster 8V says in the chat, track doesn't ever like to do a hot pull. We've had our share of hot pulls today. It's actually been, I would say, a pleasant surprise for me, because I too was concerned, maybe even cynical about whether or not we would get the hot pulls done, or finding the circumstances where that would even happen. But they've done a good job, as long as you're not parked across track or in a really sketchy high-speed area of the track. You know, we recovered a car from driver's left between 3 and 4. We've recovered cars from driver's left at 5 and 6.
Pit exit.
Pit exit, yeah. This is the hope still exists here. But let's wait and see as we get a couple of pit callers here. All-Star Racing number 5. That's the GP1 entered BMW, has slipped to P7 as a result of some mechanical issues for that car, but that was a top 2, top 3 type car. The number 10 round 3 Racing NPO1 makes the left turn into the paddock.
We're going full course yellow.
As we go full course yellow. So that was the higher placed of the 2 round 3 cars by some 3 laps. Not necessarily immediately in competition for a podium position, but it is going to kind of well, at the moment, it's got a little bit of wiggle room ahead of the sister car, and then another 10 laps ahead of the Polecat number 108, which is the car that stopped out on track. So, I suppose if you're going to pick out a time to have this problem, this is probably the one, and maybe they see that coming. You know, Brad McCall and the round 3 cars have been at this for long enough that maybe they see the full course yellow coming here. If they've been putting off doing some kind of repair to that car, whether they think they're going to have to do brakes in this race to get them to last the 14 hours or something similar, some kind of cooling issue maybe, maybe you duck the car in at the earliest opportunity and say, okay, look, we're not under any threat from behind. The closest car is the team car. Let's start this as early as possible. Give us the maximum amount of time to go solve whatever our issue is. They've already built their plan to go deal with it, and now let's pull the trigger on it and get it done. Hope to hear from Brad on that, but this is all happening while the number 1 comes to the attention of the round 3 crew that remains in the pit lane. You know what, JT? I think this would be a good time to do our Verge transition over to part 2. No reason to wait, pull a network move and, you know, come back to green and then immediately end the coverage. So let's not do that. Dustin, if you're ready here, we're going to first, as we said earlier, what we're going to do is we're going to pay some bills. We're going to say hello to Continental Tire. We're all going to take a deep breath. Everybody just relax. We're going to step aside, end part 1 of the live stream. We'll end part 1 of the live stream. set yourselves up in a new browser tab, move your TV over, whatever it is you need to do, to part 2 of the live stream. It's available right there on the World Racing League YouTube channel. And join us there within the next 3 to 5 minutes as we work this full course yellow to go recover that number 108 Sebeco NP01. We'll step aside here on DriversEye Live on the World Racing League YouTube channel. Back in 3 to 5 minutes for part 2, and the run to the checkered flag through the second half of the Paul Revere 14-hour from Daytona International Speedway. We'll be back in a moment.
You can feel confident Continental is the smart choice in tires.
Can they handle extremes?
Yep. Tested from the Texas desert to near the Arctic Circle.
Really?
Really.
Anything for the guy who finds that one pothole?
Yeah, road hazard coverage has your back.
For real?
Absolutely.
Were they made by like a bajillion engineers?
Well, closer to 100. Continental. Welcome to the smart choice in tires.